was not crystal knocked. The real story of the Weimar was the hyperinflation. The inflation of the 1920s was a significant factor that led to World War II.
In 1920, after World War I, Germany was still the third largest economy in the world. By 1924, their currency had hyperinflated to more than 4 billion%. Students that were going to university abroad, they were able to buy entire blocks worth of property.
People felt like they were being stripped naked. All the antiques were being bought up. Everything that was loose was being sold to other parts of the world. People were so poor that prostitution ran wild, debauchery and gambling. That led to a feeling that something big needed to change. We need to have a fresh start and do something radical.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Ant Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure for Bitcoin eco-development. Taking risk management first, openness and transparency as its business philosophy. In the future, Ant Alpha Prime will continue to deepen its commitment to the Bitcoin ecosystem and contribute to the value of decentralized network technology, risk control, and subsequent innovation.
in 2019, we went and visited a crypto mining site. We looked around. I said to myself, there's got to be a better way. My name is Chuck Lecuyer, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product. At IntelliFlex, we're innovators. We design, build, deploy, and operate our system. At IntelliFlex, our motto is start to finish.
Methane, butane, propane, there's several more. When it's real windy out like it is today and you can see the flare blowing, you have the potential for some of that stuff to escape and not get fully burned off. It's damaging to all the wildlife and all the plants and everything around it. They don't like just burning the gas. They wish there was better solutions. Until Bitcoin came around, there wasn't a great solution.
Those are mobile situations where we can bring generators out.
We can run that right into our generators. Methane, ethane, butane, propane. Those liquids are stripped out and that burns clean.
We can go hook right up and put miners right to work. And that energy is being used and that flare is dropped or if not gone.
I try to knock out this flare down to as low as we can get it. So what we're doing is a net positive.
I grew up in this area my whole life since I was a little child. There's thousands of wells out here. Bitcoin mining is already playing a huge role out here, and we're really happy to have it out here.
We're so dependent on energy, and we kind of get this idea that energy is a bad thing. Energy is one of the biggest factors in life expectancies.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to Mining Disrupt Day 2 in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I want to thank everybody for coming yesterday, and we still got a whole day of content for you guys. So appreciate you guys waking up early and coming to the first panel of the day. We have a hell of a panel for you guys. So the name of this panel is Mining from Mom's Basement: How home miners are fighting back because not everyone has millions for a mega farm. Quick story before I start that. I got into Bitcoin in 2016, and I didn't get into Bitcoin through media. I actually got into Bitcoin through Bitcoin mining. And at that moment in my life, I was actually living in my mom's garage, not her basement. And I totally made it into a mini Bitcoin farm. I drilled holes on the side of the walls with exhausts, and I totally did it, no shame. And then I pivoted away from Bitcoin mining in 2018 to media, and that was a bad idea. Anyhow, guys, welcome. So I just want to go from left to right. If you guys could introduce yourself. Scott, starting with you.
Hey, what's up? My name's Scott. I'm the instigator of the BitAxe project. It's a small. There we go. We got a fan. It's a home miner. It's perfect for use in the garage. But the cool thing is you can actually also use it in your house. You can bring it inside.
CJ Burnett, Chief Revenue Officer of Compass Mining. We're a industry-leading mining as a services provider, really focused on retail as well as institutions, both with hosting services, also data center operations, and many other services as well.
Hi everyone, this is Kirk from BDR. Actually, we are a Bitcoin mining company, and we are focusing on develop and sell mining hardware. And we also have our mining data center in US, in Norway, and in Bhutan. And we are focusing on to provide one-stop mining service to our clients and our customer. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alan. I'm the BD and marketing manager of JSBit. We focus on selling ASIC hardware to almost anybody in the world, and we're making it accessible to everybody. So that's exciting.
Hi everyone, my name is Ben Wang and I'm the VP of Product from AlphaPax Miners. At AlphaPax Miners, we design and manufacture the best script mining hardwares. So we just launched our latest and the greatest DG2 miners yesterday with the stunning 0.1x joule per megahash efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. My name is Leo. I'm from a public traded company, Canaan Inc. Company. People also call it Canaan. We invented the ASIC Bitcoin mining chip in 2013. And then we are on our 15 generations of industrial level Bitcoin mining miners. I guess one of the reasons I'm on this panel is because people figured out that our company has pushed out a line of home mining products. We introduced a miner last year, which is called Avalon Nano 3, and today and this year we also upgrade that into Nano 3S, which is a small desktop miner, and also with a more like a baseline heater miner, which we call it Mini 3, sold at $900 online, and also with a recently updated called Avalon Q for quiet miner, which is also pluggable to your home electricity, which is setting $1,600. Thank you.
So Leo, I'm going to start with you. Question. So Canon's a huge company. You guys are very successful ASIC manufacturing. Why did you guys feel that you needed to pivot to making products for retail?
I think in the old days when our founder invented Bitcoin chips, he thought chips would be just an application that could be used into different scenarios. At one point, I think it was 2014, he was even trying to sell chips to people who can make different form factors, but they didn't work out because we have Bitmain, all the other guys trying to compete with you. So you need to move fast forward and more like in a tech-savvy way. But since then, they actually had a lot of consumer level products like the USBs and all these plug-in small keys. Some people still use that in a museum. But I guess because everything was moving so fast and the competition on the market is just huge, and there was not really a use case for people except for you. Probably you were very hands-on.
I had S9s.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You could use that in the garage, but you have to have certain level of DIY techniques, right? Like you'll be able to plug in, drill a hole at your hole, at the wall, or you at least you will be familiar with to put on your all the software connection to the pool, all this stuff. So this is not intuitive enough for consumer level people, right? But the idea since day one was to use Bitcoin mining as a way to strengthen the blockchain to be decentralized. So in the beginning, we decided to ship all the chips and all the machines to people, reframing ourselves from self-mining, because back then we didn't want to compete against our customers. But now the blockchain is large enough, but the concentration on Bitcoin mining is actually getting a little bit worrisome to people because big guys out there, they're sovereign funds, they're Chinese government, Russian government who wanted to step in to this space, and that has actually created a little bit of disturbance on the blockchain, and the transactions are not active enough. So all these things make we feel like we have the responsibility to give it more accessible for people who actually can use it as a little consumer product. But then to do that, you have to make sure people like it because it looks like a piece of furniture they can plug in at home, and you have to find a way for people to make money, and also not just to make money on a more like an industry basis, but more like attraction. Like people can rent solo on these, and people are talking about stories where they come across and get a block with some luck, some piece of luck, or it's remotely thinking from our perspective. But then you give people that freedom to use a cell phone and scan a barcode and adjust the settings on the cell phone remotely, and you can actually play the peak times on the cell phone. So when the power price at home is lower enough, you can keep mining, or you can just use it as a regular heater. So I guess there's a lot of interesting pieces into that when we look into the feedback from our customers. The feedback is very different from what we had expected from like Bitcoin mining community. These are just people who thought this would be cool or like Christmas present for people to take their hands on, and they were asking about people questions that were remotely close to what we had expected from a Bitcoin miner, because Bitcoin miner always ask about the hash price and the payback period. But for people who like the noise, this is really quiet. I really like it. Can you add more features to it? What we can do to improve our software? So I guess in order to shift from an industrial level product to a consumer level product, you need to do a lot more work on the user experience and on the software itself. But in the meanwhile, you make people feel safe and secured, and because you have to work with third parties.
Absolutely. No, and I'll also applaud you guys for doing that, right?
So much.
For just focusing on retail, and then at the same time focusing on retail, you're essentially, whether you're doing it indirectly, whether you're doing it on purpose or not, you're distributing the hash rate, right? And you're democratizing the process and the barrier to entry for the average person. Like the days of being able to plug in an S9 at home are long gone, right? You'll blow a socket. So I'm gonna go to the other side, which is Scott. Scott, man, like, you've gone from a open source project that has taken the Bitcoin space by storm. So much support. Everyone's saying, I have a BitX at home. It's a completely open source device, multiple manufacturers. And again, it's democratized the ability for people to get into mining, lowers the barrier to entry. And it also, like, you also have the opportunity to win the lottery as well, right? Which apparently has happened a couple times. There has been, I don't know if that's true, but there has been at least one or two people that have hit a block using a BitX, which is absolutely gnarly.
Yeah, it is absolutely gnarly that it's happened. The chances with solo mining are really not good, but the more and more people out there solo mining, the more and more often this is going to happen. One of the interesting things about the BitX project is we don't know if these people were using a BitX. It's all up to what they report, right? Who solves blocks and who contributes to the blockchain is basically anonymous. So we don't know. We think it was BitX's. It seems like it probably was. We don't really know. But we're going to see more and more of this happen as more and more people start mining. And they might be mining for, home mining for a lot of different reasons, whether they want to use the heat, whether they want to play the lottery, or both. Yeah, we're going to see this happen more and more. About the open source topic that you mentioned, the BitX is a very small project, and open source has been a force multiplier for the project. Absolutely, I could not have done it by myself, for sure. Putting it out there to the community invites all sorts of developers who are interested in Bitcoin mining, and want to see it succeed, and also happen to be extremely talented individuals, developers, and whatnot, who've just pitched in an incredible amount of work to the project. And it has a lot of parallels to Bitcoin itself. Satoshi famously put this out there and then, disappeared. So it's all been developed open source with effort from extremely talented people from the community who are thinking about how this is going to work, debating it, putting it out there. And it's become unstoppable because of this, in a large part because of this open source aspect. We need Bitcoin to be decentralized, both in operation and in the development. And open source is decentralized development. There's no central party in control of how it works, what even gets developed. And so there's no centralized, centralized entity dictating how it gets built. I think that's incredibly important. So both in keeping mining decentralized, keeping the network decentralized, and the development decentralized, so that no one really can dictate how it's done.
Absolutely love that, and the polar contrast here, it's incredible. It's something I love about Bitcoin and just free markets in general. And something unique to Bitcoin is the aligned incentives. So you have massive companies like Canaan, very successful, again, focusing on retail Bitcoin miners. Again, an open source project. But again, you guys are essentially achieving the same thing, just in different approaches, right? So I'm going to pass it on to CJ. Big fan of Compass Mining. You guys make essentially the barrier to entry for retail to mine very accessible. You guys do that by hosting. And you remove the learning curve, because you were saying it earlier, Leo. I definitely after 2 or 3 months of mining in my mom's garage, that power bill, holy cow! And my mom's Hispanic, so that first phone call was like gnarly. Don't recommend it. Just definitely stop mining there and had to look for someplace else. But anyhow, that isn't the case with Compass, because it's a turnkey solution. You guys also have a marketplace as well. So could you talk a little bit about that, CJ?
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. Compass was, we've talked a lot about centralization of mining, and that's really the decentralized nature of it was really where Bitcoin started back before ASICs became a very common thing, right? So everybody, right at the beginning, they were mining Bitcoin on their laptops, really just trying to accumulate Bitcoin, contribute to the network, and be a part of the ecosystem. And over time, that's really been lost with the industrialization of mining. And I think that's really where Compass was founded, with this vision of how do we take this industrialized industry and hand that back to retail, MOQ of one, people that just want to mine Bitcoin for their own reasons, right? So there's we kind of, when we think like from a financial sense, we think everybody's mining Bitcoin for a profit, or they're just trying to maybe make a fiat profit, or even Bitcoin denominated profit, like accumulate more Bitcoin through that. I think that's one of the key learnings that we've had at Compass over the years is we can't assign our own value system to why other people are mining or want to think about mining, right? So key focus for Compass is education, right? So for some, that's like, love these open source projects like BitAxe, what Canaan's doing, bought my Mini 3 and just got that plugged in last week. A little kind of tangent side note there. I've been in the industry for about 4 years, and for the first time last week, I had like a 30-minute conversation with my extended family, just because this little heater sitting there that just looks like a heater, and like, wow, this is like a real thing. Like, this is mining Bitcoin. And so like those kind of things are exciting because it engages people that aren't really interested in Bitcoin or Bitcoin mining and what it can do for homes, heating, and other things. But kind of back to Compass, yeah, that's really where we are founded on this mission of decentralizing, handing the keys back to Bitcoin mining to retail, people that are interested in kind of a turnkey solution. Like I said, very interested in content and education, and how do we teach people about the process of mining. A lot of people think it's just like a, I'll call it like a rental or something like that, where you just kind of like set it and forget it. That's not Bitcoin. And we try to make that as seamless as possible, but these machines break. There's a lot of, there's a supply chain to consider, there's tariffs to consider, there's all of these things that go into mining that's very complicated. And so it's been really a fun challenge that we've tried to work with our customers on, is like, how do you think about mining? And then also, you mentioned the marketplace service. Like there's a whole lot of, I'll call it, as I mentioned, like there's a whole lot of strategies around Bitcoin mining. For some, it's buying a miner, plugging it at home, and just running it until it dies. For others, it's, maybe you have a long-term thesis, like, hey, the next 4 years are going to be, until my machine, becomes inefficient, right, are going to be highly profitable. Maybe it's just like a really short-term perspective of like, hey, I think the next 6 months or the next 12 months are going to be hyper profitable because we're going to have really, asymmetric, Bitcoin move, and I want to participate in that in a levered way, right? So we have a lot of customers that participate in the marketplace for that reason, because you're not buying a liquid asset that you can never sell, right? You can buy it, you can hold it for whatever period of time you think is appropriate, and then also sell it on the marketplace to another customer that has a different thesis, right? So that's kind of a really interesting layer that we add on as kind of a service offering to our customers, and it's been very popular as well.
Good stuff. And like I said, big fan of Compass. Again, if you don't want to go through the process of getting yourself a Canon device or getting yourself a BitX, and the many various marketplaces, some of which are very hard to read. You guys could go check out Compass. I do want to talk about BitTier. Interesting to me is, very large publicly traded company, extremely successful. The news coming out of Bhutan was incredible. I forget the exact percentage that you guys increased, but it was like a 300% increase in Bhutan. And they were posting pictures of the airport that they're developing. So, and the country, I think it was like 1/3 of their GDP is in Bitcoin, which is pretty cool. But I had absolutely no idea that you guys were trying to make Bitcoin accessible to everyone either. Like, I didn't know you guys offered those services. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Thanks, Nico. Yes, as you have mentioned, for Bhutan mining project, actually it's not easy to build a mining farm here, because in Bhutan, if you want build a mining farm, you need to build a road. You need to it's very difficult to bring your miner to your mining farm. And why we want to build mining farm in Bhutan, because the power in Bhutan is clean. It's they're using the hydropower, and that's one of our strategy. We want to keep explore more clean energy to build mining farm, to use it to mine Bitcoin. And for return to our topic, for home miner, and I think it's very important, because home mining is where we start, is where the industry starts. So I think it always has play an important role for us. As Leo just mentioned, actually, Canon they develop many home miner. For example, the miner that you can use it to hit your house, and I think it's very funny. It's right now. I know some manufacturer from USA, from China. They are trying to add more features to the home miner. You can the home miner can display the time, the Bitcoin price, and I think that's very good and interesting features. And return to BitTier, and actually, except for focusing on the mining hardware, and we also focusing on to provide the cloud hash rate service. The purpose we want to provide the cloud hosting service, because there we want to make it easy for everyone to mine Bitcoin. In the past days, you can mine Bitcoin by your laptop, or you can put an S9 or S7 into your basement to mine Bitcoin. But now it'll be difficult, and if you want to manage more miners, you had to fund their mining farm. But by using the cloud hash rate, you can easily to mine Bitcoin. You can just click the button on your laptop, then you can collect your hash rate to mining pool. Then you can get the reward. And right now we don't have the hardware for the home mining, but I think we will do it in the future. Yeah.
Thank you for that answer. And I'm learning so much while we're having this discussion, because look, these are giant companies. BitTier is a massive company. Canon is a massive company. And then you have Scott right here in the trenches. And it seems like you guys haven't forgot about retail, right? You're approaching retail in a different way. You guys are approaching retail in a different way, right? So it makes me incredibly hopeful, because I had this perception that it was mining specifically was out of the reach of retail, but it gives me hope that even the big guys, the big players, you guys have not forgotten. So Ben, I want to turn the conversation to you. You guys have developed products tailored for various mining scales. What specific solutions do you offer that are particularly suitable for home-based miners?
Thank you. So at AlphaPax Miners, we care about people, ordinary people, or like mining enthusiasts or hobbyists, like who want to try mining at home, right? So we like provide this Home One, DG Home One miner, which is running on only 600 watts of electricity, and it can generate some meaningful incomes when mining at home. Right? So this machine is very quiet. It's running on all-in-one liquid cooler. So when it's running, you barely hear it. Right? So by producing this product, we hope we can help lower the entry barrier for people who want to entering the mining, crypto mining world, but they don't know how to get started. Right? So I think at AlphaPax, we want to make this like a crypto mining like more decentralized in the sense that because we believe like the fundamental idea of cryptocurrency is to be more decentralized, right? So the more decentralized network is more secure, and yeah, this is like where our vision is aligned. For example, with the Bitcoin's like Satoshi's vision. So yeah. By providing this solution, we hope we can help more people get to know how to mine crypto and what does it really like to be mining crypto, right? How easy it is, so that it can increase the general awareness to the public, and this can in turn also help with our industry to become more and more popular out there.
Great answer. So I have a question for the whole panel. Please raise your hand. How many of you guys mine? Second question. How many of you guys mine at home? Oh, that's pretty good. I can't raise my hand because my mom would disown me. I'm just kidding. I don't live at her house anymore. Anyhow, Alan, question for you, my friend. Last but not least, I have not forgotten about you. JSpit, as a provider of mining hardware, how do you guys support individuals looking to start mining at home? Like, I wish I knew about you guys 10 years ago, especially those with limited technical expertise.
Definitely. Well, I like I said, I do mine at home myself. In fact, I have a Canaan Mini at home. I have two DG Home Ones, and the BitAxe is on the way. By the way, I'm getting another one hopefully today.
So I have a question for you. So your mom might get upset with you, but your wife, I mean,
well, she has no idea. Yeah, she has no idea. I pay the electric bill, but I didn't get into this from the beginning.
I want to pause it. How are your guys' wives upset with you for mining at home? Please raise your hand. No, and the audience, not one person. Wow. Alan.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. It was crazy. You guys are talking about heating, making that a possibility for home mining. I recently moved, and I'm so used to air conditioning, and I'm in LA, so the weather isn't crazy. But my goodness, the Mini is heating my office. The two Home Ones are heating my house. So in fact, you really consider the options, and I'm like, earning some crypto. Okay, sweet. Heating the home, great. Simple, fun. It's a talking piece as well. The Canaan Mini, everyone's like, oh, what's the price of it? Okay, cool. The AlphaPax DG Home One just looks like a PC, super low key, but I put it like a sculpture in the middle of my house because it's that freaking cool, and I don't care if I lose money because someday I'll make it right. And truthfully, it's what brought back the passion for myself. And at the JSBit booth, people have come up to me and said, how do I start? How can I come back? I used to be a GPU miner. How is that still a thing? And it was interesting what Leo said earlier. He said, a lot of people in the earlier days are just talking about payback periods, this and that. But we're entering a period where people are okay with just having a cool function because, oh, wow, I'm part of this. And that's kind of how I feel. And at JSBit, that's why we were so honored to be able to work so closely with AlphaPax as their global partner. because they are truthfully pushing that model further to a degree that most haven't seen in a blockchain that many haven't really considered. So not only can you be earning really well considering the price of these machines, but you can do it at home, and it's exciting. And that's what I think is going to push everything. And now that I see it, what people talk about at the JSBit booth, asking these questions, and I could tell them, oh, I mine myself, oh, I do this and this, it's a lot easier. And to be honest, since I've been mining at home for the last few months, it's been exciting, ups, downs, right? But I don't look at the price. I just enjoy it. And I think that's what's pushing home mining. It's the enjoyment.
Yeah, it definitely, yeah, from like an economics perspective, right? It's you feel like, you know, with the BitAxe and Canon product, you feel like you're supporting the network, and you might win the lottery. Like, you never know, right? Anyhow, so and feel free, anyone, to jump in on this question. Do you guys believe that this trend will continue? Like, and I'm coming from the Bitcoin community, like the fact that the BitAxe caught on the way it did, like, you know, again, you're looking at it from an economics perspective. Like, the ROI isn't there compared to, you know, like a properly built facility with, like, you know, attractive electricity rates, et cetera, et cetera. Do you see the trend of individuals mining at home continue to grow? Feel free, anyone, to jump in. We'll go for Scott and then Leo.
Yes, absolutely. Growing at a exponential rate. It is absolutely going to take over, to be honest. It's crazy. We're seeing so much demand for this right now. It's not a profitable thing to do. It's not a profit. You don't start a business running a BitAxe, or
unless you hit the lottery.
Yeah, starting a business counting on winning the lottery, probably not the best business plan. I don't know how those things work, but we're seeing insatiable demand, and I think that what was holding back this industry, this movement, you know, from people from mining at home, was just the lack of products, the lack of things to get, like the lack of options at different price points that are practical to run at home. We saw, you know, crazy fools running S9s, which were like, they're hair dryers. Like, it's ridiculous to run an S9 at your house. It's not meant for that.
Yeah, she was pretty pissed off about the noise too.
Yeah, it's and so people were doing it. They were like making do with these ridiculous machines just because they desperately wanted to like run them at home. So now that we're finally starting to get products that are, you know, reasonable to buy and run at home, we're seeing just crazy demand. And I think that's only going to grow. And these people running these miners at home, you know, for whatever reason, whether it's just lottery or heat reuse, things like that, is pure strength for the Bitcoin network. This is absolutely what we need, because these people, like we were talking about, they don't unplug when the hash price tanks. They don't. The authorities don't know they're running it. So if the regulatory landscape changes in whatever place they're running, it doesn't matter. No one even knows they're running it. So it's absolute pure strength for Bitcoin, and it's only going to grow.
Leo?
Yeah, so I echo with everyone actually on the panel. I think what's important is that you will have a product or several products that specifically attend to the new application. I think home mining is a new application compared to the traditional mining, right? In the traditional mining, you're looking at making money, right? That's easy. So you're looking for cheap power. You're looking for massive deployment. You want to make sure your products don't break, or if they broke, you get repairment in time. You want to keep up your uptime. You got, you know, people running the machines. Sometimes you want care if the place is too remote. You got to take care of the weather. You have to, you know, use liquid cooling or use immersion cooling to take up the heat. Home mining is a different world. Home mining is important because, firstly, people are using rooftop solar panels to power on your house, and there's a lot of retarded power out there that people don't have the application on. They want to recycle the sun. They want to recycle the heat, and if the heat is clean, steady, and also, you know, adjustable, that will make people happy, right? So these are the feedbacks we got from from our real customers who said, we tested the heat, it's soft enough, but it gives my hand a good rest on, and also the noise is just ignorable. So you have to make sure your machine attend to the new application and the new users at home, which was not, there a year ago. I think our company is halfway there. The consumer products have to be upgraded very quickly. The iteration on these machines and not just on the chips. We're using the same chips that we use on industrial level. So you're getting slightly higher, watts per terahash, but very similar. So that is one good thing about the home miners, is that we want to treat them as real customers. We want to give them the accessibility to a good product. We wanted to make sure we have a separate department that is segregated from industrial design, which will give people a lot more new feel. So we think the Bitcoin concept is contagious. It gets on you. It makes people realize this is a very cool thing to do, and also you're getting proud about helping decentralization, the network to embrace this concept, and on top of that, I think it's a big wow effect on internet. Like last night, our marketing people was holding a party with KOLs that come to us and wanted to do it. They're from 40 different countries, right? So the people not here, well, United States is basically 50% of our market share on home miner, because people here has living in different regions that they want to try out. They're very enthusiastic about that concept. But there are also a lot of people in places where feel the freedom of Bitcoin mining. It's a financial freedom feel, and it also gives people a way to access this massive blockchain. And I think for people who can mine at home, some of them even don't have to pay their power bills. There are places where you can essentially get subsidized power at home, and there are places where you can get the power paid by someone else, like in the office. I'm not encouraging people to mine at office, to be sure, but what I'm saying is that they're segregated markets, they're segregated applications that they use not there wasn't there, but once you have a product and application, that you can kind of cultivate the potential of all of the huge community out there. So there's different customers, different application. So I think there's a long way to go, but we're getting closer.
Absolutely. So what I heard from Leo is you should definitely mine at your office.
Correct.
Just kidding. I want to give an opportunity to the turnkey solution. So I'm gonna start off with Compass and then BitDeer, and we got a couple minutes left. So
yeah, I'll try to keep it tight. So I think just to kind of double click on what Leo said, I think you just have to remember there's so many other reasons than just making a profit to mine Bitcoin, right? And I think that's where BitX comes in. That's where or heat reuse comes in. I think we're just starting to see the creativity levels of what is possible with mining. Obviously, for us, we try to package a really turnkey solution that's seamless, easy. We also, it helps you to learn about the Bitcoin mining process in a way that it's just a little bit more frictionless than maybe trying to go through the effort of setting up your miner at home or reusing heat or things like that. And I do think that's really important. I think the other thing that I want to kind of click on is that there are a lot of, one of the things that Compass does that we don't necessarily talk about as much is really the supporting the institutions or the larger scale operators that are looking for those turnkey solutions, but maybe a hosting solution isn't really what they're looking for as well. So maybe it's, hey, I want to have control over the power meter. Maybe I want to have my own site. I want to own the land. But maybe I don't want to actually run the site, but I just want to have control over that, right? So Compass can help you secure those things, secure that site, run that site, obviously secure the miners as well, repairs, logistics, all of those things. So really, really a focus on all of those as well.
Okay. And I think the Bitcoin community is going, and I do think there will be more and more home miners. And as Leo just mentioned, and they can provide the home facility for home miners to clients, and for BDR we can provide the cloud hash rates, and campers they can provide hosting, and all of us we are we're dedicated to provide easy way to the people to join the Bitcoin mining. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're getting to the top of the hour. Guys, this was the mining from my mom's garage. I mean, mining from mom's basement panel. Thank you guys so much. I'm Nico Moran from Simply Bitcoin. And check out these awesome companies so that your mom or wife doesn't get upset with you. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner guarantees an exceptionally stable and superior mining experience, regardless of extreme weather conditions. With an outlet water temperature reaching up to 70 degrees Celsius, which is significantly higher than the industry average, the WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner stands far ahead in the field and significantly reduces cooling costs compared to others.
Sanjay Gupta of Auradine. He is the Chief Strategy Officer, and they are one of the only US-based companies that actually issue miners. So if you're local to the US, you might want to hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Erica. Good morning, everybody. Hi there. Good morning. Everybody feeling good? Had their coffee, live breakfast? I'm excited to be here with all of you. As Erica said, I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of Auradine. We are a technology company based right in the heart of Silicon Valley, and we're very excited to be bringing the absolute latest generation of miners to market. So we just wanted to talk to you a little bit about that, about pushing the frontiers of Bitcoin mining efficiency, of what we're doing in the marketplace, and how could that be relevant to miners in the US and globally, or if you're part of the Bitcoin mining ecosystem, then we would love to be talking with you as well. Quick background about Auradine. For the ones that are not familiar with the company, we were founded 3 years ago in California. We're based out of. We have a team of people who are deep in technology. So we design the semiconductor chips or the silicon that go into the Bitcoin miners. We design the full systems around it. We design the full software around it, and we bring the full package along with the fleet management to market. We have some top-tier VC investors that are investing in deep technology. So our intent is to be pushing the frontiers of performance and technology right to the limit. We have a team of 100, and we're continuing to grow. So in case anybody is there with deep expertise as well, let us know separately. And we're being a technology company. We have filed a number of patents in different parts of the Bitcoin mining ecosystem. And we're continuing to do that. We have over 45 patents that we have ranging from energy, from the system, from the design, et cetera, out there. So again, very excited about that. Our vision, it's a big and broad vision that we have. It is to be the disruptor, to be the innovator of blockchain, as well as AI infrastructure. Within blockchain, we're focused upon Bitcoin and really taking Bitcoin mining to the next frontier, which is what I will be talking about. Our focus is also about ensuring that we are scalable. One is to build one miner or one part of the technology. The other part is to truly scale and be able to provide miners at scale to large enterprise miners. We also do it in a way that we would like to be sustainable. So we focus upon energy efficiency, and the frontiers of that. Very, very excited about our latest product announcement. That is, we just announced it 2 days ago. We already have in the marketplace an air-cooled and an immersion-cooled miner. We're just announcing our latest hydro miner, which we believe has revolutionary characteristics, performance features that have not been seen in the marketplace up till now. So it's what you call the teraflux range. It's an AH series within that. We have This comes in a 2U rack form factor, which is what we heard feedback from the industry. And it has an unprecedented 600 terahash of max output, which is the highest in this particular form factor in the industry globally. We also focus extensively upon energy efficiency. This in what we call a normal or optimal operating mode. It has an efficiency as low as 14.5 joules a terahash. And you push it to the full maximum peak, it goes up to 16.5. So very, very good efficiency, tremendous output, very, efficient in terms of deployment. And from an infrastructure point of view, very, very dense. So imagine getting 600 terahash in a 2U form factor. It's also been designed for quality and ensuring that the profitability of mining remains paramount. So I'll actually talk about elements of what we call total cost of ownership. With this, it completes our full range of miners, like I talked about. We had brought out our first range of miners, which is an air-cooled machine you see on the extreme side. We have single-phase immersion cooling, and now we have our hydro-cooled miner. So it's what we call internally as the trifecta of miners. Each of these miners have a very significant performance. Our air-cooled has a maximum of 260 terahash output, which is one of the fastest in the marketplace. Single-phase immersion goes up to 360 terahash, again among the fastest in the industry. And our hydro miner, as I mentioned, goes up to 600 terahash in that one box. So it has the entire range is what we support. We're also a US company, so we're very excited to be in the US. We're excited to be ensuring that we have technology which is designed in the US, and then we have a globally diversified supply chain to ensure large-scale ramp-up and delivery of our miners. And then last but not the least, as I'm mentioning, we really focus upon working with miners to ensure that the profitability and the total cost of ownership, or TCO, is the best. So a number of features that we have, which we think is quite revolutionary. We have a feature called Energy Tune. And Energy Tune allows you to operate the miner, unlike others, where you operate at a fixed hash rate, and then you overclock or underclock. In the case of our Teraflux miners, you can operate the machine at any level from 0 to max, and you can make that adjustment within seconds. You do not need to reboot the machine, and it allows rapid demand response or rapid adjustment to changing market conditions. So that is something that's absolutely unique. We have a technology which is called Smart Hashboard technology, where even if multiple chips on a hashboard fail, the hashboard and the system will continue to hash. We first of all design it in a way that the chips should not fail, but in case any do, then it'll continue to hash. So that gives better resilience, it gives better uptime. We have FluxVision, which is a unique fleet management operating system. We also provide APIs in case you are so inclined and you have your own fleet management. We are integrated into the major fleet management systems in the marketplace as well. But in our fleet management, in case you're using that, then we have some unique telemetry. It gives some very interesting analytics. We monitor the temperature, the voltage, and the frequency of every chip on every hashboard. And we also adjust it dynamically within the hashboard to ensure that each miner is operating at the best performance. So that, again, is something which is very unique in our miners, which nobody else has. And then we have an operating range for temperature, which is also unique. In our air-cooled miners, they operate as high as 50 degrees Celsius or 122 Fahrenheit. We've got feedback from miners in the marketplace where in the summers, there are different parts of the US which are very hot and different parts of the world where our miners are the only ones operating. You could actually go out there, everything else is red, which means not working. The Autodyne miners are the only ones that are showing up as green, which are hashing and operating in the field. We go as low as minus 20 degrees Celsius. So for the ones that it probably is less relevant for the state of Florida, but in case you're mining in the winters in some other state, which is very cold, it's very relevant out there. So very wide operating range. And then the entire team is focused upon quality. We're very obsessed about it. We're obsessed about customer service. We're obsessed about ensuring that the uptime is strong for all of the miners. So that is something that we take a lot of pride on. And the overall intent is we bring the total cost of ownership to be the best. So in kind of quick recap and overall, we've got a full range of miners. We are a US-based mining and a technology company. We design our own semiconductor chips, and we're at the forefront of that semiconductor technology. We're continuing to push the boundaries of that. And then today, we're very excited that we've announced our Hydro miner, which is the fastest in the industry in this form factor. We've also got a sample unit in our room upstairs in case anybody is interested. We've got our full team out here, including our product team. And in case anybody wants to talk technical aspects of it, product, give feedback on that, we've got a great product and technical team that we would love to talk to you about. So all in all, we're excited to be here. This is, we've been here participating for multiple years. We've interacted with a number of you, but would look forward to continue to work and progress our range of miners with different miners and players in the ecosystem. So in case anybody wants to connect with us, please do that. But again, we're looking forward to continue to grow as we continue to ship multiple thousands of miners every week. We're looking to grow this even further. So again, from my side, big thanks. This is a great conference, and looking forward to meeting a number of you offline as well. Okay, so thank you, everybody. Any questions? Happy to take as well, because I think if anybody wants any questions, thought we can take it, or I can take it offline, whatever works. Yes, please. We'll give you a great deal, depending upon your volume. So we can happy to talk about that offline rather than this overall forum, but we ensure that the commercials are very strong. It depends upon the overall volume size of your order and what are the type of payment terms along with the delivery schedule. But we're very, very competitive. Our intent is not to be a low cost, the lowest cost provider. Our intent is to have the best economics for you. But happy to have a discussion, and we've never lost a deal because of economics.
Thank you, guys. Give it up for our speaker.
Thank you.
And what's your booth number?
We're in 205 is where we are. We've got a room upstairs, a nice conference room. We've got we've got our Hydro miner, and we, of course, can have a nice meeting space with some refreshments out there in case anybody's interested.
Please feel free to snag him as he walks out. 205 sounds like he's ready for business and meetings.
Sure.
So
thanks a lot, Erica.
All right, so up next is Ocean. I've heard that Ocean is one of the most profitable mining pools out there. And our next speaker, Bitcoin Mechanic, is going to explain exactly why. Come on up, sir.
Hello. Thanks. Hi. I suppose I'm supposed to carry this around or something? Is that the idea? What do I do with this? Someone gave me this. I don't know. All right. I have slides, right? Do I have slides, JD? All right. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. Obviously, we've prepared really diligently for this. Woo! All right. So, yeah, how many people have have you ever bought a miner or wanted to get into mining and thought, let's figure out how much money I'm going to make, because that's the point, right? And you stick it into a calculator online and you're like, I'll have, 40 terahash. That should get me this much money. Like, how many people here actually own a miner? Right. And did you go to an online profit calculator and go, let's see how much money I'll make with 40 terahash? Did you do that? So hands up if you did that. All right. So did you, where do you think that number comes from? Did anyone sort of go, how is this being calculated? Did anyone go that far? Right. That's sort of the point, right? Because where does that number come from? Because typically, I don't think most people actually do that level of diligence, right? Here's what you should do. And did anyone put your hand up if you did this? I'm guessing no one did it. You look at the network difficulty. You look at what your hash rate is. You look at how often you could find blocks. You do the maths and you figure out how much you should actually be getting paid based on the network difficulty. Did anyone do that? All right, more than I expected. But then what happens is you point to a pool and you get nothing like that. Did the few people who did the calculation realize that none of the pools actually pay you that? Did anyone discover that? All right. Well, there are a few guys here that did, but they're also mining on ocean, which is what I'm going to talk to you about. So basically the point of that little introductory spiel was, out of the sort of 70 people here, around 3 of them did the calculation themselves and no one else did. And those 3 people are mining on the pool I'm about to tell you about. The point is, what comes out of the blockchain is not going to be reflective of what you're ultimately getting paid if you're mining on an FPPS pool. Now, what's FPPS? It's the dominant payout model. That's what pretty much every single pool out there uses now. And that's basically where you go by default as a miner. FPPS stands for full pay per share, which sounds very good if you sort of naively look at the words. I want to be paid fully for all of my shares. I don't want to be paid partially. So sounds good. But really what FPPS is, it's an insurance product, and it's a very expensive insurance product. And basically the nature of the blockchain, Bitcoin's blockchain, is that you don't know when the next block is going to come. It's always 10 minutes from now, but only when you look back and you look on average will you see that roughly every 10 minutes a block gets found. It doesn't tell you anything about each specific block. And you also have other elements of randomness beyond that, which is how many transaction fees are there inside each block that gets found, and no one knows that. So originally Bitcoin was very predictable. It was 50 Bitcoins every 10 minutes with 0 transaction fee revenue, essentially. So as a miner, back in the years between 2009 and 2012, before the first halving, you could pretty much predict from your hash rate versus what the network difficulty was, how much you could expect to pull out the chain. And if you used a pool, you could figure out pretty easily if the pool was robbing you or not. But then the first halving happened, and then Bitcoin dropped to 25 Bitcoins every 10 minutes with a sprinkling of transaction fees. Then the next halving happened in 2016, and that dropped to 12.5. Then the next halving happened in 2020, and that dropped to 6.25. And now we're down to 3.125. And transaction fees are becoming a more and more significant part of what miners bring in, and they are random. So not only is every block not 10 minutes, but every block contains varying amounts of Bitcoins. So what that ultimately results in is, if you're using a pool, which basically everyone is, you have no idea of figuring out what the pool is bringing in versus what you're getting paid. And the payout model that the pools use, to make matters worse, as I said, it's an insurance product. They're basically saying, don't worry about the randomness of Bitcoin and the blocks we find. We will pay you consistently no matter what. Now, let's put that in another context. If there's any other industry on the planet where someone, take something random like the weather, and if someone was guaranteed, supposing all drinking water came from rainfall, right? And that was the only source of it. And someone promised to make sure you had water no matter what, even if there was a drought. For 6 months, it was the rainy season and we didn't get a single drop of rain, but we'll guarantee you water no matter what. Whoever it is that would sell that product to you is going to charge a lot, because they're on the hook for giving you water, even if none comes out of the sky. That's what mining pools are doing. They're telling all of you guys on FPPS pools, we're going to give you Bitcoins even if we don't find any blocks. And this is not fiat. You cannot create Bitcoins out of thin air. You actually need to mine them. And if you don't mine them, they don't exist. So any product out there that says we will pay you an unfakeable, finite supply, hard money that we have not discovered, that we must source from somewhere, that no one is going to part with, trivially. Anyone that offers you a product like that is naturally going to charge a lot for it. And this has been costing miners a lot of money. So Ocean launched back in November 2023. And our conjecture when we launched, because we don't use the FPPS payout model, our miners don't get paid unless the pool finds a block, it makes life more difficult for miners, but it means ultimately they make more money, and I'll explain why. Variance is basically a source of revenue in Bitcoin that a tiny group of actors have taken for themselves, because they've said to miners en masse, there are tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people mining Bitcoin in the world, but there's only really around 3 or 4 pools. And those 3 or 4 pools have said, we will deal with Bitcoin. Don't worry about it. We will deal with the variance. We will deal with the discrepancies between high fee and low fee environments. We will eat all of that and just pay you consistently no matter what. And that makes them a middleman between the Bitcoin blockchain and the miner. And they can make an absolute fortune being in that role because miners have said, we're not out here with our buckets collecting rainwater, doing what we can to maximize the amount of water we can get. We're using a middleman that makes our life a lot easier, but charges us a fortune for it. So Ocean comes along and Ocean says, well, look at it this way. Volatility is your friend. If you want to do well in Bitcoin, or if you want to make a lot of money generally, and you're aware of Bitcoin, you can deal with the fact that if I buy this super volatile asset, I can have insane gains and I can have miserable years where it drops 85%. That's Bitcoin, right? It's volatile, it's alive. It's the same with mining. If you can mine and you can wrestle directly with the chain and deal with the variance, you can make a lot of money. If you just decide to walk away from all that and turn it into nice, predictable, steady income, it's exactly the same loss as people that can't handle Bitcoin's volatility price-wise and would rather invest in, the S&P 500, right? It's steady, it's boring, it's predictable, and it's never going to have crazy gains. Mining is basically the same. If you can deal with the massive mess that is, the blockchain, waiting around 2 hours for a block, then you find 5 of them in 10 minutes. If you can handle that as a miner, then you get that additional source of revenue. So let's get down to the numbers. When Ocean first launched in November 2023, our conjecture was the fact that we don't absorb variance and we don't charge miners for doing that, the fact that we leave that up to them, should mean they make more money. And we did not know how right we were. So Barefoot Mining was, to their credit, they were the first guys that agreed to mine on Ocean. Bob Burnett, legendary Bitcoiner, he calls himself Boomer BTC. He was the ex-CTO of Gateway Computers, just a legend in the information space. He mined with us from the beginning. He found our first 2 blocks, and he ran a study where he had 10 miners pointed at Ocean, 10 identical miners pointed at 3 other pools. So he had a total of 40 miners, 10 on Ocean, 10 on another pool, 10 on another pool. He asks that I don't mention the names of the other pools, but they are FPPS pools and they are very well known. And he controlled for as much variability as he could. So they were all in the same container. They all had the same network. They all had the same electricity, same humidity, all of these factors, right? And after his first year, he earned 30% more on Ocean than the next best pool, and 35% more on Ocean than the worst pool that he compared with. Now, this was insane, and I'm not trying to make an overinflated claim here. The nature of Ocean's payout model, which is called Tides, which I'm already over time, but I'll try and explain it anyway. The nature of Ocean's payout model meant in our first year, miners would earn a bit more than could reasonably be expected to persist, but not that much more. So when Ocean outperformed the best FPPS pool that was compared to by 30%, we should have yelled a lot louder than we did, but the point was our conjecture was correct. We just didn't know how correct it would be. And the whole point was Ocean lets miners tap into that other source of revenue, which is volatility. And if you're mining on Foundry, Antpool, F2Pool, Via, or any of the proxy pools for Antpool, which are, Brains and all those, Luxor and all those sub-pools of Antpool, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Come and talk to us at the Ocean booth if you want to know more about why that is. Thank you.
Do you know what your booth number is?
I don't know. It's in the middle there.
It's in the middle, yeah. Check out his Ocean booth.
What is?
This is definitely the next generation.
351.
351. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, I have the CEO of Hivon, Andre, come up to the stage. Okay. And he's going to talk about what is beyond mining. There's a big trend happening in the mining industry of AI data centers. So Hivon will come and talk about that. Big green button.
Big one. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And today I'm going to talk about what is beyond mining. And first, let me introduce myself. My name is Andrei Garanin. I'm a CEO of Hive Energy. We are part of Hive Group, which is developing Hive OS. Many of you are our clients and have been known Hive OS for a long time as GPU ultimate mining software. Right now, we turned our software into ultimate mining management tool, and we welcome you to utilize our system. Coming to our topic, let's talk about landscape. What is the currently the market looking like? Well, U.S. data center is only in U.S. alone. Data center industry is changing fast, and it's forecast to grow by 10% per year, and it's going to be double by 2030. In total, AI services and well, the industry is poised to unlock 23 billion of value by 2040. Basically, where the miners happen in this space. Since the demand for power is rising, we're facing we're facing like a challenge. It's called like energy paradox. On one hand, when demand is increasing, we see on the other side of the equation that renewable energy industry is booming as well. So it looks like, on two sides we have rising demand for power. On the other side, we have the increasing power supply. But where is the catch? In reality, we see that there is a huge congestion in the grid, and the queues for interconnecting your energy asset, be it power consumer or power generation, still take years. And this is where the actual opportunity apparently lies. So, Hive solution is quite simple, but powerful. Battery energy storage systems, which are integrated into your mining operations, and they use your existing mining infrastructure. We turn energy management into a monetization strategy, and it's not just about backup. It's about unlocking a potential revenue stream. Our battery systems serves dual function. As you know, that for AI infrastructure, you need to make sure that you are able to supply power 24/7. It has to be uninterruptible to be able to qualify for Tier 3 infrastructure data center. And HPC operations as well require uninterruptible power. But on the other hand, participation in the grid services, like peak shaving, load shifting, frequency regulation, and energy arbitrage, is a potential to earn extra. They help stabilize the grid, restore power after outages, and enable it to buy low and sell high in energy markets. This isn't just a cost center, but it's a revenue generating asset. Here, basically how it works. Phase one, our team can assess the situation of the mining of your miner facility. We can perform full analysis and full review whether you have extra capacity which can be utilized for battery storage, and model the revenue which can be generated from such a facility. One condition here: you have to be operating on deregulated market, meaning that you're able to sell your power to the grid at the market price. So there is a market to operate. In overall, our team can install and manage everything. You only need to you need to concentrate on your operational day-to-day operations, and we take care of the rest of operating that battery asset. Benefits are clear. There's no or little upfront costs. and you can turn idle capacity into revenue. Basically, your infrastructure can generate income in the range of between like 100 to 200,000 euros, oh sorry, US dollars per year per megawatt. A little bit about team. Hivon isn't new to this. We have been working in mining sphere since 2018, and I've managed over 5 million devices worldwide. So at the same time, we powered for up to 70% of mining of Ethereum during these days via HiveOS. And we have been developing AI data center long before it became like a trend, like it is right now, back in 2018. And we're operating across US, Europe, and Middle East. We combine mining, energy, and AI to build profit-focused and infrastructure that works. Oops. That is, I missed that part. Sorry for that. Anyway, we welcome everyone to talk, ready to help to unlock your stranded capacity and unlock operational bottlenecks. Make it monetizable assets without needing to overhaul your sites. And please reach out and let's build the future together. Thank you.
Welcome to TicTac, your gateway to the world of mining. As an official Bitmain distributor, TicTac is your premier choice for the full range of Antminer products. Backed by a $25 million deposit with Bitmain, we offer unparalleled trust and security to our investors. Over 10,000 miners are traded through TicTac every month. Feel free to stop by for a chat about anything related to the mining industry. We look forward to hearing from you. Think big, buy smart.
Now is the tables have turned and you see Wall Street coming to our door. So for our next panel, I kind of want to call it Wall Street versus Main Street. We've got a lot of the big analysts from the large companies on Wall Street, and it's going to be in a grassroots versus we have some grassroots analysts as well. So the next topic will be an IPO 101, what analysts look for when they want to go public. So I'm going to welcome our moderator up to the stage.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'll call up the panel here. This should be a good one. We've got a lot of industry experts up here. First is going to be Ruben. Come on up.
Okay. Ruben, thank you. Go, Ruben.
Some fans in the audience for you there, Ruben. Anthony, come on up, buddy. Then we've got Kevin Deedy from H.C. Wainwright and Matt Siegel as well on the panel.
Thanks, Bryce. Thanks, Bryce.
So as you can see, Anthony and I are matching here. We both work with Power Mining Analysis. We're the largest online platform for Bitcoin mining specific data for the pubcos. We're joined today by some of the top experts from Wall Street. So we've got Stifel, Ruben from Stifel, Kevin Deedy, and Matt Siegel as well. So looking forward to this one. To start off here, you guys, maybe we'll start on the far end with you, Ruben, if you can just introduce yourself, what you do, and how you got into the Bitcoin space here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm Ruben Sahakian. I'm managing director and co-head of digital assets at Stifel KBW. We're an investment bank. We provide cradle-to-grave services for companies, raising funds, taking the companies public, helping them with acquisitions, mergers, and then eventual sales of the companies. We have research on our side as well, sales and trading, so full investment banking team. I got into the space. I used to work for a big bank called TD Bank. Everybody has seen the signs of TD. It's a very traditional bank. You know, I started working on Bitcoin in 2013, 2014. The company was very, let's just say, not so positive on it. So I went around the Bay Street, which was in Toronto, and asked around, and I found a company willing to work on crypto. It was GMP Securities that ended up being acquired by Stifel. And I've been working professionally in the space since 2017. You know, first company I took public was Hive and Hut 8, and then since then I've been doing the investment banking since then.
Awesome. Anthony, who are you?
I'm Anthony Power. I'm the CEO of Power Mining Analysis. My background's slightly different from everybody on the stage. I was a soldier for 25 years, and I'm a qualified chartered accountant, so I do understand the finances. End of COVID, I got really bored and slipped into the Bitcoin space, probably by mistake. I bought a mining stock, didn't really know what I'd bought. The share price rallied, and I started to look into why, and then started to cover a lot of the miners in the space from 2020, about 5 years ago. About 18 months ago, I met my business partner, Bryce. We formed Power Mining Analysis, and we cover probably about 15 of the largest public Bitcoin miners out there. In terms of what we provide, we have a website with a lot of data on there, more information about Bitcoin mining. It's pretty much our niche area. We cover a lot of podcasts. We did, I think, nearly 300 in the last 15 months, of which at least 80 were interviews with all the big CEOs and the big directors of some of the biggest mining companies in the world. So that gives you guys as retail investors the opportunity to hear. And I don't really know if any other industry has this, where the CEO is prepared to come on a podcast fairly regularly and be grilled by a couple of YouTube influencers to give you a first-hand view of sort of like what's happening. We're not there to get the private stuff, but we really try and drill down into some of the operational stuff. But yeah, we've been going for about 18 months. Looking forward to this year. Looks like it's been a great year, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Kevin Deedy, like Ruben. I'm in the institutional side. I'm a research analyst at H.C. Wainwright, and was the first guy on Wall Street in the States to write on the crypto space back when Riot came out in 2018. First to cover Marathon and a whole litany, Moss and Argo. But real kudos go to the founder of my firm. He opened up the capital markets, and at least in the U.S., I have nothing to take from Ruben on that, but in the U.S., nobody wanted to touch crypto stocks because it was basically like cannabis. My banker, Craig Schwabe, was able to get a deal done for Riot. I think it was sort of the latter half of 19, and he deserves so much credit for it because finding investors was pretty easy for him, but finding somebody to clear the stock was a completely different story. I think he went all the way to Korea to get it done. But that opened up the floodgates. I think we did $2.5 billion for Mara and $1 billion for Riot, or $1.5 billion for Riot, and $1 billion for Bitfarms and Hut 8 and DMG and assorted other companies down over the years. So that's really the claim to fame. H.C. Wainwright opening up the capital markets. It wouldn't have happened though without me, getting my foot in the door. So I'll take a little credit for that.
Good morning, Matthew Siegel at Van Eck. Van Eck is a family-owned asset manager based out of New York City with about 120 billion in assets. Our DNA is in gold and gold mining stocks. We run the world's largest gold mining fund. So we were worried about getting disrupted from Bitcoin and started investing off our own balance sheet 8 years ago, and now have a number of strategies, including a Bitcoin ETF. We have an equity ETF called DAP. So we show up as a top 10 shareholder for all the public miners. And we have a new strategy that, if approved by the SEC, will make us more active in Bitcoin mining and other related stocks. So I'm head of research, run one of those strategies. Thanks for having me.
Most definitely. It's an honor to be up here. I've always wanted to be a Wall Street analyst, so it's great to sit alongside you guys. The first question here, you guys, are the topic, I guess, IPO 101. What do analysts look for in publicly traded Bitcoin mining companies? The first question I'll throw to you, Anthony, is the key financial metrics. We cover a lot of these on the platform, the channel. What are the key ones you look for?
Yeah, for the last 3 years, I've been writing articles on behalf of Compass Mining. My next article will be my 100th. And every month, I produce a monthly article highlighting the operational metrics for as I say, 15 of the largest miners. And I talk about, their operational ability in terms of their hash rate, their operational hash rate, their utilization, all those sorts of operational metrics that you want to compare to see who's performing better. But I always take that with the fact that, when you're looking at metrics, you can't take one in isolation, because I can sit up here and I can make a case for 15 or 16 different miners and showcase that they're the best miner from that particular metric. You have to really go through and look at all the metrics. When you're looking at like mining companies, in the first instance, two things spring to mind straight away. One of the largest costs a miner faces is the energy price. The energy cost is so important. So these big public miners and miners that want to go into the public space are out there trying to get their hands on the cheapest energy available. And we are seeing now, a sort of like a gap forming across the mining space as to which miners are able to attract the cheapest rates. Because it's so important, it's the biggest cost. And every halving, that energy cost doubles. The revenue doesn't double, the revenue reduces, but the energy cost doubles effectively. So you've got to go and source the cheapest energy. And I remember, I think it was Fred Thiel a few years ago said in maybe 3 or 4 years' time, mining will have to be done free in terms of energy, because there's no way it can continue to drive that level of cost when the revenues aren't reciprocal. We had the halving in April last year, literally a year ago, and the Bitcoin price today, I haven't looked today, probably 87,000 or something like that. It's not a great price for the mining sector. It sounds like it's a good price, but believe you me, as we'll find out in the next quarterly earnings, which will be due post the 31st of March, it's going to be challenging for the great majority of miners for that first quarter of the period. So energy is a big issue. I look at efficiency. So if you haven't got the cheapest energy, what you should be aiming for is having the most efficient fleet. And we've got a number of, I can see around even now, there's a number of miner producers here like Bitmain and Bitdeer and Canaan. And they're all racing to get the most efficient miner onto the market and get them out there, because if the efficiency is that low, it can drive your cost of energy, that biggest cost, down. And if I use an example, I'll use the example because it's within the mining sector at the moment. I think iron, they have sort of like the best of both worlds. They probably have close to the cheapest energy in Texas. They're taking full advantage of the Texas energy prices. They're not on a PPA. They're on a sort of like the market rate, but they're using the market rate when it's appropriate to mine. But they also have the most efficient mining fleet, and they have a sizable mining fleet. I think it's 31 exahash, growing to 50 by the end of June. So those two factors really are what miners should be trying to achieve. I'll let some of the guys talk more about the financial side of it, the metrics there, because they're equally important. And as I say, from a perspective, never take one in isolation. You could have the greatest efficiency, the lowest cost, but if you're paying yourselves high wages and your G&A costs are significantly high, that can ruin it for shareholders as well, because you want to make sure everything's kept as lean. I'm a management accountant, so I look at every cost. I'm trying to reduce all costs all the time. And when I see some of the updates that come out, it sort of like makes me wonder, could I be in there doing a slightly better job sometimes instead of some of these CFOs that I see? But G&A costs need to be tighter because otherwise you're going to struggle to make any profits.
That's great. Kevin, maybe I'll throw it to you next. From your lens, what are you guys most concerned with in terms of the key financial metrics?
Okay. There's a lot to unpack, Bryce, because I don't necessarily go to financial metrics first. Absolutely a concern always, right? I'll borrow a quote from Fred Thiel. He said, you want to look at companies in terms of their capacity, their compute, and their access to capital. And I think that's really the way to size it up. I think from a broad brush. Secondly, or maybe even more importantly, is management team's flexibility. And I know maybe we'll plan on talking about more of this later, but to me, that's really the essence of it. Anthony touched on this. If you look at hash price, I've been covering this space since 2018. So you look at hash price in the lows, it's gently approaching an asymptote that's close to zero. And that's why Fred said that you need zero cost of energy. So if you're battling a hash price, you're right, Anthony, you need all that efficiency. But above that, I think you need flexibility of thought. And you've seen some huge pivots in this space. It's been transformational over the past 12 months, right? Bitcoin mining is important. I'm not going to knock it. It's great for developing renewable energy. It's great for support of the grid. But public companies have to answer to their constituents, and that's with money. And it's tough to do it in this space. It's hugely capital intensive. So we look at a lot of things, and probably most importantly is like management's flexibility. Back to you, Bryce.
That's great. Now, you mentioned the access to energy, the price of energy. So maybe, Matt, I'll go to you. Can you talk to us a little bit about how important the energy strategy these miners use is for you as an analyst?
Yeah. This is honestly one of the hardest sectors to invest in and cover because it is truly a commodity business that is extremely capital intensive. So the usual boxes that you're trying to tick as a public equities investor, you want profitability, you want growth, and you want some type of like sustainable competitive advantage, a moat, right? And on that last point, by definition, a Bitcoin miner doesn't have a moat. So there's many ways to create one. It can be through access to ASICs. It can be through cheap energy. It can be through a great team that is just faster and better at uncovering sites and executing on purchase. I think those are some of the choices that the miners have to differentiate themselves. I agree that the flexibility, especially given the AI pivot, was important, but we're actually looking for more stability in the philosophical view around what it means to be a public company, what type of capital structure are you going for, what is that edge that you have, and then under what circumstances will you abandon it for a better opportunity or not. And it's really, I think, the communication more than the financial metrics. I mean, we've seen the efficiency. Yes, Iron is best in class, but if you look at the dispersion of the efficiency of these miners, a year ago, it was hugely dispersed, and now they're all basically at the same efficiency rating. So they're not competing on that anymore. So not a great answer to the question because it's a very tough business.
There's no easy answer, my friend.
There isn't. And we're going to talk about that HPC AI pivot in a second here. Ruben, I see you nodding your head down there. Any comments on those first two?
On HPC AI or the
on
energy
energy strategy and the key metrics before we get into HPC?
So I mean, energy strategy is very important. So let me walk into from an investment banking perspective, because the panel here has been on the research side of things. If you're thinking of the panel being IPO, going public, energy strategy is extremely important. Where you get your energy, how you manage your energy, access to the energy, and your ability to actually grow that energy. A lot of companies will come out and say, I have 50 megawatts or 100 megawatts of capacity. But what's your ability to go 100 to 500? If you're a public company, most important is capacity, as already been mentioned. But to get the capacity, you need access to capital. And to get access to capital, you need capacity. It's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. People love the fact that the companies are getting larger. But in order to get that large capacity, you need a lot of capital to deploy it. So that comes into then energy trading, energy management. What's important is your ability to actually, if you have no access to fixed PPA, which is your power purchase agreement, you need to have the ability to trade that. Either that's hedging or being able to meet the demand loads. And that requires teams. And what we look for is we look for actual energy trading teams. And some of the miners will have that. If they don't have fixed PPAs, it is very important to have those kind of teams on at the company in order to manage it.
Now, you guys have both talked about the importance of management teams and flexibility. I wanted to touch on that one for a second. As investors and people looking at this space, you said flexibility is the most important with management team. Can you talk to us a little bit about what that means, Kevin?
Sure, it's an ability to solve problems, and geez, what I always look for it. And listen, I don't I'm not really sure exactly how Matt feels about this, but when you look at a small cap company, it's 95% the CEO. And you have to, as an analyst, that's me, or an investor, look at that person's ability to see the future, to see around the corner, to see places that are dark and basically uncovered. So as much confidence as you can find in a management team's ability to anticipate and be proactive in managing change, right? This is crypto. There isn't one day that's like any other in its history. And that just continues to go that way. Don't see that changing as much as Van Eck would like to see consistency. But I jest. I think that the pivot, as we alluded to earlier, Bryce, is demonstrative of that thinking, right? How to maximize the power assets, how to generate the consistent returns for shareholders, and also have giving you better access to capital, because those consistent cash flows open up a lot of source capital that the irregularities in Bitcoin mining exclusively don't allow.
That's great. Matt, what do you guys specifically look for with management teams?
Well, having lived through a couple cycles now, I look for management teams that are allergic to debt. They're kind of hard to find in this sector, right? But the average peak to trough decline in the mining stocks last cycle was 94%, and like a number of them went bankrupt because they levered up. So the other side of the sofa here is, bringing this paper to the market and hoping that we buy it. And, we're looking for, more bootstrapped organizations that can reinvest their own capital profitably. I get it that when the times are right, people, management teams think that they can get a premium for the stock by levering up to buy Bitcoin, but I can execute that strategy myself. I don't really need the miner to do it for me. So yeah, an allergy to debt would be one thing that we look at.
That could probably be a panel by itself. Anthony, you talked about the importance of access to cheap energy. We've seen the miners literally go all over the world to find this. Can you talk about analyzing these from a geopolitical geography standpoint as well?
Yeah, we see a number of miners not just stay in North America, but pivot towards the likes of Paraguay, the miners in Iceland, Sweden, not so much in the other parts of Europe. I mean, I come from the UK, and our energy prices, you couldn't switch on any miner, irrespective of just to heat the room. We're paying 30 cents plus per kilowatt hour. The miners in Texas probably aiming to try and get as close to 3 cents. If you're paying maybe more than 5.5 cents at the current revenues that you're achieving, that could be a problem with your other costs if they're significant. But we're seeing the global hash rate increase continually, and we always, at the start of the year, when we get a mining CEO on, we'll sort of ask them, where do you think the global hash rate will be at the end of the year? And they'll give their view, and they're usually miles away. It's been growing incessantly for the last 4 or 5 years, ever since China banned, and it went down, I think, to like 60 exahash. Well, today the 7-day moving average is probably around about 810 exahash, and that's growing, growing still. So there are mining companies, it might be private mining companies, trying to find stranded energy, cheap energy. There's a lot of miners moving into sort of like wind farms now. Marathon just bought a wind farm. Soluna Holdings, one of the smaller miners, but do things very creatively. Try and get access to cheap power, put together projects together, and then try to deliver a project sharing the sort of like the capital outlay and sharing some of the profits. Because it's a real challenge out there. They've already touched on the fact how difficult it is to raise capital. Miners have got to get a bit more ingenious. And even those that ventured into some of these European areas like Sweden, like Iceland, there are challenges in those areas now. I think in Iceland, I'm not sure the government's fully in favor of Bitcoin mining, so that could cause a problem for anyone trying to move into Iceland. In Sweden, they were hit with extra tariffs. We're hearing Finland's got some good prices. If you can show that you can utilize the heat for a secondary use, that looks at more favorable. Africa's obviously Ethiopia and some of the other African countries have been very popular in recent years, but as soon as they become popular, they become unpopular, and things don't happen forever and ever. If people realize there's money to be made, things like corruption start coming into the facts, and it starts becoming a sort of a challenge for any public or non-public miner to continue delivering in them sort of regions. But miners are continually looking to source the cheapest power. I mean, the interesting one was when they went to Abu Dhabi. I mean, the last place on earth you'd expect to go and do Bitcoin mining when it's 50 degrees centigrade during the day. But Marathon went out there and set up a joint venture. And the fact that, Abu Dhabi is a hot country, it relies on a lot of air conditioning. It relies on a lot of air conditioning during the day, not so much at night. So mining occurs when the air conditioning is not in great use and the power's available. And one thing we know about miners, if there's power available, let them use that power to balance the grid and, make use of the power in a positive way, but provide revenues to those areas to deliver the economy in those regions. And that's what miners are very good at.
Great, Anthony. Now, Ruben, I'm going to go to you next. As we just heard from Anthony, miners are operating all over the world. We've also seen a lot of them re-domiciling their headquarters into the United States. I know Hive just did that as well in the front row here. Can you talk to us from your perspective? How important is it to have your headquarters in the United States based on the regulatory environment right now?
Yeah, no, I'd say it goes, and there's few reasons to be in the United States. It's the why do companies going public in the United States? It's the access to capital and the liquidity and the depth of the capital. In order to access that capital, you need to be domiciled in US, because in order to get that capital you need to be included in indices. In order to get included in indices, you need to be domiciled in the United States. Headquarters and be domiciled. Those are two separate things. You have to have your headquarters moved, and you have to have your taxable domiciled entity in the United States. And once you do that, you get added to a bunch of indices. And once you get added to indices, it means you get passive capital. It's not the active capital that Kevin and Anthony here will be pitching. It's the passive capital that ETFs, that you and I will go and buy, I don't know, Russell 2000. And as part of that, you'll get access. The Russell 2000 will buy that miner. And when you do that, the liquidity increases, the share purchase increases, and there's volatility increases. And as volatility increases, your ability to raise capital increases. So it's very important to be in the United States. There are sort of like, it's not just black and white. It's great to be in the United States. And there are, significant, costs to the United States. It's important to know that, once you're in the United States, you're part of under SEC supervision. And being SEC supervision is great, but that means you're also going to have to be at a higher reporting costs. And right now, it's great to be in the United States. 2 months ago, people were, I might be going to jail. Now they're like all going to, they're all going public, right? So the administration change can be very quick and very significant in terms of the shift. So, it's important to be in USA, and so capital is very important to be. As a company, you should be looking into the United States.
Yeah, great answer. Kevin, we were just in New York together for the Bitcoin Investor Week. There's a lot of attention on Bitcoin mining right now. Obviously, a lot of that is policy, regulatory related with the new administration. Can you talk to us a little bit about how you've seen this change over the last few years?
Sure, Bryce. Matt was there too. So
Going to him
always
next.
have, yeah. You weren't? Oh, your boss. Right. Sorry. We were, oh, okay. That's a side note. We're all well-traveled. The thing that's really interesting about that is that the SEC came out, I think it was last week, and said, hey, Bitcoin's great. Not that people were really worried about it, because there've been a lot of public companies operating throughout the US under that assumption. But that's been clarified, so that's removed a huge overhang. But even more telling, I think, are the lawsuits the SEC had waged that have been shelved. And I think that leaves people a little easier to sleep at night, knowing that, you know, the van isn't going to show up in the middle of the night and handcuffs are going to go flying on. So I think that just sends a really strong message that obviously Trump is working to fulfill his campaign promises in creating a very crypto-friendly environment. And we saw lots of developers fleeing to Singapore. This is a software side, and for the alt, should I say, can I say shitcoins on here? Just the shitcoin side of things. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot of that development come back. And I think, you know, to Ruben's point, this is a great place, access to capital. Your capital has liquidity, lots of room to grow. Lots of environments are more friendly than others, like New York, California, maybe not so good. Wyoming, Texas, and even Pennsylvania and Kentucky now are shoring up. So lots of opportunity here.
There definitely is. Matt, we made reference earlier to some of the miners shifting over to HPC AI. This is a big trend we've seen in 2024, continue into 2025. Can you give us a few words on that?
Yeah, we've been very supportive of these pivots. The reason is that the single biggest variable in a company's stock price is their cost of capital. If you're going to model a company, the discount rate you use just makes so much of the difference. And the fact is that the cost of capital for a HPC data center company is just so much lower. So it's really a great opportunity for miners to diversify their revenue streams. Both industries are fast growing, but potentially very volatile. So by combining them, the volatility should fall and the market should reward a higher multiple on the earnings. So I realize that, you know, not every Bitcoin mining facility is appropriate for that pivot. There's a lot of additional capital investment that needs to be made. And it's really a new mindset to go from an industry which has no customers to one where the customers expect, you know, 5 nines of reliability. So not discounting how difficult it is, but for the companies with the right assets, we, you know, thought and still think that it makes a lot of sense to diversify and explore that opportunity.
Yeah, we definitely agree. Anthony, this is something we've talked about extensively on the channel. Why are so many miners making this jump?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between the HPC and the Bitcoin mining, you've got one that's volatile revenues. Bitcoin is volatile. I can't say the price in an hour's time, tomorrow, next year, and neither can anybody in this audience. With HPC, you have far more predictability. Predictability of revenues. You sign a contract to deliver high performance computing. The contract will determine the revenues that come through. Hence, why the lower cost of capital for that particular business model. You know, banks, you know, institutions will offer debt at far more reasonable rates for high performance computing than they will do for Bitcoin mining. I mean, I go back to 2022 when some of the miners were paying 18, 19% interest rates, borrowing against ASIC miners, which they paid high levels of costs for, maybe $60, $70 a terahash. And when the Bitcoin price fell, the valuation of those mining machines fell as well. So it was like a double whammy for the mining companies. That's not necessarily going to be the case for high performance computing. I mean, we have to assume it's here to stay, and not just maybe like we had a bubble back, 30 years ago. But from what's seen up to now, it looks like it's a technology that is here to stay. Miners are definitely pivoting into this because it does provide a great revenue stream, and it's good to see that the miners are not sort of like trying to rush in there and deliver, massive sites all of a sudden. We've seen a lot of miners who are doing things on a smaller scale because really they've got to learn how to deliver high performance computing. It's not the same as Bitcoin mining. Yes, they are effectively data center managers and they'll manage the data centers, but there's far more technical requirements to deliver HPC. Plus, you've got to have a totally different staff to deliver HPC. Bitcoin mining, you don't have to get salespeople in. You produce Bitcoin mining and you can either hodl it or you can sell Bitcoin mining. High performance computing, you've got to bring in a sales team to deliver customers to use your facilities for high performance computing. Unless you manage to nab a hyperscaler and just provide the facilities and let them come in and do their own GPUs and manage it from themselves, they're few and far between. There are some miners who've managed to land contracts like that, but a lot of the miners are starting small, deliver that model, prove to the industry that you can deliver high performance computing, and then ready to ramp up into bigger sites. Literally, a short time after that. And we've seen quite a few miners who are doing that now, ready to pivot to bigger miners because of that predictability that we can see from the likes of the big contracts that have been awarded up to now. The numbers that have been talked about make it far more, a good business model for the miners to take. And going back to management teams pivoting, obviously I was at the Corsicana site last year when they said, we're a pure play miner. We're not going to pivot into HPC. And lo and behold, 6 months later, they're now going to use 600 megawatts at
activist investors helped instigate that.
There's nothing like a low stock price to catalyze a change of opinion.
But it is a change. It still has to be a change. Yeah. So that's the pivot across there. But I'm very much bullish on the miners that have pivoted. I think it's a good opportunity for them. Yeah.
Great answer. We've got about a minute left. I'll give any closing thoughts. Maybe Ruben, we can start with you. We'll work down towards me.
All right, that's a good question. Look, I think most importantly that the panel has discussed here a number of different views. But to go public, I'd say in terms of IPO 101, and what's important is execution by the management team. It's been highly discussed. Execution, willingness to change, willingness to adapt, and willingness to be able to react. That's very important. And the other important factor remains that United States continues to be probably the most open and the place to be in terms of going public. So if you're a public company or if you're a private company looking to go public, United States continues to be this place to be. So that's kind of where my closing remarks are.
I just have one thing to add. If I was to select one metric, I would go to the when the earnings come out, go to the one line that says net income or net loss. That's the line you need to be looking at from a business perspective.
Change in retained earnings. All right. So Bryce, I'm going to make sure that everyone here who's deeply involved in Bitcoin knows that despite all this HPC rhetoric that you hear from all these public companies, Bitcoin mining is not going away. Not every site can address HPC. There are different types of HPC, right? There's model running, there's inference. Inference is going to drive the industry, and you'll see that business suck up a lot of power near metropolitan areas. But the commitment to capital to build a huge HPC site has to be assured that there's that access to capital and a long stream of revenue and earnings. So you can't necessarily guarantee that if you're going to be running LLMs.
For Bitcoin miners, minimal debt, minimal dilution, clear communication strategy from the CEO. Find your edge and remind us about it all the time. That's all.
There you go, you guys. Thanks so much. Let's get a round of applause for the panel here.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt.
Pretty dang awesome.
In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Ant Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure.
So that was a nice fireside. I see many people I know for long term. So yeah, so let's just start. So yeah, today we are everyone now today like talking about hash rate, but I mean, they're talking about powers, speed up, and the hash rate. But today we're going to talk something like different. We shine light on the transparency and innovation. As we can see from this chart, we're seeing now the Bitcoin price since last 1.5 years. We saw the hash rate nearly doubling, but the Bitcoin price is a mismatch. This kind of mismatch makes the mining like more and more difficult. We're seeing the mining is like tougher than ever. And why making that? I mean, how the miners can make a decision. The miners gonna have questions like how when they're gonna purchase machines, and am I purchase a machine that miners will be obsoleted? Am I purchase a machine that miners or the investment will be eliminated? So, but how we can fix that? So the question to us is like very essential. The strategic planning is getting more and more like essential, and why transparency is just like critical as to simply buy a miners. We're seeing the smarter investment is kind of like to give the more like decisions for a fair shot, and we're seeing this kind of decision will give more chances to the investors. It builds the trust, and no miners currently, like I know many miners are here, but currently no miners understand the details behind this production plan. They don't know the price. They have the price, but they don't know when the production gonna be, and they don't know when the next generation will be released. Every time we're seeing the manufacturer is trying to surprise you, like when they have like 15 job trash, and then next day they're gonna have like 12 job trash. But this gonna be changed, and this gonna give more fair competition for the investors. So that's what BDR does. Let me walk you through what we are doing like recently and since the last 2 years. So we began the CO01 back to 2024, and it was released the Q1 24. This generation was not sold on the public, but we've been testing them for almost a year, and after that, in 2024 of like Q3, we have released the SealMiner A2 series, which we started from 16.5 job trash of the miners, and just 2 weeks ago we released this next generation of 14.9 job trash. We give the roadmaps to give the better options to the investors. They can understand what will be next and what they're gonna be having in their planning, instead of like just buying a miners and then they're gonna have to change the miners in next 3 or 4 months. And also we released the production plan. For example, like in A2, the 35 exahash will be generated in through the end of Q3, and A3 we're planning to release by end of like June, and 9.7 job trash is at chip efficiency. In Q1 that will be mass produced from 2025. And I know everyone is asking about like 5 job trash, like the miner is gonna be, or the chip's gonna be, but we're expecting them to be in Q2 of 2025. This will be released like very shortly as well. The 4th generation of SealMiner really catching the innovation of the next generation, and this definitely will allow the clients to better understand like what they're gonna be investing in the next generation. I mean, this is quite important for the transparency and innovation. That's what BDR does, and I really want to invite every of you to be at our booth, like to BDR booth, to get more understanding of what we are doing. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Marketing Manager at JSBit. It's an honor to be here in day 2. Hopefully you guys are still hyped. I know it's been a crazy week. Today we'll be talking about the future of ASIC mining. And interestingly enough, it's to know the future, you got to go back, right? So 2 years ago, we saw Bitcoin at almost $20,000, right? A lot of people lost a lot of faith in what Bitcoin was, but those weren't the people, right, that were going to be in it for the long term. So 2 years ago, things changed. This was 2022, and the whole world was trying to see what Bitcoin was going to be. And during this time, I got to meet some incredible people who I call friends today, because these people didn't care that Bitcoin was at almost 70,000 and falls to 20. I had people up on stage saying, I love me a $20,000 Bitcoin. And looking back, I did too. And I wish I took advantage of that. But it's okay, because there's a big shift coming. And hopefully the price of Bitcoin stabilizes over time. And of course, we're talking about government adoption. Government adoption is allowing for more and more people to get access to Bitcoin in a safe way, because so many people don't want to take that risk, as you could say, the volatility. So with governments coming in, it changes the game for all. And of course, the evolving tech from large giants, manufacturing, small guys trying to get into the space to help people like you guys. And decentralization. With the rise of home mining becoming an opportunity, people all over the world are starting to see that, you know what, maybe mining can be for me. It's not just for the big guys. You don't just have to have a big farm. But of course, to reach to this position, we at JSBit need to do 4 things to make sure that all of you can get access to ASIC hardware no matter where you may be. And that's why we have 4 basic structures for JSBit. We have trusted brands behind us. You have Bitmain, AlphaPex, MicroBT, and many more. We do fast shipping, which allows all of you not to worry about machines getting stuck or finding issues with all of this. Warranty and tested units. There are used units. We have new units, making it easy for you guys to make the choice. And of course, expert support. At JSBit, we have sales teams, sales members, and just people who love to mine. We are all miners, and that's exciting because all of us have had a piece and understand what it is, so we can better help all of you. And of course, we have to do this because we work with incredible brands. We said this already, Bitmain, revolutionizing the industry, a product that a lot of you have started using, began using, and continue to use. We have MicroBT, a product that everyone here can undoubtedly say is a tank in the industry. An AlphaPex miner. We are now the global partner of AlphaPex, allowing us to better serve all of you. Those are 3 brands, 3 impressive brands that can better help, and that's why we're connected with them. But it was so exciting when we connected to AlphaPex last year. We became their official global strategic partner, helping them reach miners all over the world. And it got exciting because they came out with products that have never been seen before. You know, everyone here talks about Bitcoin. We're here for Bitcoin, but mining is tough. Mining is not something that you can really easily do. Because GPU mining used to be the way, ASIC mining kind of leapt forward and left those people that wanted to be in the middle not find a spot. But decentralization has allowed all of us to accept home mining into the space. That's why when we joined AlphaPex and helped them out with any issue that they may have, they talked to us and they said, Alan, we really want to get into the home mining space. And I talked to a lot of people and I said, what do you think? And the excitement grew. Imagine having a piece of hardware in your home that you can easily connect to any outlet. It doesn't have to be a special outlet. It can be any. You can be heating your home with this product. You can be earning daily profits. This blew the mind of so many people. And it's exciting because it's a spark you don't see every day. It's like when you first discovered Bitcoin. Oh my God, I can do it. I can earn it. Incredible. So when you bring home mining into the mix, you start to realize, okay, I have a chance. I can get started. I can learn. So this decentralization is changing the world, and the DG Home One is there for it. But how exactly do we all stay ahead? The governments are coming in, you know, the decentralization is occurring, and the changes of hardware are helping us out, but we have to keep upgrading wisely. Have a plan. See, the future of ASIC mining will be there, whether you are or not, but you can't get greedy. A lot of us don't understand that, hey, we have to change, pivot every now and again, grow the hash rate, use it more effectively. Second, think about efficiency. Electricity is expensive. I mine at home. I don't care. I earn what I earn and I keep it and I'll sell it later, maybe. But if you want to grow a mine, that's the first piece that you have to consider. It's energy. Embrace decentralization. Look, I get it. We all want to have ASICs at home. We all want to run them in a business. But hey, you don't have to just focus here in the United States. There was the great hash rate migration from China just a few years ago, making the United States the pinnacle of mining. But now people are starting to see that, okay, it went there, went here, where else can we go? And you see the growth of international mines occurring in South America, Africa. And that's where the movement is going to happen, because it doesn't matter where you mine as long as it makes sense to you. And that's the future. And that is why I want to urge all of you, connect with us, talk to us. We are miners just like you, experienced people who have been in the industry. The future, truthfully, will be there. The truth, though, is, are you prepared for it? And at JSBit, we can help. So my name is Alan. I'm the Business Development and Marketing Manager at JSBit. Thank you for having me. Have a good one.
So this is,
Hello everyone, I'm Misko from the Vocal Miner. I'm the Vocal Miners founders. So we today we want to introduce our latest Dogecoin chip and introduce our company's background first. The first one, the Vocal Miner is created in 2019. All our engineers, most of the engineers had developed ASIC chip, LPG chip for many years. In 2019, we developed the LPGA miners. We name it BlackRock. And in 2020, we developed the HNS chip. Then we custom the ETH chip and the Dogecoin, Litecoin Dogecoin chip. Our now the Vocal Miner is published in 2023. We start the TSMC's latest 5 nanometers LTC and Dogecoin chip. In this year, our chip are become into the mass production. Our ASICs now is the best script chips in the world. The efficiency as low as 0.188 joule per megahash. While gigahash is 188 joule per gigahash. So because the TSMC's chips supports the underclock and the overclock very well. So when you can run these chips if you want to underclock it, the hash rate can reduce by 40%, and the power consumption can be saved 65%. So that to say you only consume the 35% of the previous power consumption. So I choose the Vocal Miner. We want to open our chip to the customers. If you want to custom your own miners, you want to develop your own firmware, hardware, we can support you. And we can support the cooling solutions to each miners. We want the mining process can be transparent to each miners. So if you want to overclock and underclock, you want to compatible or customize your manage system, and after sales, we support all of the miners. We want to improve the ecosystem under our efforts. So this our 6 candle the machines. We have the air cooling. We name it D1 Lite. It's 14 gigahertz per unit. The best one is a D1, 18.5 gigahertz. We have Hydro. This is the most professional miners in the world now. It's 30 gigahertz. It's more profitable than any other type of miners. With the hydro cooling, the power consumption around 7.6 kilowatts. And we have the D1 4 units is run in the data center. Now they are allowed to the HPC data center. We can use this form of the Volkminer D1 16 gigahertz in the racks. And we also developed the desktop versions. We name it the D1 Mini. D1 Mini 2 candle, D1 Mini Pre. One white color and black color. The hash rate is 2.2 gigahertz. So the D1 Lite products, the hash rate when we run its performance mode, the 14 gigahertz. The power consumption ration around 296 per gigahertz. If you underclock the hash rate 8 gigahertz, the efficiency the best one can reach 188 watts, 88 joule per gigahertz. They say the popular one, and the best one is 18.5 gigahertz. This is the best air cooling Dogecoin miners in the world now. The power ration around 229. I want to introduce these hydro cooling machines now. We have samples in our booth. You can visit and check this type of machine. And according to the A6 miner value, you can see this D1 Hydro is the most professional mining machines in the world. Every day it can make $15 per day. And it's if you mine the Bitcoin miners such as the S19, S21 XP, it's 800 terahash. It's still their profit. The daily profit is less than our Hydro miner. Now the Dogecoin today the Dogecoin price around 0.2 $0.2 around. So you can see the Dogecoin dropped a lot in the during the past months. So I think it's a good point to enter the Dogecoin mining. So the Dogecoin is Dogecoin is similar to international coin. They have a lot of customers all over the world. It can improve our financial system, and we work with several partners. They are improving the Dogecoin ecosystem to encourage more people to use this blockchain. So to the decentralized ideas, our chip can support. If you want your printers, wireless server, the PC, etc. So we can supply the chip and reference design to you, so you can custom some special C and home market development. We want to more customer can try the Dogecoin. That's why we developed this mini versions. It's only 500 watts and it's noiseless, very silent. So you can run on your desktop and at home. We hope the Doge community can expand, can attract more people. So we support a lot of KOL people to support the growth of the Doge community. and we work with some partners, and we support a lot of the events for the Doge event. So what's the vocal miner? So we our team is a small team. Most of our engineers, about I think say 60 to 70 percent of the employees are engineers. So our core members has developed this cryptocurrency since 2013. So we have 12 years on the cryptocurrency chip design. That's why we can tape out the chip one time successfully, especially in the most advanced TSMC node technologies. So our team is focused on the chip design. We want to supply the best options to the mining guys. We also to contribute to the mining eco systems. So if you want your own miners, if you want to develop your own firmware, we can support you. And we hope to each miner, especially for the biggest miners, can control their miner by themselves. So you can custom your firmware. So we respect every miner very well. So we hope the mining will be greater, and we hope to make the crypto greater. So vocal miner will bring us more choice and freedom to each miner. We hope to create the more dynamic future mining ecosystem now. So please work with us, any partners, any customers, and any supply chain, etc. You are welcome to our booth. So we want to work with everybody to make the Dogecoin, make the mining ecosystem more and more better and better. That's all. Now this is the Telegram group. You can just scan and join our channel and get the 100 coupons for each miner, for each people. So free. You can scan. We have some activities and in these channels. Please follow our this group. This is our official website and connections.
Thank you, guys. Give it up for Volk Miner. Where's your booth number?
63.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, so next up to the stage, I'm excited to introduce two legends. One is Dennis, my co-host from Satoshi Action Fund. Dennis and his organization has signed 6 bills into law. They're probably one of the most effective lobbying firms when it comes to our crypto space. And second, as a surprise and a change from our original programming, I'm going to invite Frank Holmes. Frank is the first company to have a publicly traded miner be listed. Frank is CEO of Hive, and he's a longtime attendee of the Mining Disrupt conference. They're the first public company to have green energy as well as balance the electric grid. So I think it's really important to listen to these guys. Innovation is important when it comes to our industry of technology, and they are definitely innovating in the mining space. So Frank and Dennis, if you guys want to come on up, give it up for Frank and Dennis, you guys. Woo!
Lots of couches. There we go. What's going on, everybody? Day 2. Glad to be here with one of my all-time favorite CEOs. You got to switch it up there. Yeah. You go like this. There we go. We got it.
Good morning, y'all.
Oh, man. Well, I'm looking forward to this conversation. Me and you have been all over the world together. Every time I travel the world, I see you, and it's actually one of my favorite things about you, Frank, is that you guys are always hustling. You're always out in the marketplace trying to get things done, and it's very exciting to see you guys here at Mining Disrupt. You've been a long-time supporter of the conference, but for those of you that might not know you, there might be a few people in the room. Talk a little bit about you and a little bit about Hive.
I got my mind on my Bitcoin on my mind. That's the most important thing to think about when you come to this venue. It's a beautiful venue. It's much nicer than Miami, but it's so much bigger that it feels that it's smaller. And but we are so excited to be here because I just came from the DC summit. And what surprised me is that a year ago, it was like 100 people showing up. And yesterday was 800. Wow. And who was flocking in? Lawyers. Because the change in the administration, there were so many lawyers that were from Canada, from the UK, that are there about the big Bitcoin crypto change that's taking place. So it's very, very positive, and I expect that a year from now, that's what's going to happen here. That you're going to have this huge increase of enthusiasm because now people feel safe as this is an important asset class.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're talking about where we are as an industry, I think we're very much still just at the very beginning of what not only the Bitcoin industry, but the Bitcoin mining industry can accomplish. I mean, this Bitcoin mining is quickly becoming one of the most important pieces of energy infrastructure in the world. Me and you have known that for a while, but people are starting to recognize that all across the space.
And I think I was learning all about Jason Lowry's book,
Legend,
Legend, and Soft to War. And I find it was so interesting because being his background for 3 engineering degrees and how he looks upon energy, I think that thought process is going to resonate. There's 195 countries in the world. So let's say there's 195 central banks in the world, but there are over 20,000 nodes, decentralized, and that becomes its own force shield. So if there's an attack, the ability, when China said we're getting out of Bitcoin mining, it was only temporary that all of a sudden it repurposes itself and came over to the US. It can happen to any country. The decentralized mechanism will just continue to grow. And for those who are not aware, I'm a money manager, so I sometimes get babble about these interesting dynamics. But blockchain was created in 1991, and it didn't go anywhere. It was a timestamp. It was a very important piece of technology. And along came Napster. It showed peer-to-peer decentralization, file sharing. And then it came DARPA with its SHA-256 encryption. And only 5-6 years later comes Bitcoin. And it's a culmination of technologies that all of a sudden you create this incredible mechanism that we, the people, for the people, have built this decentralized mechanism all over the world. And I think it's starting to resonate, Dennis, that, and we saw this when we were in Lugano, the Tether going into, they're in El Salvador, they're in Ethiopia, where you take stranded electricity. And what happened many years ago, I'm going to talk about decades ago, huge dams were built in Africa, in East Africa, and in Latin America. And the biggest dam in the Western Hemisphere is in Paraguay. So it's finally paid off, and this electricity is stranded, basically, unless you can turn around and sell it. And so along comes a Bitcoin miner, and we have to build a substation. So we have to go from high voltage down to low voltage and then build out the infrastructure. Well, when you're in Africa, they just basically built the dam, and there's the power. There's no power lines. And now you're all of a sudden bringing in the unbankable, you're creating electricity throughout Ethiopia in particular, and you see in Zambia. So this concept of Bitcoin mining going global and helping countries evolve quickly is going to become more significant. And Hive was the first to go and balance the grid. And we did that in Sweden. And that was all of a sudden cutting edge, that grew to Texas, where it became significant that there's surplus energy and it goes nowhere. So I think it's growing, Dennis. And I think that you're an incredible person because you show up at these events too. And for those who are not aware of the story of Tether, it's a remarkable story of banking the unbanked and the unbankable that all want US dollars. So the Bitcoin fans, they really want to have Bitcoin, not US dollars. But when you leave America, they all want US dollars because they've had their US dollar bank accounts like Argentina confiscated in 2002. And so with that, you see so many countries all of a sudden are buying stable coins and Tether. Well, the fact of Tether's significance and the significance of Bitcoin, I just see that this stuff there'll be a convergence. And there's a super trend that we're involved with. So I'm very, very excited about the upside.
Incredible upside potential. You're a company of firsts, many firsts. First to go public, first to balance the grid, as you mentioned. What else do you see on the horizon for you at Hive? Are there things around the bend that you're like, we're going to be the first to do this, or we're going to be the first to change the game in this part of the sector of Bitcoin mining?
Well, our big expansion right now is in Paraguay, and I'm happy to see our new president, Gabriel. Where's Gabriel Lamas? Stand up there, Gabriel. There's Gabriel. Is the president of Paraguay, and this is very significant because we're going to go from 6 exahash to 25. He's a electrical engineer, speaks many languages. He gets up every morning at 5 a.m. and works out, and that's part of the Hive buzz. That's the Navy SEALs mindset we have. We have a small team, and we're able to function in 9 time zones in 5 languages.
That's incredible.
And I think from the previous presentation, we have still the most efficient miner. That to me is, I'm very proud of this great team we have here. I see Johanna's here from Sweden. Johanna, stand up there. She's the president of Sweden. She's come in from Barcelona. Then we have our strategic partners, Barrage. I mean, you can see, just look by this hat. You get the Gucci bee hat on, and I know that you've been stung by the Hive bee.
So 9 time zones, incredible people you brought on board with the team. So it sounds like just like how Bitcoin mining never sleeps, your team probably never goes to sleep to a certain extent.
Money never sleeps. Neither does Bitcoin, 24/7. But coming back, Dennis, I think that when you were at the conference in Lugano, wasn't there a lot of take-home information you get? Like you come here and you get new insights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of my favorite things about this conference is you really get to see everything, every component of Bitcoin mining, from the technology stack to what people are planning for the future, the different types of people that are coming into the industry, and it really churns your gears in your mind on what is truly possible with this technology.
And our guys from Lachute and from New Brunswick, I see Luck is here. They like to come and see all the gadgetry. They're going from a Bronco over to a Bugatti, and they want to tinker with all these tools. And I've got Luke here, Chief Operating Officer. He's another one of these guys that love gadgets. And I'm a financial guy, so I like to try to stay at 50,000 feet. But they're the ones that team out there, and there's Barrage, there's our strategic relationship in Sweden. They're the ones that make us the most efficient miners in the world.
You brought up a couple times Paraguay. You're going to do a massive expansion in the country. Talk a little bit about the decision-making process around why you decided to operate there and why you see it as a place for a lot of future growth.
Well, we were, I guess, slow in that whole growth cycle because we couldn't find renewable energy of size. That was the big issue. And we saw after Putin invaded Ukraine, energy prices around the world all went up 20 to 30%. It was just immediate and no relationship to Ukraine. But energy prices all of a sudden became very valuable. Then we saw policies coming out of various countries to be protectionism. Canada came up with protectionism. Quebec came up with protectionism. And so we saw that and we said, well, where are we going to go? America was very hostile towards Bitcoin mining, especially the state of New York. And did you have to register, which you had to do? So we stayed out of the US, and the opportunity came up for Paraguay. And I reached out to the president of the country. He's a member of YPO, a Young Presidents Organization, which I'm involved with, and spoke and went down to visit with him and said, we're moving there. This is a huge, huge upside opportunity for us. And then as we're starting our project to build out our 100 megawatts, Bitfarms wants to redo their strategy and focus in America, and their assets came up for sale. So We bought them, and Gabriel Lamas was helping build out their infrastructure, and he's now joined us as our country president. So we're very, very focused on that. And I want to share with you about what's really important in countries like Paraguay is that they have this incredible, it's like 10 gigawatts of electricity. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gabriel. And half goes to Brazil, and the other half goes to Paraguay. Now, if Paraguay doesn't use it, Brazil keeps it. So Paraguay takes this electricity and they start selling to Argentina. But what happens with Argentina is no pay or slow pay. And that creates a real fiscal strain on the government. The banks can't hedge the dollar against the local currency, but all of a sudden comes in Bitcoin mining. We're going to be the biggest consumers of electricity in the country. And the utility, which is owned by the government, gets US dollars every month. So as our currencies are slowly declining over against the US dollar, they have stable, basically, it's a massive currency hedge for the government. Who's facilitating that? Bitcoin miners. Are we happy with doing that? Absolutely. Our shareholders get the benefit. It's renewable green energy. We're very happy with it. And sometimes I get criticized about being green only. We would never have gotten a call from Intel where we created the first own Intel Buzz miner. It's only because we're green. And the same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA allowed us to buy chips that we were mining Ethereum. We could mine any of the other altcoins. And at the same time, we could pivot to AI. That type of chip that we were allowed to buy, and we spent almost $70 million, was because we're green. So there is a push by the big semiconductors that they want to be with data centers which have renewable energy or the smallest carbon footprint. So there are these sort of unique benefits, and going to Paraguay, it's far to get there. It's not an easy path to get there, but it's a very safe country. And I want to share the story for the Americans in the room. This is really important. Paraguayans were being wiped out like 1870, and there was a war. And Gabriel, you can correct me if I don't have the right facts, but Uruguayans and Brazil wanted to get all this rich, rich soil land, and it was genocide. Young kids were being killed. And the president of America came in, President Hayes, and he basically stopped this war. And it was also Argentina was involved. And he basically resolved the conflict that Paraguay today exists because of President Hayes in America. And one of the biggest states in the country of Paraguay is Hayes State. So when you go there, you just don't know this history that they just love America. Totally different than Colombia. Totally different than Venezuela. The significance of the relationship. So the president added on top of that, he went to the University of Columbia in New York, and then he works for the World Bank. So he's very sophisticated. He knows everything about American capital markets, etc. And that gave me a high degree of confidence to say, okay, we're going to take a big capital risk in this country, but we have a great country that loves America.
Yeah, that's a great story, and I did not know about the connection, the historical connection there. You talked a little bit about sort of almost like zigzagging, like a lot of people coming to the U.S. You're sticking to some of the international plays. There's a benefit to zigzagging, right? When someone's zigging, you zag, create a lot of blue ocean opportunities. You were also one of the very first companies to pursue AI and to really jump into that space. Talk a little bit about that strategy as it came together, and also what are your plans for the future with regards to AI integration?
Well, talk about zigzagging before I jump into AI. Is we're one of the biggest buyers of machines right now, and most of our peers are doing these funky convertible notes, which are suppressing the mining stocks. So when they go and do these convertible notes, often those hedge funds are leveraged 8-to-1. They can't get the leverage on a stock, but they can get it on these convertible notes. So they are shorting the shit out of the shares. And it pisses me off. Sorry, I'm speaking French now. But it really is disheartening because we find that they're using Hive to short Hive because there's not enough short. And then you see some of these companies coming out and they're making their convertible bigger because they're buying back stock. They're not really buying back stock. They're providing a facility for the shorts to short. So you have this incredible suppression on the valuations of the crypto mining industry because everyone wants to follow Michael Saylor's model. And so I'm contrary to that. I mean, I think Michael Saylor is brilliant. I think what he's done, but we're Bitcoin miners, and you basically can get the valuation of buying our HODL position, and all this growth in the upside will be at 3% of the global network by Christmas time. So I think that's sort of the interesting opportunity. And when we see other opportunities where we can scale even further in the Bitcoin mining industry, we do believe that the decentralized network is going to become more and more valuable. That's our long-term vision. And with that comes the AI. So when you get into, and we listen to these companies, and yesterday, Dennis, was a great presentation. Do you know the guys from Cambridge Research?
Yeah, of course.
Well, they did a fantastic job talking about Bitcoin miners all of a sudden trying to jump into HPC. And I see these headlines, and I just say, that is BS. When you buy a Bitmain Antminer, and it comes to your data center, it's about 6 hours. Is that correct? Would you say so? Would you say about that, Johanna? Unwrap it, Luke, and plug it in, and it's cash flowing. 6 hours. You get NVIDIA chips. You're building a brain. 6 weeks, 8 weeks. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, the miners are like plug and play.
Plug and play. This is not plug and play. This is extremely complex. But we have the unique experience because we've been using GPU chips. At one time, we had 130,000 AMD chips. I mean, it was the biggest in the world, and mining directly when we were at one time 6% of the Ethereum network. And we were able to sort of pivot, and we saw an opportunity where we're on platforms taking our chips that we had for mining Ethereum and repurpose for AI. And the AI business margins are much higher. It's slowly scaling. I thought it would go much faster, but it's just a nice, steady, high margin cash flow business that we see that could be $100 million business. We've hired a president to basically build Buzz, which is our HPC vision. And he has great experience, Craig Tavares, in building data centers and telecom, worked in Canada and worked in the US. I was building Apple's data centers. So we see that as a nice growth, but it's much more difficult than all these press releases of people raising all this money and think they're going to be in business right away. So Cambridge said yesterday that I've always said this: the infrastructure for a megawatt of Bitcoin mining is about $1 million. But if you want to go HPC and convert it, that data center is now 10 million. So it's a 10x.
It's much more expensive.
The chips, 35,000 a chip. Wow. Not 3,000, 35,000. So what Cambridge was saying yesterday is 33 to 1 capex difference. So they talk about a stable income as great as that. It's much more complex than what you realize. It looks simple. Bank lending, you can only get bank financing if you do have a long-term client. The depreciation on the equipment is different than Bitcoin mining. But the Bitcoin mining, you can trade by buying the terahashes at that moment to know you got a payback of 1 year. You can't get paybacks in HPC in 1 year. You have to look at 2 years. So we're going to go down that path. We've hired the right leader to champion that. Just like we've got a great leader for Sweden as here, and we have a great leader for Paraguay. They are real champions of building out the infrastructure.
Well, obviously you've put together an incredible team, and you've been leading the way all along. We've got about a minute left. Any closing remarks? I think it'd be really helpful maybe to talk a little bit about just how people can make sure that they're planning for the future, preparing for the future as that hash price continues to break down over time?
Well, buy the dip and hold on for dear life. You stock them. And education is the biggest thing. It's a continuous process to educate regulators, which you know so well. It's an ongoing, I have a fund business, and I talk to these RIAs that are all buying Bitcoin ETFs. They do not know that one Bitcoin's worth 100 million Satoshis, but they're all buying it. They do not know that when they go buy $1,000 of VanEck HODL, that they're actually buying 1 million Satoshis, and that's like buying 1 million shares of a penny stock. But it has a much more uniqueness in how it's going to grow to 1 penny. So when Satoshis hit 1 penny, Bitcoin's $1 million. And most people, as we see this adoption go on, they're buying these ETFs. They're not buying $84,000 worth of Bitcoin to get one. They're buying small components. They're buying Satoshis. And that excites them, but they didn't know, but they went and bought these ETFs. So we have a big educational drive to inform the world regarding all the benefits of this industry that we have.
Absolutely. I mean, there's people I meet every day in every facet of life that still don't know that you can buy a fraction of a Bitcoin.
Yes.
Frank, it was awesome chatting with you. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank
Yeah, I
you.
appreciate it. Yeah.
That's great. So I'm more excited about your deal you have for us.
Is Tom McCarthy. Tom is part of Satoshi Action Fund, which is also the part of, which is also the company that Dennis is a part of. He uprooted his life in 2021 to focus only on Bitcoin advocacy. So this next panel is by politicians. And I know sometimes politicians get a bad rep, but really they are self-sacrificial, and especially the ones that come to our Bitcoin conferences. So give it up for Tom.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Erica. I'd like to welcome to the stage Leader Posthumus. Leader Posthumus, are you out there? Of course, thank you so much. We are so excited to kick off the From Bills to Bitcoin policy, how policy is shaping the digital economy panel. And I'd also like to welcome Representative Ledbetter out to the stage. Thank you. Of course, thank you. And then last but not least, I'd also welcome my boss, Dennis Porter from Satoshi Action, who I have the privilege of working with. Thank you for that. So we are very honored to be here with all of you today for this amazing panel. And I'd like to welcome all of our panelists who flew in today just to speak with all of you. And all these elected officials, including Dennis Porter, who I have on stage, are really driving Bitcoin policy forward. And so I think it'd be helpful for the audience to have a quick introduction of yourselves. So why don't we start with you, Representative Ledbetter?
Sure. Thanks, Tom. Good afternoon, everyone. As Tom mentioned, my name's Robert Ledbetter. I'm a state representative in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Really excited to be here with all of you this afternoon. Exciting to see the momentum that this space has really taken on within the last year or so. I've been in the Bitcoin space since 2013, in office for a couple terms now, and really motivated to continue the work that we saw the white paper create with Bitcoin, thinking outside of the box, pushing past the status quo, and really creating a new future without leaning into the historical context of the past. So thank you all for having me, and I'm excited to be part of this conversation.
Like you said, I'm Representative Brian Posthumus. I'm the majority floor leader in Michigan. And so what's interesting is the thing that attracted me to running for office is similar to what's always initially attracted me to Bitcoin. And that's just the idea of too much control in government and too much control over monetary policy. And so initially when I ran for the House of Representatives in Michigan, it was middle of COVID, and it was because we had a governor that was a lot different than the governor here in Florida. Everything in Michigan was locked down. We were considered the lockdown state in the country, and I had a problem with that overreaching government control and government authority. And so I figured if I was going to complain about it and argue about it, I should probably run for office and do something about it.
That's interesting. It's a similar story for me a little bit when it comes to Bitcoin. I saw very much so that we were headed down the wrong path with our government, with our country, and we needed to do something. And I was yelling into the void on my former podcast. We needed to get out there. We need to get active. And eventually that culminated into a launch of Satoshi Action in June of 2022. And we started getting to work right away at the state level where you can make incredible progress in a very short period of time. You know, I often say DC is where dreams go to die. So we're in a great place now in DC. We might actually get something done, but very much looking forward to continuing to make progress with the folks on this stage and other state lawmakers all across the country.
So Dennis, you just talked about how you launched Satoshi Action. Can you talk a little bit about why you launched Satoshi Action and the current status of the team and the progress that the Satoshi Action has made?
Yeah, I mean, it's changed radically over time. But in June of 2022, we launched because we just saw we were not headed on the right path. We needed to make some changes. And one of the very first things we wanted to do was we wanted to go and protect the most vulnerable part of this industry, of the entire Bitcoin industry. And that is, to me, that was Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining was under attack all across the country. You had environmental groups that had been convinced that Bitcoin was going to destroy the world and they needed to take it down. You had the anti-crypto army targeting Bitcoin mining. You had bills left and right popping up trying to outright ban Bitcoin mining. Well, that was where we started in June of 2022. And now we are in a radically different place where lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are starting to see the value. I mean, I'll give it credit to Republicans. They're certainly leading the charge on seeing the value of Bitcoin mining, but both sides are really starting to understand how important that is. And one of the big things that's like a really big signal and the difference of where we are today is when we launched in June of 2022, middle of the SBF collapse, things were not looking great. Lawmakers, we'd call them and they'd say, isn't Bitcoin isn't that not even a thing anymore? Like, isn't that dead now? Which is, we've transformed more. If you move forward to where we are now today, we're in a place where lawmakers are DMing us being like, hey, we want to learn more. We want to work on your model policy. So we're certainly in a radically different place than where we started.
I couldn't agree with you more. You know, having moved to DC in 2021, I've seen us, the industry, be relentlessly attacked to now our industry facing headwinds in a much more favorable political environment. And so I really want to, set the stage for policy and where we're at right now. And I think it'd be helpful for the audience to really understand, how does a bill become law? And so, Leader Posthumus, why don't we start with you?
How does a bill become a law? It's interesting. I initially learned how a bill becomes a law through Schoolhouse Rock. I don't know if any of y'all have seen that, or the challenge is Schoolhouse Rock really leaves a lot out of the equation. Essentially, they say you introduce a bill into the House, it passes the House, it passes the Senate, and then the governor or the president at the federal level signs it into law. Well, the challenge is, and what's important for you all to know, is that there is a lot of work that has to happen behind the scenes in order to get that bill to pass the House and pass the Senate and get the governor or the president to sign it into law. And that, frankly, that's where Satoshi Action Fund comes in really heavily and helps us develop that model policy, helps us with that, with the research and the data behind it. It helps us to spread the knowledge about what is Bitcoin, what is this policy. What it comes down to is education. For the very most part, legislators or members of Congress or members of the U.S. Senate throughout the country really don't know much about Bitcoin specifically. But really, it's a lot of legislators know a little bit about a lot of things, but there's very rarely anything that they know a lot about. And all of you all know when it comes to crypto and digital assets, it's hard to grasp it if you only know a little bit, if your knowledge is only an inch deep. And so how a bill becomes a law really is going to come down to, can you all help educate your legislators? And can you all lean on organizations like Satoshi Action Fund to help spread the word throughout the entire state and throughout the entire country? Do you have anything to add to that?
Mr. Leader, everything that the leader just broke out, guys, is so true. When you guys are operating back home, running your operations, you are focused in the scope that you know you are translating value in. This is where Satoshi Action really is going to deliver a tremendous amount of value for you all, because as an advocate for Bitcoin, as an advocate for the space, lawmakers have become just dangerous enough to do stupid stuff in this.
It's funny because it's true,
right? And so when the leader or myself are reviewing legislation and it speaks to digital assets or it speaks to cryptocurrency, and the language that is specific within those bills are wrought with error, it is up to us and incumbent upon us to not only point those erroneous issues out, but also then to draw forth a really clear and positive position, so that way the legislation that does move forward is something that's going to translate and benefit. However, if that's the scenario, are you guys all going to press the pause button on your operations and fly to Harrisburg or Michigan and figure out the 102 lawmakers that you need to educate? Or are you going to partner with Satoshi Action and lean into their subject matter expertise, their relationships with state level lawmakers across the country, and be confident in the advocacy that they're going to make? That's certainly the more efficient model. It's the model that I know the leader has leaned into with the bills that he's introduced. It's the model that I have been able to lean into with the bills that I think we're going to discuss here in a little bit, Tom. But again, this feedback loop of support that we all as a ecosystem can provide for each other, that is where it needs to start in order for a bill to pass. Because the question a moment ago was, how does a bill become law? I think what we need to also focus on is, how do we ensure that what does become law is a good law?
Preach. You know, another thing that really needs to be mentioned, there's an old saying, especially in politics, but it's true in life in general: if you're not at the table, you're on the table, right? And with politics, the representative and I can attest all day long, there are special interests that are pulling at every single possible policy idea out there. And if you aren't at the table advocating for what it is that you think needs to be advanced, then it's not going to get heard. And so it's critically important that as people involved in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, digital assets, blockchain, being at the table by developing a relationship with your elected officials, whether that's your state representative or your member of Congress, you have to reach out. They will want to talk to you if you are persistent. In politics, the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Can I add one more thing, Tom? So everyone in this room that has a self-hosted wallet, if the piece of legislation that just passed through committee this week in Pennsylvania were enacted into law that the bankers wrote, you would all be subject to money laundering charges. And so this week, my focus, or part of my focus, was to address the erroneous language within that and work in a bicameral capacity between the state Senate and the state House to ensure that missteps like that don't happen. Because the lawmakers that are ignorant to the significance of something like that just look at it as doing the right thing, because we don't want to have money launderers in our community. But what we can't have, what we cannot have, is that ignorance driving forward policy that is detrimental to our space and prohibitive to the progress that we've made.
That's incredible. And I think, you know, one of the things that I think many people fail to understand is a lot of times people assume that when a politician introduces a bill, that they're just working on this on their own. And it really takes a public-private partnership in order to get a bill from introduction all the way to the finish line and have it signed by the governor. And so I think Representative Ledbetter, I'd be curious to hear from your opinion. How do you work with groups such as Satoshi Action, when you're crafting legislation? Because ultimately, lawmakers can't do this on their own, and they rely on advocacy groups and educational groups and other groups to come in and communicate to other lawmakers and educate them. So how do you work with outside groups to pass legislation that you're working on?
Sure, Tom. So the leader alluded to it a little bit ago. Guys, when you are dealing with a state like Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania is a professional legislature, that is full-time. We have 203 members in our state house. We have 50 senators in the state Senate. We have staffers assigned to us. That is not the standard across the country. Across the country, most states are either part-time, limited in the amount of legislation that they can roll out, and not able to tap into the staff and resources that we have in Pennsylvania. And I'll let the leader speak to the resources and structure of his state. But what was mentioned a moment ago, that lawmakers often are a jack of all trades or have the ability to cast a wide net and be a mile wide but only an inch deep, is so true. You all in this room are subject matter experts within the mining space. You guys are all subject matter experts in what you do. You will forget more than other stakeholders will ever know. And that is tremendous value that gets lost if it is not translated into the lawmakers that are proposing the legislation that we are navigating at the state level. Working with Satoshi Action and aligning with them gives lawmakers like myself the ability to ping Dennis and ping the team and ask what the gaps are in legislative language. When rolling out legislation, I don't know everything. There's a saying that my grandmother taught me: the guy who claims to be the smartest one in the room usually isn't. I don't like to claim to be the smartest one in the room. I'm the first one to say that I don't know something. So when I'm drafting legislation or requesting model legislation, having a resource like Satoshi Action gives me the confidence that I'm not just tapping into the subject matter expertise of Dennis or the subject matter expertise of Tom. I'm tapping into the subject matter expertise of every single stakeholder that has aligned with Satoshi Action, including you all in this room, including every single organization and individual that decides that they want to put their oar in the water and move it forward. When I was working with Dennis a few months back, and we were drafting the language for the reserve within Pennsylvania, in a collaborative capacity, and I think we're going to talk about this in a little bit, I had to bring in other stakeholders that opened up opportunity for incremental points of legislation, working with the Attorney General, working with the Treasurer. I did not have to think of those things. I got to collaborate on those things. And that's what translates into value. The last thing I'll say, and again, I think the leader can shine some light on too, given his majority position in Michigan, is that when we are building out this legislation, it is not enough to just propose it. It is not enough to introduce it. It is not enough to create the narrative. Those are all good things, and those are three legs to a stool that are important for us to be able to have a firm foundation. However, what is critical is that we continue to build upon the integrity of what we are advocating for. Because as the Overton window shifts and as the education grows within these stakeholders, those same individuals who are ignorant to this space, that are becoming more familiar to be dangerous, to fake like they know what they're talking about, will have to cross-reference and defer back to those who were able to defend successfully what they were advocating for. And so again, the work that the leader and myself have done in our prospective states in collaboration with Satoshi Action, that confidence is what I find so valuable, because I know that what we're advocating for is able to stand the test of time.
So along those lines, so Michigan is actually a full-time legislature as well. Pennsylvania and Michigan are two of the few. So it's unique that we both had the opportunity to be here. In most states, you have a scenario like, actually, I think in Florida, the legislature meets for 100 days every other year. And they don't necessarily have the access to the staff that the representative and I probably do. And so, I have one staff member on my staff that has essentially been dedicated to digital asset policy, blockchain policy, and crypto policy for the last 3 months. He's worked out a couple other things, but 75% of his focus has been on detailing out how do we roll out legislation specific to this issue area. Now, and something to think about too is every state's level of acceptance and tolerance is going to be different, but every state's going to be the same in that the Overton window has to shift and has to move, and government necessarily moves slowly. As frustrating as that is, it was actually by our founders' design that government actually moves slowly. But what that means is that not everything that we propose may get passed and may get signed into law the first time around, but it's the effort, the education over time that advances it over the next year, over the next 2 years, and hopefully relatively soon down the road, we're better off for the advancement that we're doing today.
I completely agree with you. And so you guys might be wondering, I came to Mining Disrupt to talk about Bitcoin mining. I'm a Bitcoin miner. We're here talking about policy. I know there's tons of other subjects that are more cool and awesome, but policy is critical. And as the representatives have mentioned earlier before, you may not care about politics, but politics cares about you. So Dennis, would you be able to share with the audience, why should Bitcoin miners, especially if you're a Bitcoin miner or even just a Bitcoin holder, why should they care about state policy?
I mean, state policy is critical for Bitcoin miners. Aside from the conversation that I had earlier about protecting Bitcoin miners from government overreach or discrimination, which is really important, the vast majority of energy policy actually takes place at the state level. So if you want a new rate, power rate, if you want to see a grid balancing program, if you want to see the development of RTOs and ISOs, you name it, all that stuff, it all happens at the state level. So if you're planning on being in a state where you want that state to say, hey, in the future, we want to offer the same grid balancing programs that Texas has, which have been an incredible revenue driver for those Bitcoin miners in that state, you have to engage at the state level in order to see those items progress. Certainly, there's a lot of federal policy that's important, but the vast majority of that energy policy takes place at the state level, either through the legislature or when it comes to energy policy specifically, you're going to see that happen at the Public Utility Commission, Public Service Commission level, where there's a totally different body that you need to lobby, which you can, of course, go to the legislator and tell them to tell the Public Utility Commissions what to do, but they don't typically like that too much. So generally, we like to go to the Public Service Commissions. And I would say that's definitely the most important reason for why Bitcoin miners should care, not just because it's some sort of philosophical, oh, this is the right thing to do. It actually is impacting your bottom line directly.
So I'd look at it from both a practical standpoint and a philosophical standpoint. For me, I'm a big proponent of the 10th Amendment. For those of you that don't know what the 10th Amendment is, essentially it says those pieces in the U.S. Constitution that isn't specifically laid out for the federal government to do is left to the states to do. And that's the policies that most directly impact you. So as we're focusing at the state level, in my view, it's actually stronger advocates of our U.S. Constitution, which I'm deeply reverent of. Now, with that, I mean, you also have to look at the zoning regulations and the actual local municipalities. So one of the things that we're working on at the state level is trying to rein in local governments in their ability to prevent people from mining in their local townships. And to me, it just doesn't make sense. Right now in Michigan, if there's a township that's zoned industrial or an area that's zoned industrial, the local government can tell you, well, you can't mine here, even though you could mine a quarry there, right? Like you could actually dig a mine, but you can't. They could tell you that you can't mine crypto or mine Bitcoin. And to me, that just doesn't make sense. And so we're trying to advance policies that at the state level that the federal government just has zero control over, nor should they have control over.
So in Pennsylvania, we're currently in this fight now. And I can make it really real, really quick for all of you as miners in the space. Baseload energy, baseload energy, baseload energy. Goldman Sachs came out with a report a couple months ago that anticipates the next decade of development with data centers and energy use to exceed that growth rate over the last century. What that means is there's going to be more pull onto the infrastructure. In Pennsylvania, in the region that I'm from, there's a single county that has enough coal to be able to power the entire Commonwealth for the next 100 years. Now, don't get lost. I'm not suggesting that all of us leave here and we suddenly be pro-coal. I don't have anything against that. But what I do want you to leave here with is the understanding that we have the natural gas within the United States. We have the oil, we have the coal, we have the alternative forms of energy generation to be able to eliminate the strains and pressure on our energy infrastructure so that there is not a concern with the base load energy that will be required to shepherd us forward into this next chapter of American productivity. We saw this in the Industrial Revolution. In the Northeast region of Pennsylvania, where I represent, we generated the coal that was shipped to Pittsburgh to then forge the steel necessary for that revolution to occur and bring the prosperity necessary here within the United States that we still enjoy today. What we need to focus on is that as miners, as advocates within the space, that we focus on policies that make it easier to generate energy here in America and not harder. As Dennis mentioned, oftentimes, whether it be at the municipal level, like the leader just spoke to, or at the state level, that policy can be most effectively crafted at those local levels, not at the federal level. In Pennsylvania, the chair of the policy committee for the Republican caucus, Representative David Rowe, his first series has been on this subject. I sit on the AI Opportunity Task Force in Pennsylvania, chaired by Representative Stephanie Schlaba in the western part of Pennsylvania. And we just had a federal and state lawmaker top to top with AI data center and innovative stakeholders within the Pittsburgh geography. And the concern that came away from that is ensuring that policies like RGGI in Pennsylvania, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, are eliminated and replaced because those policies hurt the production of generating energy for that base load need that you all are going to require, that we already require today. So I've talked too much, but I just, again, want to make sure that you all leave here with the understanding that it is critical for the future success so that you are not experiencing outages, that you are not experiencing strain, that you are not being unfairly painted as the straw man or the boogeyman in this space, that instead the real issue, policies that prohibit the generation of baseload energy, that real issue be the one that's addressed, not the innovation that you guys are bringing forward.
So you just mentioned how Bitcoin miners face unfair treatment, which is something that I'm sure everyone here in this audience can relate to. And Dennis, I'll ask this question to you. You know, at Satoshi Action, we've always prided ourselves on ensuring that Bitcoin miners are treated equally and are treated fairly compared to other data centers such as AI, HPC, cloud providers. Would you be able to walk us through, you know, the threat that Bitcoin miners face currently in Nebraska and what our team is doing to combat these negative attacks that are specifically targeting Bitcoin miners and treating Bitcoin miners unfairly?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate right now. We have a bill that has been pushed forward very aggressively by an influential lawmaker in the state of Nebraska that wants to apply an excise tax, a tax directly on Bitcoin miners. And of course, given the thin margins that Bitcoin miners are operating on all the time, this would virtually eliminate the ability, if this bill in its current version were to pass into law. So we've been bringing together various stakeholders. I know there's many miners I even met here that I wasn't aware that were in Nebraska. It became sort of a hub for mining recently, and we've been on the ground fighting back, bringing together the different stakeholders, working with our team on the ground to ensure that lawmakers across the state understand why this type of bill is not something that is going to be helpful for the state of Nebraska. Because, oh, you think, oh, well, we can get all this money from the Bitcoin miners, but they're going to be gone. They're not going to be there anymore. So we cannot see things like this pass into law. And with regards to other components that we see across the country, the leader mentioned zoning. This is a major problem. There's a reason why we have a whole Bitcoin rights bill. Well, we don't just say, well, you have the right to mine Bitcoin. We actually specifically eliminate various forms of discrimination which we've seen take place all across this country. And we've seen it time and time and time again. They have specific attack vectors. And one of them is to say, well, we're going to rezone this area, or we're going to make it so your miners aren't allowed in this type of zoning area. And so what we've essentially said in our model legislation is that you simply cannot discriminate through zoning. And there's also a noise component as well, too. There's noise from miners. We all know that, right? But there's a lot of industries that create noise. But all of a sudden, we started seeing these bills that were like, Bitcoin miners have to have a lower decibel level than any other industry. Well, that's a form of discrimination. We shouldn't be allowing that. That's also in our right to mine bill. Same thing with rate schedules. We saw in the state of Idaho was the first one to do this. They actually create a special rate for miners that was much, much higher than the traditional large load rate. And so we created our model policy based off that. Funny enough, when we finally went back to Idaho to try to introduce that legislation into law, or introduce that legislation and try to pass it into law, the energy companies didn't like that so much. So we went to war with these energy companies, and I'm sure you guys could probably attest to just how powerful some of these utilities and energy companies are within your own state as well. But we are going to continue to fight at Satoshi Action to eliminate these forms of discrimination and also protect that right to mine Bitcoin from now and into far into the future.
I want to hit two things on that. So if I get to point two and forget what I was talking about, remind me to hit point two. So point one is what he just talked about is why it's critically important that you're at the table, right? Like if Satoshi wasn't at the table, so if Satoshi Fund wasn't at the table when Nebraska was pushing legislation to tax miners, it just would have gone through. And nobody would, and it would have negatively impacted your industry. And the person that pushed it may be well-intended. I don't know. Maybe you just thought, okay, this isn't going to negatively impact the industry, but it's going to help bring more money into the state where we could fix our roads. Or maybe it was well-intended, but because somebody was at the table, they were able to say, look, here's the deal. This is the negative consequences of this action. And so keep that in mind. That's why it's critically important that you're at the table. Now, when it comes to the utility companies, I don't know if Michigan is unique. I don't think Michigan is unique in this scenario. But in Michigan, we have what's called a government-granted monopoly, where 120 years ago, the government created a monopoly and authorized a monopoly in the utility space. And I'm sure everybody in this room knows that when there's a monopoly, that monopoly has the ability to fluctuate prices however they deem fit. There really isn't any competition to direct the pricing. And so when there's a monopoly, they fight as hard as they can, tooth and nail, to maintain that monopoly status and not have it challenged. And so when Dennis mentions he went to war with them, that doesn't surprise me, because they don't give an inch, because as soon as they give an inch, they end up giving a mile. And so keeping that pressure on is critically important.
Thank you for that. And I also just want to give a huge shout out. Many of the miners attending this conference actually testified with us in Nebraska in the state capitol to really push against this harmful legislation, which was going to implement a 2.5-cent excise tax per kilowatt hour usage, which would have just crushed a lot of the mining sector in Nebraska. And when I spoke to some of the miners, they said that if this bill was implemented into law, their tax bill was going to shoot upwards of north to $5 million just overnight, which would have just been outrageous. And so I also just want to take some moment of time to also allow you guys to explain the amazing legislation that you guys yourselves are pushing forward. So Leader Posthumous, let's just start with you. Would you be able to share with the audience the current status of your SBR bill, the progress, and what actions you think need to occur for it to become law?
Yeah, absolutely. So back in January, I announced our first phase of a 3-phase program introducing different digital asset, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin legislation. Kind of the anchor of phase 1 was a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Right now, it's been introduced in the House of Representatives. We're waiting for a committee hearing in the House of Representatives. My expectation is that hearing will happen sometime toward the middle or end of April, and my hope is that it'll pass the committee. I think it will. I've met with the committee chair a couple times. In fact, the committee chair will likely be joining as a sponsor on phase 2 of our packages, and so we'll be in a good spot there. My expectation is that we'll get it out of out of committee in mid-April, hopefully out of the House by beginning of summer. And then we're going to be hitting a roadblock in the Senate. Our Senate is controlled pretty strongly by Democrats that don't necessarily have the same view on crypto that I have. And so that's not to say that all Democrats have that view. It's a bipartisan package, and all of them are going to be. But the Senate Majority Leader, my understanding is just doesn't have the knowledge and understanding, and so there has to be a lot of education over there in order to get it across the finish line. So we'll see. We're working that process. We expect to introduce phase 2 in the second week of April, and we expect to introduce phase 3. And phase 2 is going to be primarily anchored with Bitcoin Bill of Rights. And then phase 3 will be introduced probably toward the end of summer. And that's going to be primarily anchored with some legislation to help address the debanking issue.
Thank you. That's huge. You know, debanking is a huge issue that a lot of Bitcoin miners are facing. And so really appreciate your work to address that. Also want to allow Representative Ledbetter to offer an opportunity to explain his Keystone Digital Asset Custody Fund bill, as well the SBR bill that you're pushing through. So would you be able to share the audience the amazing work that you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. So as the leader outlined, the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve is a model policy that every state within the union needs to not only be advocating for, but implement. Could not have done that without the collaboration and partnership with Satoshi Action. So again, Dennis, thank you for all the support there. Again, we want to have that alignment across states with fiscal responsibility. One of the drivers for me, I have two young daughters at home, and when we look at the state of Pennsylvania and our budget, over the last 2 budget cycles, we have passed a budget that is billions of dollars over taxable revenues. And when we look at our reserves and we look at the rainy day fund that we call it back home in PA, that continues to be depleted despite investment opportunities. And when we analyze what that is, we understand with a 2% inflation rate, that half-life on that pile of money, whatever it may be, is about 35, 36 years. And so we're going to be in this hamster wheel where the only prize left is a devaluing of the assets that we hold. Whereas creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve enables and empowers the states across America to be able to recapture not only solidarity within what it is that they are doing from a fiduciary capacity, but also be confident in that they are shepherding forward the taxpayer dollars in a manner that ensures that prosperity can be extended to future generations. We're not watching commodities burn and be depleted. We're actually watching something grow and increase the prosperity and the power of the states that enact this. So it's my hope that Michigan, Pennsylvania, and the other states that have worked collaboratively with Satoshi Action are able to get this done. One thing that's unique in Pennsylvania, and it's ironic that the leader's here and has the bicameral split that he does. I'm in the minority by 1 seat in the House, and then the party that I'm a member of is in the majority in the Senate. And so it's somewhat of an inverse to what he is navigating. And so what that creates is a necessity for collaboration. The same collaboration that's modeled by you all in your contributions, support, and association with Satoshi Action, the leader and I need to model in our state houses as well, with our state officials, with our governors, with the administrations. And the reason that became and is still important is it leads to incremental opportunity. You guys bring Dennis and the team ideas that they can then run with. They bring you concerns and battlegrounds like what happened in Nebraska. And you can then capture those opportunities and translate it into results. In my collaboration with the treasurer and with the attorney general in advocating for this reserve, the attorney general's feedback was somewhat concerning because there was Bitcoin being seized through his scope and his office. And he was unsure if the fund and the reserve would be one and the same. Rather than having that ambiguity in collaborating with Dennis and the team, we were able to identify a parallel strategy that the reserve would be proposed and implemented upon approval. but then that this fund that the Attorney General and law enforcement could access would also be created, ensuring that there are no orphaned Bitcoin within the environment and ecosystem of Pennsylvania. This is an example of why that collaboration is important. The collaboration is important because that issue would never have been addressed or brought forward if we had not been proactive in having the discussion. Guys, the problems that we can be preventative about are always easier to fix than the ones that we have to react to. You guys saw it in Nebraska. You hopefully are going to leave with confidence, knowing that the work that Satoshi Action is doing in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and the other geographies that they're engaged in are going to translate in a similar way. And it's really exciting to see all this stuff come forward.
Yeah, and I think you make an excellent point by being proactive. Unfortunately, when certain bills such as in Nebraska occur, Satoshi Action has to mobilize very quickly and become reactive. But for us, we want to become proactive and move on the offensive and pass legislation that not only defends Bitcoin mining, but defends the entire Bitcoin space. So I imagine there's lots of people out here today and envisioning wanting to become more active, get connected with their elected officials. And something that I always communicate to Bitcoin mining companies is that you're providing a huge value, especially if you're in rural communities. You're providing jobs, you're providing tax revenue for your district. And so I encourage everyone to always get connected with their elected officials, because these are the first people who are going to defend you should an anti-Bitcoin mining bill occur. And so I just want to open this question up to either representative. What would be your recommendation for a Bitcoin mining company who is considering reaching out to either their state representative, state senator, or even their senator or member of Congress? How should they start to become involved in this?
So first of all, again, remember, if you're not at the table, you're on the table, right? Just keep that in mind. That should be your mantra when you're talking about trying to advocate for policy. Don't just expect that the policy is going to go in your favor. You have to be advocating for your industry. You have to be advocating for your business. When it comes to reaching out to an elected official, I understand sometimes that can be intimidating for people. It shouldn't be. Like we're all just normal people, and frankly, a lot of the people that you might meet, you might be a little underwhelmed with, especially when it comes to the knowledge that they may or may not have with regard to digital assets or Bitcoin. You are going to be the expert matter. You're going to be the expert in the subject matter, right? And so, first of all, follow your legislator, your member of Congress on X or on Facebook, whatever you have. Find them there. That's a good way to at least see if they are engaged in the topic. That's step one. Reach out to their office. Most legislators, at least in Michigan, and I assume this is probably national, most legislators hold local coffee hours. Every month I have 2 coffee hours in my district where I send out a notice in a newsletter. I post it on all my social media, and it's welcome to the public. And it's one-on-one conversation. I stay until everybody's done. One-on-one conversation where we talk about what is the number one thing on their mind. What are the challenges that they're facing? That's the best way to first start that engagement. Once you have that, and then also just reach out to their office. See if you can go to them. See if they're willing to schedule a meeting in their office with you. Most of the time they will be, or at least with their staff. Once you get your foot in the door, you can demonstrate the value in that by demonstrating your knowledge and the information and demonstrating why it's important to the state. And then from there, you can try to set up a what would be called a Seder dinner, and just set up a meeting with maybe a group of legislators and a group of people from your industry, and that becomes valuable to those legislators. So that's kind of where I would start. Rep, what would you do?
Yep, Mr. Leader, everything you said is spot on. Guys, remember, with any issue, there are 2 sides, and you never get the option of 0 being pitched. There are 2 sides with any issue, and you never get the option of 0 being pitched. Your opponents, or maybe a less combative way to describe it, people who are philosophically opposed to what we are advocating for, they are mobilized. They are vocal. The legacy institutions, the historical way that the financial world has operated over the past centuries. They know how to contact their elected officials. They have teams ready to do so, and they are consistent and persistent in advocating for their position. This is why it is so important that we get off the couch. The status quo doesn't exist. I'm a private sector guy. I worked for a global corporation before getting into office. Dennis knows the story well. And one of the things that I reminded folks then when they were my employees in the private sector, things get worse or things get better. They do not stay the same. And you guys know that with your homes and with your companies and your operations. You're either taking steps to improve or you're letting off the gas and things are falling apart. That is the same thing with policy. You do not get the option of zero sides being advocated for. So I would encourage you that it is not just a good idea to engage with your local and state officials. It is a necessity.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I also want to always emphasize how a lot of people assume that they have to go directly to the politician. And this is something that I've learned in my time in DC. Oftentimes, if you schedule a meeting with a politician, the moment you step out of the room, they're going to ask their staff, what do you think? And if you have not built relations with their staff, they'll most likely say, I don't know this person, and just move on to the next 1,000 other issues that they're focused on. It is critically important to also build relations with staff. And if you build relations with staff, that will then lead to productive conversations with the politician level meeting. So Dennis, I'm sure there's lots of people out in the audience who now feel a lot more engaged and emboldened, who want to get more involved in Bitcoin advocacy. What are some simple steps that a Bitcoin holder or Bitcoin mining can do to get involved?
Yeah, I mean, some were mentioned already, but just a real quick comment on your point around staff. There's a saying in DC and all across the country, personnel is policy. And so if you want to expect to have an impact in any office, congressional or state level, you really do have to engage staff members. And in fact, we're almost more happy to engage the staff oftentimes in DC than the lawmaker themselves, because they're just whizzing around and they're relying on 20, 30, 40, 50 people, depending on if they're a freshman or if they're in majority or if they're in leadership. So by going in and integrating with the staff and working with them and getting to them to a good place, you're going to get a good insights for where the lawmaker stands. But also, as Tom mentioned, when the lawmaker finally turns around and has conversations with the staff is going to support the ideas and the policies that you want to suggest. But things that people can do that can make a difference besides for just meeting with the staff, meeting with the lawmakers, writing letters is a really big one. I had Senator Lummis, we were doing an interview back in DC about a month ago, and we had chatted during off camera, and she was saying, what we do is whenever there's a major issue, she says, I turn to my staff and I say, how many letters were written in support and how many letters were written against? So even if, a U.S. senator who might not have all the time to read every single letter, even if they don't read every single letter, they still calculate it. They still take it into consideration. So that's a really big component. And obviously, of course, getting out there and supporting groups, volunteering for groups that are active in the space. About a year ago, we did a giant book drive. We handed out a couple of different Bitcoin books to literally every single congressional office in Washington, D.C. by hand. We walked them in. The fun part about it was that we had some pro-Bitcoin lawmakers who were already on our team who immediately were like, I'm so glad you did that, because now I can walk to every office and say, did you read your Bitcoin book yet? There's lots of stuff like that you can engage on. Certainly letters, direct engagement of any type is usually the best format.
Thank you for that. So I know we're coming up close to time. I just want to quickly do some closing remarks. So why don't we start with you, Representative Ledbetter?
Sure. Tom, thank you so much, guys. Again, this is a lot heavy stuff we talked about. But again, you're not alone. You guys have partners like Satoshi Action. Without this team assembled here and without the collaboration from all of you, we wouldn't be able to be the advocates we are in the positions that we hold. So thank you all for having us. Continue to remain engaged, continue to keep this as a top of mind issue, and really appreciate the time. Thanks, Dennis. Thanks, Tom.
So first of all, I hope you all understand what you have with Satoshi Action Fund and the advocacy that they are doing on your behalf. So keep that in mind, lean into that, follow them in every way, shape, or form. They are really carrying the water nationally on your behalf. They truly are. Now, one other thing that I want to leave you with is there's never been a time where the momentum is as high and as strong as it is right now. Globally, nationally, locally, like there's not even close. And so you should keep that, you should look at that as number one, a motivator, but number two, a call to action. Because when the momentum starts, that's when it's easiest to push it further. That's when it's easiest to continue it. If you let off the gas and that momentum dies, it's the laws of inertia really are tough in politics. And so while you have that momentum, is the time to double down. So thank you all so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Dennis, thank you very much. Tom, thank you very much.
I couldn't agree more. I constantly tell people, the political headwinds can change all the time. You got to keep your foot on the gas and try to get as much done as we can while we're in this environment where lawmakers writ large are listening and are interested and want to move good policy forward. But just as you said kind things about Satoshi Action, one thing that we really need to keep in mind is that literally none of this is possible. No bill can be passed into law by Satoshi Action without a lawmaker who's willing to sponsor it, carry it forward, put their name on the line, actually take risk. It's great for us. We just are a Bitcoin group, right? And then we do digital asset policy, and we're interfacing with you. So we generally get, pretty good support. There's not a whole lot of people out there that want us to stop doing what we're doing. But these lawmakers, they have to deal with both sides of the aisle. They have to deal with people that are thinking that Bitcoin is a scam. And they're out here on the edge trying to be like, we think the government should buy Bitcoin. So it's an incredible, I think, risk that they take. I think they do it because they deeply care about their states. They deeply care about Bitcoin, and they really want to see their state be a leader on it. But you need to make sure, because they're going to face, no matter what issue it is, you could be giving free food out. Obviously, people are going to be opposed to that. That's too much government spending, right? Same thing with Bitcoin. There's always going to be someone who's going to oppose it, no matter what. There's going to be someone out there that wants to see it go away, a lawmaker that's against it, the constituency that's against it. And so by coming in and supporting them, whether financially or just showing up to their events or writing letters for the bills that they're trying to get done, anything that you can do to add weight to their ability to get legislation across the finish line is going to make it a meaningful impact for them. And then lawmakers who are sort of on the fence too will be like, wow, these guys are really getting a lot of support. This is a real movement. And a lot more lawmakers are going to start to come on board. And we're going to see our country all of a sudden go from heading towards our leadership position on Bitcoin to being solidified as a leader on Bitcoin for hopefully generations to come.
Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to this panel, and stay humble and stack sats.
Paging. We will show this.
Major totalitarian regime development historically. The real story of the Weimar was not Kristallnacht. The real story of the Weimar was the hyperinflation. The inflation of the 1920s was a significant factor that led to World War II.
In 1920, after World War I, Germany was still the third largest economy in the world. By 1924, their currency had hyperinflated to more than 4 billion%. Students that were going to university abroad, they were able to buy entire blocks worth of property.
People felt like they were being stripped naked. All the antiques were being bought up. Everything that was loose was being sold to other parts of the world. People were so poor that prostitution ran wild, debauchery and gambling. That led to a feeling that something big needed to change. We need to like have a fresh start and do something radical.
So in 2019, we went and visited a crypto mining site. We looked around. I said to myself, there's got to be a better way. My name is Chuck Lecuyer, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product. At IntelliFlex, we're innovators. We design, build, deploy, and operate our system. At IntelliFlex, our motto is start to finish.
Environmentally friendly. There's a handful of different types of products that come out of the flare: methane, ethane, butane, propane. There's several more. When it's real windy out like it is today and you can see the flare blowing, you have the potential for some of that stuff to escape and not get fully burned off. It's damaging to all the wildlife and all the plants and everything around it.
They don't like just burning the gas. They wish there was better solutions. Until Bitcoin came around, there wasn't a great solution.
Those are mobile situations where we can bring generators out.
We can run that right into our generators. Methane, ethane, butane, propane. Those liquids are stripped out and that burns clean.
We can go hook right up and put miners right to work. And that energy is being used and that flare is dropped, or if not gone.
I try to knock out this flare down to as low as we can get it.
So what we're doing is a net positive.
I grew up in this area my whole life since I was a little child. There's thousands of wells out here. Bitcoin mining is already playing a huge role out here, and we're really happy to have it out here.
We're so dependent on energy, and we kind of get this idea that energy is a bad thing. Energy is one of the biggest factors in life expectancies.
The WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner guarantees an exceptionally stable and superior mining experience, regardless of extreme weather conditions. With an outlet water temperature reaching up to 70 degrees Celsius, which is significantly higher than the industry average, the WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner stands far ahead in the field and significantly reduces cooling costs compared to others.
Clap for summer, you guys.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to talk about biggest mining trends of 2025. Before I start, I would like to give a brief introduction about myself for you to understand who I am and why you should be here sitting, listening to me. My name is Summer. I'm the general manager at BitMars. My friends call me the AC Queen, so all I know is mining. As for BitMars, in case some of you might not know who BitMars is the biggest miner supplier in the industry. Since 2017, we are already in the space. So basically, everything we do is to supply everything you need for cryptocurrency mining, from ASIC miners to infrastructure. We sell globally, so we have warehouses all over the world, which enables us to deliver you fast and no customs headache. Speaking of customs headache, we really understand the pain that you have here in the USA. So some time ago, we opened the warehouse in the USA to support the local miners. Okay, now back to the mining trends. First, liquid cooling. I remember a few years ago when we just started to introduce the liquid cooling solutions to our clients. Many of them were curious, but skeptical. But today, the situation is completely changed. I have many clients who have invested on it, and the large-scale deployments has increased significantly. So if you haven't paid attention to it, I suggest you should do it now. There are many different discussions between immersion cooling and hydro cooling. Which one is better? To be honest, there is no clear answer to it. It really depends on your project specific conditions. So I suggest you go to learn more about it or come to talk to us. Here is another trend I see happening. One is affecting many miners today: customs, tariffs, and taxes. I know many of you are suffering from the recent changes with the US customs. Yes, it's frustrating, and yes, we get it. That's exactly why we set up the USA warehouse, to help our clients to avoid unnecessary delays and costs. Even the manufacturers, they are looking for the solution for local assembly. Also, I would like to stress on the importance of choosing the right partner to work with, who can help you to handle the changes with experience and efficiency. Here's another trend I would like to mention: software tools. From this picture, you can see the hash price is all-time low. So I think for the miners, it's really important for you to find out whatever tools that can help you to increase your mining profitability, such as custom firmware. Some years ago, custom firmware was so new and experimental, like the immersion cooling. But today, it's so standard. So if you are not using it yet, you are really leaving a lot of monies on the table. So I advise you to go to learn more about it or come to talk to us. Here is another trend I would like to mention: the new financial services. One thing can be very interesting and helpful for the miners in the industry is Bitcoin-backed lending. It is to help you to finance your hardware purchase without selling your Bitcoin. It is a growing topic in the industry. If you want to learn more about it, I highly recommend you to check out this book, Bitcoin, the Ultimate Collateral. You can either download it for free or purchase it online. You can take a picture of it in case you will forget it later. There are so many things to talk about, but I don't have enough time to go through all today. So I share my many insights on LinkedIn and Twitter, so you can follow me or come to talk to me at our booth number 23. Now I'm going to give the time to our friend Paul, the CEO of Fort Hashing. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Summer. Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Yesterday, we talked a lot about AI. So today, I'd like to share a little bit more about how we can turn this opportunity into a real business. So yesterday, I mentioned that there's a huge difference between the traditional computing architecture and the current AI computing architecture. So actually, AI computing is more like mining in every aspect, in many aspects. So today, I'd like to share the similarities and differences between the two. So yeah, let's have a look. So for Bitcoin mining, it's repeated brute force computing, right? And AI is different from traditional computing. It's also brute force, repeated brute force computing most of the time, especially for training. For inference, most of the time, also it's repeated computing. It's just like ASIC, even though GPU is not an ASIC. But finally, after the algorithms become stable, so it will become brute force computing. And the computing can be parallel. That is very important, means how to scale out. So because today time is very limited, so I just go through. And the density of both is high. I mean, much higher than before, than traditional computing. And also high heat. It generates huge heat. So that's the reason why we use liquid cooling. And also AI is the same as Bitcoin mining, that it consumes a lot of power. Electricity is the key, is important, energy. And also, there are many differences between the two, which is very important. That if you'd like to understand well about how to do business on AI. So the first difference theoretically is so Bitcoin mining, the intermediate results are useless and discarded during the calculation, during the computation. But for AI, all the results is necessary and provided to the end customer. Also, for mining, there is only single algorithm, SHA-256. But for AI, there are a lot of various different algorithms, and they are still upgraded every day. So it's not stable yet. And for mining, each chip, the chip works individually. But for AI servers, they work together. I mean, for NVIDIA, NVLink, and the high bandwidth is really important to connect different chips and different servers together, and InfiniBand. So they are different in networking because of the computing architecture is different. And for mining, it's always 100% online. Or you need it to be the online rate as high as possible, right? To get highest revenue. For AI computing, even higher, because the service cannot be stopped. But for training and inference, different applications, the requirements are different. So it's not always 100% in the full load. So, but it's different, also different from traditional computing. Like the CPU runs sometimes 100%, sometimes only 10% or even 1%. They are different. But it's also it's harder to predict than Bitcoin mining. The curve is volatile. And from the data perspective, mining needs very little data volume, so they have no data storage and no RAMs, no memories. For AI computing, you have huge data volumes to store. Also for mining, the demand of high-speed internet is essential. No, it's not. It's unnecessary. But for AI, it's essential. And the demand for local network, the speed, is also very different. So I said IB-Link, InfiniBand, and or a lot of there's some open source like Ultra Ethernet. Some new protocols are coming to support. Thank you. Sorry. So there are a lot of differences. And from the economic view, it's also different. The CapEx and how to find end users. For mining, you don't need to find end users. You sell compute power, you sell hash rate to the network. But for AI computing, it's different. And the reliability. So for AI, it's different from traditional data center. It doesn't need all tier 4 or tier 3. Sometimes tier 2 is okay. And for the requirements for infrastructure, they're also different. So there are a lot of different stuff, but time is so limited. So finally, I think despite all the similarities and differences, how can we do AI properly is very important. We don't want to lose money, right? It's an opportunity, but we might lose money. It's a huge investment. So it doesn't mean mining is less attractive. And how to leverage the advantages of Bitcoin miners is essential. And as miners, we have our advantages. We are so efficient. We are so faster than traditional AI, traditional data center players. And we have huge resources. So we need to design good strategies. So strategy design. Sorry, that too many content. So and execution, from strategy design to execution. It's very important to do it professionally. So, and that's the reason why I'm saying AI mining, the era of AI mining is coming. How to combine AI and mining together, and to hedge, to design hedging strategy is very essential. It's essential to the future of this industry. Let's think about 20 years ago, 25 years ago, when internet came to the world. And yeah, it's a. I mean, I don't need to explain more, but let's think about it. The change, big change. So I think now it's a good opportunity. It's good time window. It's good timing to take action. So, and I hope we as a fork computing and fork hashing, we'd like to provide all the support for you miners to transition to the AI world and combine the two together to make the world different. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
AI is definitely needs Bitcoin, I guess it seems, especially the infrastructure that we've built. So up next, I have a Rex Liu. Rex, if you want to come to the stage, he is the sales manager of DCE Miner, and he'll be doing a short talk on the future of Bitcoin mining, efficiency, sustainability, and innovation. Give a nice warm welcome for Rex. It's his first time public speaking, you guys, so be nice.
Thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. Sorry. This is Rex from DCE Miner. You have seen that I'm a little nervous. It's my first time for the speech. Have you seen the PPT? It's written by AI. I don't like it. So just forget it. Please allow me to a little introduce our company. We have been a distributor of miners since 2017. Based in Shenzhen, China, we also have our own warehouse in Hong Kong, and we will have a new office in Dubai. Maybe you never heard about our company before, but you may have seen our company in the website of ASIC Mining Value. We are one of the certified sellers of them. There are 4 parts of our company business. Firstly, we sell brand new and used miners. We have cooperation with many well-known manufacturers, such as Bitmine, Miner, Ice River, GoShell, and so on. Secondly, we sell liquid cooling devices. Thirdly, we do hosting service for our customers. Last one, we do recycling miners from all over the world. By the way, here's the website, dceminer.com. Thanks for your time. That's all.
So what do you guys think? Today I write his speech? Maybe. All right, awesome. So now we are going to welcome our last panel of the day, run by a awesome guy named Anthony Powers. Anthony, come to the stage. Anthony was actually on a panel earlier today, and he did a bad job. So we are going to allow him to redeem himself a little bit, Anthony. So please welcome your panelists to the stage. There you go. Here, this one.
Thank you so much. Yep. Can I welcome to the stage Matt Cole, please? Just sit underneath your seat there. Tim Kotzman, please. Hey, Tim.
Hello.
And finally, Austin Alexander.
Hello. Hello.
So today we've got a panel where we're going to discuss treasury management from both a public and a state nation style. I just looking this morning, and obviously I did a panel with the analysts from Wall Street, and I noticed how many Bitcoin have been mined up to now. I think we're at 20 million in the next few days. So it's literally 95% of all the Bitcoin that's ever going to be mined has already been mined. And when we hear all these news stories about nations wanting to buy 200,000 Bitcoin a year for the next 5 years, I'm thinking, where are they going to buy it from? Because the challenge is, there's 20 million out there. There's probably 3 to 4 million of it lost. So then you're down to sort of 15, 16 million. We know there's a guy called Michael Saylor's company Strategy. They've got like 500,000. Then you've got the ETFs have got probably the best part of another million. It's a real challenge out there. But we're going to discuss today how companies can start looking to buy Bitcoin and what the opportunities are. In terms of the first question, and I'd like to put this to Matt, corporate versus sovereign strategies. Corporations like MicroStrategy have adopted Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Nations like El Salvador have also gone down that route. We know that obviously the US are very interested with the strategic Bitcoin reserve to go down the same route. Talk me through some of the opportunities and the challenges that can face these types of organizations going down that.
Yeah, so you're obviously starting to see adoption at the corporate level, in the United States, some bills at the state level, nations. Bitcoin's a really interesting asset on multiple levels. One, it's the first savings asset that we've had in a long time. You have the dollar, even if you're invested in treasuries, it has a negative interest rate. And so if you own dollars and you're a corporation or a country, your incentive is actually to get rid of them. So if you're a corporation, it's to do stock buybacks, it's to do capital expenditures, M&A, anything to put that money to work so you're not just sitting on an asset that's losing purchasing power every single year. And one of the interesting things about Bitcoin is that if you think about it as adoption, it's the everyday individual bought it before the corporation. The failing company, the zombie companies are buying it before the profitable companies. And I think that's interesting because it gives power to those that had less power. And so when you think about adoption, I do think eventually, I think we're at the precipice of the United States buying Bitcoin in a major way. Frankly, way sooner than I anticipated. And I think if that were to happen, you get massive adoption really quickly. But ultimately, it's stakeholder management. Education is the most difficult thing in Bitcoin. This community, obviously, at this conference, probably almost entirely Bitcoiners, but that's not what you face if you're a corporation and your CEO trying to convince a board, or even if you're running a nation and you're trying to convince your citizens, your stakeholders. If they're not educated, then it feels like something that they can't support. And so that's, I think, the biggest challenge, and people that can educate quicker will be the winners.
If I can add on to what Matt said, it's interesting and awesome, obviously, that you had individuals adopt first, then companies, institutions, nation states. That's what you would think. But the reality is it's actually going to go individuals, some zombie companies, but the companies that are profitable, there's career risks, there's like, they don't have a need to know, as Michael Saylor would say. So it'll go individuals, zombie companies, nation states, and then the rest of the corporates. At least that's my view.
It is a wonderful thing that Satoshi put the issuance schedule so front loaded, because at least back in the day, people used to have the conversations that maybe the issuance was too front loaded, and the mining subsidy is going to run out too quickly. But thankfully, in Satoshi's infinite wisdom, he front loaded the issuance so heavily so that all the coins could go to the counterculture radical true believers instead of the squares. And that decision by Satoshi, it's going to kind of change the course of human progress forever, because think about how it would be if we were only at 25% of the coins had been issued or had been discovered so far or been released so far. We'd be looking at a world where, relatively trivially to today, or at least, or without empowering all these risk-taking individuals, the nation states and the old guard would be the ones being empowered by this wealth shift. And so I really would like to commend Mr. Satoshi for that, or Mrs. Satoshi.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, we're all here, we all believe in the Bitcoin, and the trouble is, obviously, outside of here, we're still fighting that sort of adoption. I use the analogy, when I first considered buying the iPhone, I think it was the iPhone 3, my son dragged me to the iPhone shop. I think I had a Nokia basic text and phone. That was all I needed to do, but he dragged me along there. And once I got it, I realized, hey, this is great. And so I always say, at the moment, we're probably like at the iPhone 3 stage in terms of adoption, and iPhone's at the 16 stage now. So we're gradually building up towards there. And if we're ever feeling down about the volatility of Bitcoin, I always sort of go to a Michael Saylor video, and it perks me up for a few more days before I start feeling bad again. But Michael Saylor, obviously, he's a great advert, a great marketing tool for the Bitcoin community. And but even he had challenges. I mean, he recently went to the Microsoft board to get them to consider adopting Bitcoin. This is one of the largest companies in the world from a market capitalization. So there are challenges out there that we find. In terms of risks and rewards, if we're sort of starting to look at companies adopting Bitcoin on the balance sheet, what sort of percentage would you be saying in terms of 1-5%, even more than that? What do you think on that, Matt?
Yeah, so every company should have a different idea in how to implement a Bitcoin corporate strategy, and so there's zombie companies, and so for zombie companies, frankly, they shouldn't exist. And if you're a zombie company, you should go all in, like MicroStrategy or Strategy, to acquire the maximum amount of Bitcoin, shut down unprofitable operations. That's what we laid out when we sent a letter to GameStop last month, laying out a framework. We knew that they were already considering buying Bitcoin, but if you think about an Overton window for a company like that their brick and mortar stores have no future, the more they move into acquiring a massive amount of Bitcoin, the better their long-term prospects are going to be for their company. For a company like Microsoft, so 99% of investors voted against this proposal for them to consider putting Bitcoin on their balance sheet. Strive was one of the 1% that voted yes. What's the argument for Microsoft? Well, they actually have a real operating business. They're profitable. They have a pretty strong future. But if you think about this world of exponential AI innovation, they're obviously heavy investors in that. But even though they're heavy investors in that with OpenAI, their business moat is at risk. at least in the way it is today. And that's true for almost every single tech company out there. And so if you think about a company, this is not Bitcoin yet, but if you think about an Bitcoin argument yet, if you think about a company that's business mode is at substantial risk into a period of exponential innovation, you should have a larger balance sheet, more capital on your balance sheet. That's not about Bitcoin yet. So that's every tech company. They should have a larger balance sheet. And then we say, well, what should the balance sheet hold? There's only one savings asset in the world right now, and it's Bitcoin. And so almost every single tech company should acquire a war chest of Bitcoin to hedge themselves for the future, even if they have a great operating business today like Microsoft. But to Tim's point, most of them are going to be complacent about their own moat, and they're going to be unlikely to go in that direction. But those that do, I think, are positioning themselves in a much stronger way than those that don't for the long run future.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to think about incentives because if you think about GameStop and all of the story that many of us know, the retail that coming in, the excitement. Well, what was the incentive? The incentive was to sell and try to make money and move on to the next trade. Well, what happens with GameStop now when they put Bitcoin on the balance sheet? It becomes this armor for the corporations that are putting it on the balance sheet. It's becoming, you're adding, you're building, you're contributing, you're making the network stronger. And so the more corporations that adopt, I mean, it's just going to literally raise all ships. Arguably, MicroStrategy will be the big ship.
Yeah, Austin. I mean, how early are we in this in sort of like treasury management with companies across the US, and how can we sort of improve that speed of adoption?
Well, I think ultimately Bitcoin is going to become like the reserve asset of all human economic activity. So from that lens, which I'm convinced of it. So from that lens, we're incredibly early because every single company in the world is going to eventually, every single notable company at the very least is going to every single public company. They're all going to be Bitcoin treasury companies. It's inevitable. They have to if they want to exist. So I'd say incredibly early, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So maybe just one quick point on it. I agree. We're incredibly early. I don't think there will be an infinite amount of time to acquire a war chest of Bitcoin. Yeah. That is different than owning Bitcoin out of necessity, where if you think about the S&P 500, the 500th company that puts Bitcoin in their treasury is doing so out of desperation.
Yeah, and you can think of the analogy of like from individuals' perspective. If you were set on acquiring as much Bitcoin as possible in 2010, 2011, you didn't need to be a multimillionaire to make quite a meaningful impact and change the course of your life. If you were a fry cook at Burger King and you were set to acquire as much Bitcoin as possible in 2010 or 2011, and you were able to hold it, which is a big if, you're probably doing very, very, very well right now. So I think that it's a similar analogy.
In terms of longer term horizon,
sorry, real quick. I think it's a really important point for any corporate treasurer, founder, CEO, CFO that's listening to this. How much time do you think they have to mobilize, educate themselves, and actually get a war chest?
Yeah, so I think we're talking about a period of 1 to 2 years where you could announce being a Bitcoin treasury company, and the financial markets will allow you to issue more shares through the ATM, to do convertible debt notes, other types of securities. It's not always in our country that any company can acquire a bunch of capital. Like, forget Bitcoin for a second. If you just are a struggling company or you're concerned and you want to raise a bunch of capital for your treasury, that's not infinite capital. There's times that's not possible. It's possible today. And so I do think we're at a period of a couple of years, probably max, before the ability to acquire a war chest is probably gone.
Do we feel comfortable when you look at the public companies that hold Bitcoin on the balance sheet? We have obviously Strategy with in excess of 500,000 coins now. The next 4 or 5 are actually the Bitcoin mining companies who started to re-hodl this last 18 months, literally hodl everything and use other means of capital to pay their operating and their capital growth. Do we feel that gap? I think Marathon have got 46,000 and they're in second place. Is there a war chest too big for maybe one company, or how do we feel on that?
I don't think the war chest's too big. I mean, if it's too big, then they can always donate it. Correct? Yeah. No, it's likely that MicroStrategy is likely going to be the most well-capitalized company on earth, and what they do with that in the future remains to be seen. But I mean, there's an argument to be made that maybe it's too big from like the holistic health of the Bitcoin economy or whatever. I'm not convinced of that, but I could see an argument made for that. But from I don't think there's a point where it's too big for the stakeholders of the company or of any company or any individual or any nation state. I mean, the race is on. Satoshi fired the starter pistol. Most people didn't realize that the race was on. Most people still don't realize that the race is on. But if we have this shift and Bitcoin becomes the reserve asset for economic activity, then the race is well on. And those that realize today, even still the fry cook at Burger King who realizes today that the race is on and goes all in, there's still tremendous upside, and there always will be, because if we just keep shifting towards the point where that is like the default state, where people they're the reason why they are at work, why they form these companies, what is becomes to acquire money. They want the money. Why? For purchasing power, and Bitcoin will be that money. So the race is on, and it's never going to end.
The race is certainly on. It's interesting if you just follow. I mean, we're all on a journey. If you follow Michael Saylor's journey, I mean, he first tweeted that Bitcoin was going to go the way of online gambling. Then, things changed in 2020. Then he was opportunistic, or kind of like, hey, we need to do something different. Then it went to opportunistic, and now it's, very opportunistic, right? We don't have to go through the word salad of adjectives, but a few years ago, you listen to an interview and he says, I would be up at night, like someone's going to figure this out and I need to buy as much as I can. And now, just my opinion, you see the bewilderment in his eyes. He can't, it's amazing that more people are not doing this. And he's like, well, I'm just going to keep going because this is like, why would I not? I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, and maybe just, I agree with everything that was said, but a word of caution would be, most people don't understand MicroStrategy. In my view, they're not even close to over levered. No one knows how they break, but everybody's afraid that they're going to break because of the leverage that they've intelligently deployed, in my view. But I do think in a race to acquire war chests of Bitcoin, I do think that there will be companies that take too much risk, that put on too much debt, and probably one or multiple that at some point probably do fail because of taking too much risk. I think that's natural in any race, and the great thing about Bitcoin is that there's no bailouts in Bitcoin, so it'll be fine. But it's not just acquire a war chest by any means necessary and take on too much leverage. Like, if you follow what MicroStrategy's done, it is very, very difficult to break their structure. But as more and more companies do that, I think some will probably take a little bit more risk, and that maybe works out, and for some maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, I can relate to that, Matt. I mean, we saw I think it was the end of 2021, 2022, at the end of the last bull cycle, we saw some mining companies actually go out there and buying Bitcoin to really build their hodl even further, because there was a belief that 69,000 wasn't going to be the end of that period. I think some of the big analysts on social media were suggesting 100,000, and it never happened. And we saw 2022, the Bitcoin price dropped. And for miners, that just didn't impact the value on their balance sheet, but it also impacted the value of their machines on the balance sheet. And they'd taken out debt to buy this Bitcoin, and then it spiraled. And a lot of these miners now struggled, and some of them literally gone out of business since then. So I do see that. We talk about, we all understand the long-term aspirations of Bitcoin. We see in the future, and I know, Tim, we were in New York a couple of weeks ago listening to the Bitcoin Investor Week, all these top speakers there talking about their guide prices for Bitcoin. And I felt really comfortable coming out of that session, because I'm thinking, that's really perked me up a bit now. I've still got I don't sell my Bitcoin, but it's perked me up where we're going to see the future. But we're sort of still trying to explain to companies about the short-term volatility, and how do we sort of get that messaging across right to companies that are interested, or even to states that are going through this process now of trying to implement a strategic Bitcoin reserve at the state level.
Yeah, I mean, I think doing the study of what's been successful and strategy is the poster child. I mean, when they're selling additional shares and then immediately, literally the same day, in a lot of cases, turning around and just buying Bitcoin, that's a word called accretive, right? It's just accretive. There's no dilution. There is technically, but it's accretive dilution, right? That's the new favorite phrase that we like to use. And it's if you look at the structure, you look at the convertible debt, it's literally on a corporate level what individuals hopefully are doing, which is you're buying as much Bitcoin as you can that you can hold for at least 4 or 5 years. I mean, that's it. That's the whole playbook. The end.
And of course, alluding to what Matt was saying earlier, there have been many individuals who, they got into Bitcoin 2010, 2011, and they have no Bitcoin today. They have nothing because they blew themselves out, because they took irresponsible leverage. I worked for many years at a very big exchange at Kraken, and I saw many people get completely blown out. And in hindsight, of course, they're like, why would I do this? Why would I do this? But the fever takes over, and so there are going to be many. There'll probably be nation states that get blown out because they do it wrong. They lever up incorrectly, and so I don't think we're not going to see an end to that anytime ever.
Yeah.
No, I mean, greed is powerful, and there is a extremely compelling case to acquire the maximum amount of Bitcoin you can in the shortest time as possible. That's what Michael Saylor's doing extremely, extremely effectively. But in any time where you have an opportunity like that, if you did not see a corporation or a nation blow up in this gold rush, I would say it would be shocking, because, but to your point, Austin, is how many people do you know, I mean, that have blown themselves out in Bitcoin or could not handle the short-term volatility? And part of the ability to handle the short-term volatility is being convicted in the asset. If you haven't done the work, then you can't handle the volatility. But if you think as an institutional investor, institutions will typically, when they're buying more risky assets, they buy it in private equity vehicles. And the benefit for that to them is that they don't see what the price is every day. They see a new price every 3 months, right? But those assets, if you invest in a startup, and if you were actually trying to mark the value of a startup and looking at its customer acquisition and growth metrics on a daily basis, that startup would be more volatile than Bitcoin is. And people would be scared. But instead, you actually see institutions talk about how great private equity and venture investing is because of its stable values. Well, those stable values are false. And so Bitcoin's liquidity, its 24/7 liquidity, is actually a blessing. It's the most liquid asset, but that liquidity shows volatility. And if you ever have an asset that can go up a lot and it has no volatility, that's called a Ponzi. And so the fact that Bitcoin has volatility, I think, just shows the opportunity over time. And zoom out just a bit.
Yeah, and I've heard some people say, I think somebody was saying at that, I was there as well in the Bitcoin Investor Week, that they thought that the volatility of Bitcoin was going to dampen down, but it's unique, it's completely novel, and the world does not know the price, the real value, the real price of Bitcoin. I mean, none of us even, you might think it's way higher than it is today. I think it is, but I don't know what the value of it, the true value of Bitcoin is. And there's a lot of capital in the world, a lot of people. And the vast majority of those people are not participating in the price discovery of Bitcoin today. So as that capital and those people join the race, or understand that the race is on and they join, perhaps the volatility increases. I think that's quite possible too. So I don't think it's going away anytime soon. It's going to be decades of volatility, I believe.
In terms of how we get that messaging across to companies, even to like individual investors, what strategy would you use to get a company to focus on when they're dealing with like shareholders, explaining the process? Is there anything that sort of like, that would help them to address this issue?
Do a lot of work to understand Bitcoin. is really the simple answer. And if you don't want to do that work, so on as an example, Strive as a wealth management business. So we have clients that entrust us to help them save for their future, their family's future. Many of them don't know Bitcoin. We actually think that Bitcoin belongs as a core allocation. Well, how do you incorporate an asset that we have extreme conviction on that belongs in the portfolios of every person? You have to start almost artificially small. Because if it's artificially small, so like for us, like 3 to 5% of someone's portfolio, well, 3 to 5% of your portfolio has a bunch of volatility in it. For the whole portfolio, that's not a lot of volatility. And so this kind of gets back, I think one of your first questions was, what percentage should be in Bitcoin? Well, I think it should be a high percentage, but only if there's an understanding and an ability to handle that volatility. And when there's not, then you pare it back, not because that's the optimal amount to hold, but it's like the maximum amount that they can handle.
Yeah, I think until you study Bitcoin and you can appreciate, not just understand, but appreciate the volatility of the price, right? That there's volatility. It's going to be tough to go further. And that's why with the MSTR True North crew, we really like talking about a lot of the nuances. But even if you just take MNAV, everybody is going to be 2x, 3x, 30x MNAV. Well, it's going to be volatile. It's going to breathe. And until you really get into wanting to take an interest in learning about it, it's going to be tough to really put your arms around it and want it to have it in your portfolio, whether you're an individual or a company.
I think the only way that it's going to work for the vast majority of companies is just to continue to see the continued success, continued price appreciation of Bitcoin. A lot of eventually everyone will capitulate. Eventually, at some point, people will dig their heels in, and as they continue to get their relative purchasing power smashed, eventually they will have to capitulate. And you can try to create a strategy of communication strategy, or a consulting company, or I don't know, a million different things. But the only thing that is really going to drive it home for probably 99% is just to see the price keep going up.
The race is on. Most people just don't know that they're in a race. I don't know why they call it the human race, because most people aren't even walking, but eventually everyone will come along.
Yeah, cool. In terms of companies adopting a treasury management for Bitcoin, are there any sort of like hedging techniques that they could maybe incorporate? And are these types of techniques only available to those with maybe the deeper pockets, or are things that even the smaller companies could do to sort of manage expectation?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can hedge Bitcoin. I think the question is, do you want to hedge Bitcoin? But I think the rise of structured products around Bitcoin is going to be massive. And if you think about just structured products as a category for investing in the world, it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry of slicing and dicing different things to give different risk exposure. So there's ways that you can take Bitcoin and provide downside protection. There's multiple different ways already. Structured products is just one of them. For certain individuals or corporations, that might make sense. Potentially that could make sense for Bitcoin miners, where that to the downside of Bitcoin, their operating business has substantial leverage to the downside. Well, maybe in that scenario, you need to give up some upside of your Bitcoin to have some of that downside protection. Maybe for other companies, no, it's just own the Bitcoin, or even leverage the Bitcoin in different ways to benefit even more. Every company's journey will be unique. I think for most companies that are at a place where they could think about buying Bitcoin, I think they're large enough to hedge it.
Yeah. Well, it's easier for a smaller portfolio. It's easier to hedge. I mean, how do you hedge 500,000 Bitcoin? How would MicroStrategies hedge that? They wouldn't want to. They shouldn't want to, probably, because with hedging, obviously, you reduce the upside. So maybe in lieu of that, maybe some of the smaller companies they might start kind of how MetaPlanet's doing, trying to figure out some yield generation strategies in lieu of hedging. But no matter what, any of these things, hedging or yield or whatever, it's always going to come with additional risk. And the counter, we've seen so many examples over and over and over and over, including very recently of just how crazy high the counterparty risk of giving someone else your Bitcoin is. And I think that the price of that counterparty risk is probably a lot higher than a lot of companies, a lot of people think. But yeah, I don't know. You don't want to hedge Bitcoin, I don't think, really.
Yeah. When I set up the platform with my co-founder Bryce about 15 months ago, I tried to look at the right bank to fit my needs. And dealing with North America, I live in the UK, and obviously currency transactions, and I went to the most popular bank that could do that, and I filled all the applications in, and I got my account number, and 2 days later they closed my account without reason. And all I put on there, I was doing education in the Bitcoin mining space as my sort of topic. This is in the United Kingdom. We're supposed to be like towards the forefront of technology, but countries around the world are still not seeing the same as maybe we're seeing in the US. What do you feel is the impact of, say, the IMF's thoughts on Bitcoin, or other countries or other groups of countries like Europe? We've seen the head of the European Union say that they really don't want any of the European states to adopt Bitcoin. And straight away we had one of the European countries come out and saying we're definitely going to adopt it. But how do you feel these sort of remarks in the news can affect what we're trying to hopefully achieve globally?
Well, it's a speed bump at best. Of course, they're going to come out and say that, because for the IMF and these analogous institutions, it's a direct threat on their grip on power. And when you control the money, that's real power, serious power. So of course it's going to happen. But I tell you a personal story. I was unbanked for like almost 3 years. I wasn't trying. There was a nice chunk there where literally all day, every day, my full-time job was trying to get a bank account. I spent like 3 months doing nothing but trying to get a bank account many years ago. And in hindsight, it's the best thing that ever happened to me, because I had to get even more reliant on Bitcoin for my life because they wouldn't bank me. And so the upside was wonderful. It was like, I don't know what my life would be like if that hadn't happened, but it probably wouldn't be as nice as it is now. It's very nice that they unbanked me. So, maybe that's a similar thing will play out. But it's inevitable. It's just a speed bump. So, they can try to, stand on the beach and try to push the waves away, but, they're going to get smashed eventually.
So Europe, from a corporate perspective and from a prosperities perspective, has just been massive losers. For the last 40 years, they've underperformed American equities by 2,000% because they've been about control over freedom, stakeholder capitalism versus shareholder capitalism. It's not by chance that if you look at the largest companies in the globe, they're not in Europe. They're much more likely to be in America. So I think that the nice thing about Bitcoin is Bitcoin doesn't care. Bitcoin does not need the strategic Bitcoin reserve in America to win. America is much stronger if it acquires a war chest of Bitcoin to win. And so ultimately, I think the IMF, Europe continues to step on its own 2 feet. They continue to try to constrain or block Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to go around them. And like they've lost in the corporate fight versus American corporations, they're going to lose in the monetary fight as well. Maybe you should move to America.
Maybe. I mean, we might be behind a little bit in the UK, but we probably still produce the best music out there. I'm thinking Beatles, the Stones, Floyd.
Love the Beatles.
Fleetwood
you're
Mac,
really bringing
you
it
name
back.
They're British.
You punch above your weight in music for sure.
What have they
Absolutely,
done for us
we
lately?
always punch above our weight. That's a true fact.
Well, the euro's trash.
We're not in the euro.
Absolute disaster. I'm not talking about the pound is trash too, but let's talk about the euro. The euro's trash. You really want to hold the euro over Bitcoin? You really think that they what can they do to slow the growth of Bitcoin and stabilize the euro versus Bitcoin? What can they do?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got about 5 minutes left. I just want to talk on one more question. We've talked about why. I'd like to throw the question now as to how these companies are going to actually physically implement a treasury management strategy in their companies, and what are the sort of like challenges they're going to face doing that from physically incorporating it.
Yeah, probably the number one risk right now in the Bitcoin treasury space is the consolidation of custodians. I think there's going to be a lot of innovation in kind of corporate custody and nation state custody. I really like this company Casa. They put out the first kind of product for nation state Bitcoin self custody, and probably what will end up happening is that at least the relevant forward thinking countries are going to kind of have rules around custody, that the custody must be domestic, and they'll try to they're gonna. It's a very difficult thing to understand, Bitcoin custody. It's wholly unique. There's nothing ever that's been like this, that you custody like this. And so even amongst like very sophisticated Bitcoiners, individuals, there's a lot of debate and a lot of stress and around custody and third parties versus self custody and the structure, the processes, things like that. So I think there's gonna be a lot of innovation towards that, and there probably will be a lot of moves towards like corporate self custody eventually. I don't know in what timeline, but eventually, and probably as there's more sophistication and understanding and a wider understanding amongst the decision makers and the leadership and also the shareholders. I believe at least in some parts there'll be a kind of a demand for self custody and to de-risk from the centralized custodians. And there might even be, as more and more companies adopt these strategies, the relative value of the companies or the MNAV might begin to reflect how the market feels about the different self-custody strategies and the different custodians and their relative kind of security. But I think that might be a little ways away.
Yeah, everything that was just said reminds me of when we were in DC at the Bitcoin Policy Institute Forum. There was a panel with Mike Belshie from BitGo and a couple other people, and the one question was, should nation states use a custodian? Should they do self-custody? And they said, well, the short answer is they should maybe start with a third-party custody provider, but definitely consider developing a team of people to do a custody on their own, self-custody. So I think it's, I'm reminded of an interview I did with a public executive chairman, and he said, we're very happy with our current custodians, but we're also very, very excited for the banks to come in. I mean, there's just, whether you want to call it too big to fail, there's something about JP Morgan that makes people feel comfortable. And then for others, it's right, they want to look at some sort of multi-institution custody. So, I mean, we could talk for days about just the custody part of it.
Yeah. Before we finish now, I'd just like to get my excellent panel here just to tell you how they what they do and how you can get in touch with them if you need further advice. I certainly was out of my comfort zone a couple of weeks ago in this particular space. Anything mining orientated, I'm usually okay, but treasury management was something I hadn't used. I mean, we had a podcast literally last week with Fortress Global Limited, and they're a treasury management company out there that deliver what we've been trying to explain here. So a big up to them. But if you can explain what you do and how people can get in touch if they need more questions before we finish, so people can make that aware.
Yeah, so I'm the CEO of Strive. You can find me on Twitter at Cole Macro. Our company Twitter handle is Strive Funds, or at strive.com. And if anyone has questions, I'm like this, but I think most people in the Bitcoin community are like this. Reach out. People are more than happy to help. I think this is an industry where a rising tide really lifts all boats. So happy to help if anyone wants to chat.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Matt. Thanks for the invite. And yeah, you can find me mostly on X at Tim Kotzman. I have wear an orange tie and do the Bitcoin Treasuries podcast, so that's a lot of fun, covering all of the executives and analyst part of it. I'm a part of the MSTR True North live streams we do every Wednesday. We'll really dive deep on the MicroStrategy stock in particular. A lot going on there, and yeah, I think we need more and more people in the Bitcoin space to provide these solutions, right? I work a lot with OnRamp with their custody solution. I work with Acropolis with their outsourced Bitcoin treasury solution. But I literally said to someone within the past week, I said, if there's another company out there that does that, I don't know who they are. Now, since then, I think there's a few others, but I think that's how early we are. We're like, well, I want to do this, but I want to outsource it. Where do I go? And you're like, I can't think of more than a few. So I think this is exciting, and I would encourage everyone to, if there's something that you can contribute, whether part-time or full-time to the community, there's just a massive opportunity, not just from a learning and potentially investment standpoint, but from a career standpoint.
I'm working with 10x Capital. The firm has over 1,000 investments, many exits, a very large treasury management division. I kind of advise them on Bitcoin thing. You can find me on Twitter at BTC is money, and please write me a message so we can talk. It'd be wonderful.
Awesome. I'm Anthony Power. I'm the CEO of Powerman and Glances. And I'd just like to, if you can show your appreciation to the panel today. I've learned a lot today. I hope you've learned a lot today too. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Awesome. Thank you. That's great.
Welcome to TicTac, your gateway to the world of mining. As an official Bitmain distributor, TicTac is your premier choice for the full range of Antminer products. Backed by a $25 million deposit with Bitmain, we offer unparalleled trust and security to our investors. Over 10,000 miners are traded through TicTac every month. Feel free to stop by for a chat about anything related to the mining industry. We look forward to hearing from you. Think big, buy smart.
I've been in the industrial cooling business for about 35 years, all of my career. I probably cooled my first mining tank, an immersion tank, probably 5 or 7 years ago. So I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to be really quick. First of all, as we look at what type of power consumption, what's that parasitic cost of your cooling, our research shows that immersion is the most efficient, where there's going to be about a 15% parasitic loss for immersion cooling. Direct-to-chip hydros at 25%, and air cooling is about 40%. So from a cooling perspective, if you ask the cooling guys, what do you want to cool? We want to cool immersion. We want to let you guys keep your coin. So you'll have a smaller electric bill cooling an immersion tank than you will with the other ones. One thing that we find interesting is a lot of people will sell you a cooling system and they'll call it a kilowatt. Here's a 200 kilowatt cooler. Please understand that that depends on defining a lot of variables, like what's the weather, what's the altitude, what's the fluid temperature. And so you can't always trust the label on the cooler. You have to find out what numbers it's using to generate that kilowatts. And I'll show you another slide showing how that can vary. And understand when we talk about how many kilowatts we're going to consume for cooling, that is what we're going to be doing at 2 o'clock on July 14th, the hottest day of the year. That's going to be a worst case draw on the grid. And I'm going to show you some more slides, but we're going to do a lot better as the weather cools down. So we found this chart of an S21 and like, hey, what's our hash rate based on cooling temperature? And I don't know how well you can see that, but it really doesn't matter up to 45 degrees C. So if you can run miners with higher coolant temperatures, on the right, we got two machines. One's designed at 45 C, one's designed at 35 C. Which one would you like to buy? You know, one costs twice as much as the other. So watch your temperatures. You can save a lot of coin by making a smart decision on the temperatures of your coolant. Location matters for any cooling system. Here we took the same 8-fan dry cooler that we manufacture. We put one of them in San Jose, California. Not the most economical choice to put a cooling system. And we put one in miserable Houston, Texas. And the San Jose one, due to its low summer temperatures, it kicks butt. The Houston one loses 30% of capacity, and it's just weather. So where you locate your cooling system will make a huge, huge difference on how many kilowatts the very same cooling system can remove. I vote for Saskatchewan for you guys. Nice and cool there. One thing that our company can do to help you guys to look at the investment is we have great ash rate data of, like, here's San Jose, California. That's this blue mountain there. That represents the temperatures, how many hours per year it's these various temperatures. And then we can tell you how many kilowatts we need to cool at all these various temperatures. And we sum it all up. In the bottom left, it says, oh, hey, we're going to use 55.7 megawatts throughout the entire year to remove over 10 million kilowatts with a very, very high power usage efficiency. And this system here, we use water trim, the adiabatic option, and we can tell you, hey, we only need to run water 2,200 hours a year. We're going to use about 15,000 liters of water for the year. So we can help you guys get a feel for your utility costs with electricity and water for the cooling system. The adiabatic option, and an adiabatic cooler is a hybrid cooler. It's a dry cooler that uses misting. You can size a smaller dry cooler and save some coin with that decision. And with variable speed fans, you can save coin as the fans slow down, pull less kilowatts as the weather gets colder. So that's my real quick 5-minute summary of how to save some coin with your cooling system. Talk to the experts, look at your utility costs, let us help you. Thank you.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. It's pretty dang awesome.
To mine up next, Kai, and he's going to be doing a presentation on mining farm operations.
Hey, hello. I'm from Easy to Mine. My name is Kai. I'm here today to introduce our services and solutions. So our Easy to Mine, we do sell miners, we do distribute miners, we do resell miners, we do help host to find miners, and we also do logistic. But today, here I'm going to introduce our operation and maintenance solutions for mining sites. So our company have a long-standing history for serving clients worldwide. Our company has dedicated our efforts in operation and maintenance since 2015. And here are some primary locations that we have operation. We used to have operation, and we're still having operation and still growing. So in China, in Indonesia, Kazakhstan, and since 2022, we have started our business here in the United States. And just last year, we have started business in Ethiopia as well. And our company, we do offer several distinct solutions to meet our diverse need for our clients. Sorry. So today, as March 1st, 2025, we have over 1,100 megawatt power load in operation global-wide, and over 300,000 miners in operation. That's about 4.3 global contributions. So, as I said, we have distinct solutions to meet the diverse needs for our clients. First of all, we call it firefighting. If you need to solve particular issue, increase the mining efficiency, and even improve your management, we're the one to go. Number two, which is most commonly found, is the on-site maintenance team. We do offer a 24/7 maintenance team on-site to solve all the issues other than the hardware issues like water, electricity, and internet. Number three, we do offer staff training. If you have a solid infrastructure but lack for mining experience and management experience, we do offer staff training that we do provide a theoretical guidance and physical hands-on experience as well to fit your team with a required skill for effective and efficient operation. Number four, we do offer a 24/7 online supporting team that be able to coordinate the clients with the on-site team and monitor mining status in real time, and also providing like data records and all the other data sheets. And currently, our online team has managing over 180,000 miners, excluding the site we have on-site maintenance team. So here's are some advantages. First of all, is we're aligned with our clients' interests. Second is we do have practical experience over 50 plus sites back in Asia and over 20 plus sites here in the States. Number three, our overall hash rate for the sites we maintain are above 98%, and for new miner, we do offer a 99% hash rate return. And by staying so, we usually achieve that goal, as I stated in number three, within 30 days. And lastly, we have experience with all of the mainstreams like Antminer, WasMiner, AlphaPax, Volkminer, you name it. But by having such a stable maintenance and operation, we're glad to announce that we are about to start building our own mining farm. So if you have any interest, you have any resources, we'd like to talk to you. We have our booths just right across the stage. And we're easy to mine. Here's our QR code if you'd like to scan and help make your mining easier. Thank you.
In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Ant Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure for Bitcoin eco-development.
Box new design for how to improve the uptime rates. So first, who we are the world's leading cooling solutions provider, both for crypto mining and data center solutions. So this is the world's largest self-owned manufacturing plant. And we are honored to say that because a lot of people have been asking me, hey, are you the final source? Yes, we are. We are the factory outlets. You know that a lot of people in this industry is white labels, but we can reduce the cost. And because of self-owned plants, we have got the world's fastest manufacturing speeds. That's 300 sets per month. And our cooling solutions, including air cooling, immersion cooling, hydro cooling, no matter for container-based or indoor skate-based. So what can we do is not only to manufacturing, but to design. You know that every big project can be different. The location, the humidity, the temperature, it can be different. So the design is super important. And we send engineers all over the world to do the deployment, which is turnkey. And within a 1-year warranty, we provide maintenance service. And after it, customers can choose to enroll it, or we can teach them how to do it. So let's look at our newly designed hydro cooling products. We have got this very container just on that corner of the hall, if you're interested to look. This is inside. This is 1.2 megawatts, and the capacity is 216 mining rigs inside. Besides its 40 feet container, we also have got 10 feet, 20 feet, each with different power load. So what makes us different? You know that for hydro cooling, one problem is that only single pump. If there is anything happens to that pump, the whole system will stop, which means that all your mining rigs will have to stop for several days. But our double pump solutions make automatic switch in case of any pump issues. And we call it non-stopping maintenance. And also, we enhance the overheating protection for the cables. That is the air tunnel inside the PDUs. In cold climates, for example, Canada, Norway, we have this preheating system. For example, let's say for Antminer, it requires us or any mining rigs to preheat to -5 degrees at least, so that they can start mining, and then we stop the heating system. So the heating system becomes the cooling system, and all starts hatching. So other features, for example, the PLC control, the leakage shutdown mechanism. And what I have to emphasize is our remote controlling system. We can control it on the control panel inside the container, on the mobile IP, and also on the PC website. So what we can do is not only to monitor, but to remote control each mining rig, which is super important, because we know that for most cases, sometimes it is only for you to restart the mining rigs and all things just turn back to normal. So with one click, no matter at home or in the office, and you control it, and then see something. If it turns back to okay, it is okay. And if it's not okay, you just go and check what's happening afterwards. So because of these features, we are proud to say that we provide products to the world's top 5 mining companies. And our UAE testing center running at the world's most extremely environment. For example, high temperatures in the Middle East, high humidity, dusty environment in the deserts, and salt fog. So we deployed the world's top 3 projects globally last year, and the projects running in the UAE, USA, Europe, Paraguay, Oman, Australia, and any other countries. So we are FBox. We are liquid cooling master, and we are the factory outlet. Thank you.
Or am I introducing you?
How's everybody doing? Good? Good? We got one well, that's good.
So I was talking to Luke earlier, and he said something really important. Said, can't be a fireside chat if there's no fire. Is that right, Luke?
Yep.
So it's just a chat.
Okay.
I'll
You
take
sure you
it.
don't want to start a fire?
Oh, you're tempting me now.
I guess it is a bit warm in here.
Anyways, man, how you doing? How's life?
Okay.
It's doing okay?
Yeah.
How you feeling right now?
Maybe a little hungry.
Hungry. Yeah, I haven't had lunch either.
I skipped breakfast too.
I did skip breakfast as well. Anyways, this is why you guys didn't come to hear just me and Luke just talking, but let's talk about Ocean, man. So I think you guys have been absolutely crushing it. The launch has been extremely well received by the Bitcoin community. And you know, what motivated you, bro? What motivated you to start Ocean? And I actually had a little bit of a backstory regarding that. And perhaps people in the audience don't know, you actually started Ocean V1 back in 2011. And the name of it, I'm going to mispronounce it. It's called Eligus. Is that correct?
I think everyone pronounces it differently. I pronounce it Eligius.
Eligius?
Yeah.
So what motivated you to start Ocean V2?
V2, well, just to get there out of the way, Ocean V1 was pretty much just because I could. But Ocean V2, the reason I decided to relaunch the pool was because the decentralization issue with Bitcoin mining has become so severe. Bitmain controls over 40% of the network. Foundry's got, I don't know what it is now, but way too high. And these centralized mining pools, they essentially take all the whole mining job from the miners, and people are just contributing toward these large centralized, essentially they are the miner themselves. So with what that causes is right now for transactions to confirm that, you know, the white paper says 6 blocks, but with the centralization, how it is, if you want to be secure with Foundry on the network, it's got to be 12 blocks. And if Bitmain is so big that it's got to be a whole week you wait before you consider transaction confirmed. So this is a major issue for Bitcoin. And so what I did with relaunching the pool as Ocean is we're not just going to be a typical pool that becomes just the next threat. We've created this new datum protocol, which allows miners to make their own blocks. They're essentially solo miners, but they're still getting the shared economics of a pool by sharing the reward. When you find a block, you share your reward with everyone else mining on Ocean. If someone else finds a block, they share the reward with you, but you're all making your own blocks.
Gotcha. And let's talk about that, right? Because it's very unique what you guys do at Ocean in terms of the payout structure. But first, to just give a little bit of context to the audience, what is FPPS?
It stands for full paper share, which is ironically not very full.
And is that what the majority of mining pools use today?
Yeah, it essentially is every share you submit, they pay you for it, whether or not there's a block found. No matter what happens with the Bitcoin network, it's just paid based on an arbitrary calculation they have.
And the theory behind that is to remove away the lottery component of it, right? To create more consistent payments?
Yeah, it pretty much eliminates all exposure to the Bitcoin network.
So could you explain the difference between FPPS and Ocean, and how does that translate to profitability?
With FPPS, they essentially decide a hash price for the day, and then throughout the day, they pay for each share you submit based on that hash price. With Bitcoin mining in general and Ocean, it's whenever a block is found, there's a reward associated with that block. And with Ocean, it gets shared among the miners who have participated in the pool up until that point. And so because there's a variance component to Bitcoin mining, there could be days where Ocean finds no blocks at all, so you get nothing. There could be days like yesterday, we found 3 blocks, even though on average we only find 1 a day right at the moment. So there's a lot of variance there, and you can have wild swings. In some cases, like 500, maybe even more, thousands of Bitcoins that you could be down from day to day or up day to day as a pool. And so the FPPS pools have to cover that risk factor. And so that usually manifests in the form of choosing a lower hash price than you could get on average with the direct pool.
So what's the incentive for Bitcoin miners to use Ocean versus the FPPS?
Well, the most altruistic incentive is to help decentralize Bitcoin, make it a viable currency. Most people don't realize the probability of Bitcoin succeeding as a decentralized currency is well under 50%. It's most likely that Bitcoin fails. And so by mining Bitcoin, mining the blocks yourself, making your own blocks and helping decentralize the network you contribute to, hopefully bringing that percent probability upward and hopefully making Bitcoin a success. But also, sorry,
No, go ahead.
there was also other benefits, like by not having the FPPS middleman, you may have days where you don't have blocks, you may have days where there's more, but overall it should pay better. And our miners have told us, in fact, it does in practice.
So, okay, just to break it down, right? So the short term, it might not, it removes the guarantee, it removes the insurance, so to speak, right? But on a longer term basis, there's a much bigger payout, but it's just not as consistent.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And simultaneously, you're supporting the decentralization of the network. Now, what I really find interesting, Luke, and obviously you have a ton of credibility behind you and your reputation speaks for itself. When you're saying that Bitcoin has less than a 50% chance of succeeding, I have a couple of questions for you. What is your definition of success? And what is your definition of Bitcoin succeeding? And why do you put it at 50%? I mean, I like the regulatory environment changed in the United States. You know, you have nation states making it legal tender. What are your thoughts?
I wouldn't even put it at 50%. That was a very generous estimate. Another developer several months ago put it at 3 or 4%, and he's probably not far off with that either. Wow. I would say for Bitcoin to be a success, there has to be a decentralized system that provides the guarantees that are expected of Bitcoin. It's like people assume there will only ever be 21 million Bitcoins, but if the Bitcoin network becomes centralized, that guarantee is, you know, out the door, and there's nobody to enforce it. We don't have a centralized entity enforcing the rules, so it's really either the Bitcoin users enforce it or there is no enforcement and the miners can just do whatever they want.
Gotcha. And I want to just clarify to this audience, right? Because you were saying it earlier that, you know, the typical confirmation for a block, you would say after 6 blocks, you know, it's a done deal. This isn't going anywhere. You know, I'm naive and I think, hey, a block, it's good. But you're saying because of how large these mining pools have become, if you truly want actual confirmation, it could take up to a week. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, the assumption with the 6 blocks is that the hash rate is not centralized. And the white paper goes in to talk about the potential for a 51% attack if it were to be centralized. And what people often don't realize is you don't need 51% of the network hash rate to do a 51% attack. You can do it with 30, even 20%. There's just a possibility that you will fail when you try to do it, but it's possible to succeed as well.
Gotcha.
51% just happens to be the point where you're guaranteed to succeed anytime you want to do an attack.
Gotcha. And I want to, you know, I want to name some of these statistics, right? So we were talking about earlier, we're talking about Dr. Pepper and how it's a mixture between root beer and Coke. For anyone who doesn't know, it's true. But we were also talking about the fact that Ocean has found 4 blocks in the last week. Is that true?
I believe it was last week that 4 solo miners found blocks that were participating in Ocean. And that's important because they were solo mines. The miners themselves made the blocks.
So for the audience, how would you define a solo miner?
Someone who makes the blocks for themselves with their own full node.
Okay. Because I think there's differentiating opinions on that, right?
There's a lot of confusion that certain people seem to intentionally cause, but the definition has been pretty set for over a decade now.
And why are solo miners so important?
Because by making their own blocks, they help decentralize the network.
And they could only do that with Ocean at the moment?
It's possible to do it on your own, but then it's like a lottery. You might only find a block once every decade, and except for that one time, you won't get paid at all. So what Ocean does is by enabling the miners to share the rewards and still solo mine, you can still get the regular payments that you would get with a traditional pool, but you would still get the benefits of the solo mining and the decentralization.
How did you guys manage to do that?
Basically rethinking how pools should work. The way pools usually work is that the hasher connects directly to the pool, and the pool tells it basically what to do. And instead with Ocean, you have your node, and your miner connects to your node, and then your node is talking to Ocean to coordinate the payouts, but it's making the blocks itself.
And you guys have found a tremendous amount of interest and success with solar miners. I remember we were talking about it earlier when we were not having breakfast. You said that 75% of Ocean's hash is solo miners. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
That's incredible. Does the hash rate of Ocean continue to go up and to the right?
Yeah. Just over the past, I don't know, week or two, we've finally reached 6 exahash.
Congratulations.
That's, about a block every week. Sorry, not a block every day.
So in the past, you've emphasized the importance of users running full nodes. How does that practice contribute to the overall health and the decentralization of the Bitcoin network?
The important thing is that when someone receives Bitcoins as a payment from usually someone they don't trust necessarily or don't even know, when you receive that payment, you should check that your own full nodes validates it, that it confirms on the network according to your full node. And by doing so, you enforce all the rules of the Bitcoin protocol on that transaction. And so one transaction may not be a big deal by itself, but collectively, that's how the protocol rules for Bitcoin are imposed on the entire network, is by everyone who's doing commerce with Bitcoin enforcing the rules when they receive the payment.
Gotcha. So I'm wrapping my head around this while we're having this non-fireside, just chat. It's not just about using Ocean. The miner has to run their own full node as well.
That to decentralize Bitcoin, yes.
Gotcha.
Even if the miner doesn't run their own full node, there are other benefits simply because Ocean is still a small pool. And it also, by helping grow Ocean, it enables people who might not have as much appetite for variance to solo mine when they might otherwise not be able to because they can't handle a low hash rate pool. So there's always still benefits, but our goal is to get all the miners making their own blocks.
And that's a very noble goal, and completely support it from me as an individual. But what do we need to do as a community to really raise awareness to essentially this issue? Because the general consensus, Luke, is that Bitcoin is won. Like we won, like this numbers going up forever, $10 million Bitcoin, boom, bam, bing, ding, dong. But you're looking at me, you're saying, no, Nico, it's not even less than 50%. We're talking 3 to 4%, bro. And now I'm like, oh my God, I got to do something about it. So what would you like to see out of the community, out of the Bitcoin community that supports you, loves you? What would you like to see out of the community? Is it just a matter of raising awareness? What's your take on that?
Not just awareness, but people need to actually act on it. It's not enough that people can run a full node. People actually need to choose to run a full node and actually use the full node when they receive a payment. And that's the most important thing. Second most important is on the mining side. We can't have 1 or 2 entities with 30-40% of the network hash rate. We need to have that decentralized as well so that there can't be a 51% attack.
Do you think economically that's possible? Like, do you think the incentives are there for that to happen long term?
Yeah, I think so. Like I mentioned earlier, miners are earning more on Ocean, and we actually give a lower fee for miners that make their own blocks. So we're trying to help make sure the incentives are set right there as well.
Gotcha. And what's the like customizability, right? Of because I think you guys offer that as well, right? You guys offer different kind of template solutions. Is that correct?
That was kind of a stopgap for centralized mining. We're probably going to phase that out at some point. I don't know how soon. That was to hold us over and give some kind of idea of miner choice before we had the full decentralized mining going. And the decentralized mining we launched last year, and that's been going well. So that's probably the way forward for anyone who's starting to mine, or even if people are using different templates right now, they should probably still switch to making their own with their own node.
Why do you guys call yourself Ocean? It's a very big ocean out there. Multiple big oceans.
Yeah. To contrast with the traditional pools, pools are permissioned. You have to have a membership to get in. On the contrary, Ocean, we're open to everyone. We don't have accounts. You just start mining to a Bitcoin address that you want your reward to go to. And so we don't necessarily even know who our miners are. It's very simple to set up in that regard. And everything about it is transparent. You don't need to go into some office for the pool to see what's going on. Everything's publicly visible on what's going on the pool side. So it's kind of a play on words there.
Gotcha. So Luke, what makes you tick, man? What motivates you? Why do you get up in the morning? What is the first thing you think about?
I kind of see that originally Bitcoin was kind of just a fun experiment. I got into it to basically have a currency for the total number system. The last several years, decade, has shown that the fiat system is on the verge of collapsing. The US dollar is not going to be around much longer. And it seems like Bitcoin is the only way to not have a complete collapse for future generations. I've got 11 children. I want there to be a functioning economy for them.
Very inspirational. So you're doing it for the future generations. You're not stacking Bitcoin or potentially helping improve Bitcoin, not for your first name, but for your last name.
Sure.
So let's talk about this, Luke. Where do you see Ocean 5 years from now?
Hopefully succeeded in decentralized mining.
What can you do? What are you guys planning in the near future in order to achieve that goal?
A lot of things underway. Some of the larger miners require SOC 2 compliance and silly stuff like that. But we're getting pretty close to having that, so some of the bigger miners can join the pool as well. For the smaller miners, mainly, we're also working on a share market where miners can sell their proofs of work that they've already mined to other people who would prefer to take on the volatility risk, and have that be an open market instead of the centralized market that the centralized pools are offering with FPPS. And basically make that wide open for a real true free market on proof of work.
So in the past, Jack Dorsey has called you the guardian of Bitcoin. Why do you think he said that?
There's been several times in Bitcoin's history that Bitcoin could have or almost failed, and I played arguably a key role in helping resolve several of those.
What guided you? What guided you to make those decisions in order to keep Bitcoin on the right path, or better said, help keep Bitcoin on the right path?
Logic.
And you think a lot of people lack logic?
Maybe not, but I've been working on Bitcoin since early 2011, so I've been in the space a long time and have a good feel for the code, so it's probably more obvious to me what things are the right way to do things and solve any issues that come up.
Are ordinals a threat to Bitcoin's decentralization?
Ordinals are a threat to Bitcoin in many ways. Decentralization, yes, to an extent. Probably in the biggest way is the way they blow up the blockchain makes it harder for people to run their own full node. And also another major way is they want to redefine how Bitcoin works so that there are individual Satoshis instead of arbitrary amounts. And you can track single Satoshis, basically undermining Bitcoin's fungibility completely, which not only creates more issues for using Bitcoin as a currency, but also you can't have a layer 2 if the currency isn't fungible. There's probably 4 or 5 other ways that they harm Bitcoin, but hopefully it gets a point across.
No, it absolutely does. So reflecting on events like Bitcoin Independence Day, what lessons could be drawn about community governance and consensus in protocol upgrades?
And just like with Bitcoin needing security provided by all the users, the same goes for protocol upgrades. The users need to be the ones enforcing any protocol change in any direction, whether it's a hard fork or a soft fork.
Do you think Taproot was a mistake?
In hindsight, it seems like the activation was probably too quick. I don't know that enough users upgraded in time for it, but went smoothly. There was a bit of chaos when Bitcoin Core released an alternate activation method for it that was almost at odds with the community accepted activation. So that could be a bit of hopefully it won't be an issue in the future, but it's a concern.
Beyond mining pool distribution, what metrics should the community monitor to assess and promote decentralization within the mining ecosystem?
Besides just mining pools, there's also the risk of too much mining being done by entities within a single country. Like you wouldn't want to have 80% of the hash rate within just the US jurisdiction, because the US could seize all the machines and take over the network. And even if they're not 80% all under the same entity today, they could be tomorrow. So you want to have some geographical distribution of mining and mining entities as well.
So you said that the success, the percentage, if you put the percentage of the probability of Bitcoin succeeding 3 to 4%, has that increased or decreased as time gone by?
Probably decreased.
It was higher before?
Yeah, back in 2013, I think we had a much better, probably over 50% chance of success.
Sounds like it's going in the way wrong direction, man.
Unfortunately, but what alternatives do we have at this point?
And you think there is none, right?
Yeah, we got to make Bitcoin succeed.
Of course.
Whatever it takes.
Yep. I say it all the time, Bitcoin or slavery, for sure. So Luke, and this is the goal that you guys set out with Ocean. Like, this is why it's so important. You believe that that percentage of Bitcoin succeeding is essentially as low as it is because of the mining pool centralization. And that is your mission and your goal, and you're so focused, the reason you get up in the morning, and that's why you're building Ocean.
I would put the node centralization risk a little higher than the mining centralization risk. And I'm still working on that aside from Ocean. But yeah, that was why I started Ocean back up, and hopefully we can at least solve the number 2 problem, and while we work on the number 1, which not quite as easy to solve with a company.
Yeah, I mean, but haven't the number of nodes on the network actually gone up?
Not relative to the number of people using Bitcoin.
I'm a media guy, bro, and I'm running multiple nodes. Like there's plenty of open source plug and play solutions these days.
There are, but the amount of people holding Bitcoin, buying Bitcoin, selling Bitcoin, spending Bitcoin has gone up much faster than the number of nodes. And so it's a relative figure. I would say for the network to truly be safe, we need to have at least 85% of the economic activity day to day using their own full node to receive.
And in self-custody, I'm assuming as well, right?
Right.
There's the custodial problem, which is massive.
That's more of a risk for the people doing commerce than it is to the network. Whereas using the full nodes is more of a risk to the network if there aren't enough people.
Gotcha. Okay. So the number of nodes has gone up, but proportionate to the amount of users that have joined the Bitcoin network, that number hasn't caught up with it.
It hasn't kept pace. For a while, we actually saw the number of nodes going down. That has reversed a little bit, so that's hopeful.
Okay, and now I'm connecting the dots. This is why ordinals suck, because it increases the resource requirements, and if it increases the resource requirements, it raises the barrier to entry, less people running a node.
Right, and even more broadly, that's I don't know how well aware people are, but I've been an advocate for smaller blocks for years. The rate that technology improves only suffices for about 300 kilobytes per block in terms of the blockchain growth. So that's why the blocks being as large as they are, the 2 to 4 megabyte blocks, outpaces the rate that we have CPUs, solid state drives, and such bandwidth improving.
Gotcha. So we're almost getting to the top of the hour. We're running out of time, and a couple questions for you. I heard we have the same personal trainer.
I'm not going to dox him.
And last and final question. This didn't come from me. Maybe it did. Why didn't the champagne break when you hit it on the ASIC?
The glass was very thick.
It was a scam.
I don't know about a scam. Usually you don't want bottles to break, so that's probably intentional.
Oh my God. Well, it's an honor, everyone. Luke Dash Jr., thank you so much.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
Reza Azizian, CEO and co-founder of Fervent, talking about liquid. Thank you. And here's the clicker. Great.
Thank you. My name is Reza. I am a CEO and co-founder of Fervent. We develop liquid cooling technologies, and today I'm going to talk about the product that we developed for crypto. We are a group of engineers that has experience with cooling of the nuclear reactor, and also design cooling solution for Microsoft, NVIDIA, and now for crypto. For those of you that knows immersion cooling, our solution basically is the blend of single phase and two phase. So you basically take advantage of all the benefits and efficiency that you get on the case of two phase, but you don't have all the problems and downside that comes with it. I mean, obviously in 5 minutes, it's very, very hard to explain all the technical details, but please come and see me if you have an interest after the talk, and I would be happy to explain how the technology works. But the product is basically these kind of an elegant, a small modular box. We call it Arola product. That the way that it works is each of your miners, either immersion ready ones or the air cool ones, can go into one of these Arola product, and then bunch of these Arola product would sit in a rack, and then each of the racks basically like a piece of the puzzle can be attached to each other and make your 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt, or whatever capacity you might have. The reason that we mentioned here full stack solution, because we also have a software that you can remotely monitor the performance of the system, all the vitals of the system. So it's like completely hands off. You can run the system remotely. You can adjust the overclocking and everything. So everything can be controlled remotely, and it's very easy to install in the capacity, either in the shell, or it can come also in the container form factor. But the question would be why you have to choose Favorite, okay? Our solution is basically has a very low capital cost in compared to typical two-phase solutions that are out there. The cost base for our solution is basically same as single phase. Enhanced efficiency, I'm going to talk about some of the numbers in the next couple of slides, that how much more efficiency you can get. We would maximize uptime. We have been running almost about a year, large implementation with almost 100% uptime without any issues. Seamless scalability, as I show you, it's very easy to scale our solution, and also simplify maintenance. So obviously, if you have every individual unit into one of these boxes, it's very easy to do the maintenance for each individual units. Let's look at some of the numbers, and these are like a real data from the customer side. If we look at the S21 immersion as an example and single phase as a base case, in the case of single phase immersion, you can see these machines run at the efficiency of 16 joule per terahash, and the total hash rate is about 215. If you take the exact same machine and put it into our solution, the efficiency goes down by almost 2.1 joule per terahash at the same hash rate, okay? So everyone thinks basically overclocking comes with the hit on the efficiency, but in reality, the efficiency is tied to the chip temperature. So if you manage to keep your chip temperature low, you can still overclock with the very good efficiencies. As you can see here, you can overclock up to 35% with the exact same efficiency as nominal single phase solution. And you can see how much more hash rate you will get. And your annual basically profit can increase by up to 35%. You can always do also ultimate overclocking, which is about 45%. Your efficiency goes down just a little bit, but you can see how much more hash rate you can get with our solution and how much your annual profit can go up. So this was the example for the S21 immersion. This is the similar example for S21 Pro, which is an air-cooled system. You just remove the fan, put it in our solution. Again, I mean, since we don't have much of time, I can't go through the numbers, but the story is exactly the same. You can do a ton of overclocking without hitting on the efficiency side of things. Yeah, come and see us. We are located at booth 261. You can scan the QR code and download our data sheet. And also we have a demo unit here that we can show you how the whole system works. Yeah, thank you for your attention. Thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. As you can see, that is not my picture up there. That is Dan Lawrence, who I'm sure a lot of you know. I'm pinch hitting for him today. My name is Jeremy Ellis. I'm Director of Power Strategies at OBM Foreman. Presentation today is more power, less collateral. So I'll have 5 minutes to kind of run through something quick for us. A lot of people know Foreman as the industry leader in miner management. So a lot of the mining community uses us both for miner management and also automated curtailment, whether it be for demand response, cost avoidance, force EP, peak avoidance, any of those type of things. We are out there and able to help automate your site and your functionality to really optimize your energy load and to get the most extracted monetary value out of utilizing your power. We love energy management and Bitcoin, and as a result, we're continually trying to get the ear of the mining community as well as the energy community, whether it be retail electric providers or regulated utilities. And a lot of what the problems that the mining community has is a couple things. One, finding power, getting access to that power and capacity. Two is the price of power. And then 3, once they find all those things, negotiating with their regulated supplier, with the utility, on how much collateral they're being asked to put up in order to get the credit taken care of so that they can get access to that power. And so therefore we have developed a solution where it's called real-time settlements by OBM. It's a program that basically allows us in coordination with our load control functionality so that you are doing daily pay to your regulated utility or to your deregulated supplier. So therefore we are de-risking you as the miner to the credit and assurance departments at these large retail providers, as many as you can imagine, with that large power load, even with the deposit, a substantial deposit. If your site mines through a blowout, something happens, price of power goes up to, the caps that are down in ERCOT and PJM, goes over $1,000 a megawatt hour, any type of deposit can be slurped up really quickly. So with the real-time settlements, we are ensuring to the supplier that you are mining not only profitably, but efficiently, so that we can take an ACH, take your payments on a daily basis, therefore de-risking you to the retail electric provider or regulated utility that's out there. In addition, we backstop that with our load control functionality. So if there's contingencies or if there's parameters that the real-time settlements have in place with your retail supplier, we can put in those backstops in there. If the price of power crosses a certain threshold, we can curtail you for a period of time to make sure that you're always mining profitably, therefore ensuring that you're going to be an operation that's going to be making your payments to the supplier. Also, we can set up parameters that if there's a certain amount of time, maybe you go 3 days where we're unable to pull that ACH payment to the supplier, we can actually curtail the site, whether it be through our automated curtailment or through some type of integration with a switchgear or recloser, whatever the case may be. So that's a hard stop. So now not only are you de-risking it for the retail supplier, but we're also adding a backstop in there. So in order for collections or a hard shutoff, instead of taking a 30-day period for them to look back on your usage history, then maybe a net 20-day period, that retail electric provider maybe doesn't see if you're going to pay your bill for 50 days, therefore putting a large, substantial cash position at risk. We can let the supplier know within 2 to 3 days whether you're going to be able to make your payments, and we can pull those real-time settlements. We can be flexible in how those payments are taken. They can be taken daily and paid directly to the supplier. They can be taken daily through us and then escrowed for a period of time, therefore matching up your billing cycle with your retail electric provider. Really, it kind of relates to eliminating credit-related friction. The biggest benefit to the mining community is freeing up that cash flow. Instead of having millions of dollars of collateral sitting on the shelf just doing nothing for you, you can take that money and use it to go back into your business, whether it be buy more machines, develop more sites, whatever the case may be. That money sitting on the sideline does nothing for you as a miner. We can now put that back into your hands so that you can utilize it in the best way possible. We have backstop exposure with real-time load control and telemetry, and also provide business transparency to alleviate market uncertainty. We can basically tell how you've been mining on the Foreman platform and let suppliers know, hey, this is a good customer. They're mining profitably. They're doing things that how they should be doing it. So it's de-risking you as a customer, giving them a little bit more peace of mind to take you on as a load customer. Industries that we enable, obviously, here with the mining community, AI and HPC, we have products that can throttle down to give power back to the grid when necessary. And then also hydrogen and ammonia production. We are working in that industry as well to help facilitate both real-time settlements, credit de-risking, and load control. That's pretty much it. Dan says thank you. I say thank you. We do have a booth back in the back if you'd like to stop by and get some more information. We do have a one-pager there. Talks a little bit about our load control miner management product as well as our real-time settlements. Thanks for your time.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. It's pretty dang awesome.
Next up, we've got Colin Kelly, the enterprise account manager at Giga, talking about scaling your hash rate.
Thank you, sir. Howdy, folks. My name is Colin Kelly. As he mentioned, I'm the enterprise account manager at Energy. That's a fancy word for I'm a salesman. So today we're going to be talking about scaling hash rate. What does that look like? What does that mean? What are the big companies in this industry looking to do? So today we're going to take a peek at the public miners. So public miners have a very aggressive plan for growth in 2020. They're looking to add over 100 exahash to the Bitcoin. What does that mean for us? That means that's a huge jump to around 970 exahash for total network capacity. As you can imagine, for smaller miners, that's going to squeeze margins, add a bunch of difficulty adjustments, and not a lot of fun stuff for the small guys. But you look at some of these key players like Riot, they're looking to go from 31 to 50, over 56 exahash. Marathon's at 50, they're trying to get to 70 exahash. Clean Spark is at 35, they're trying to get to 50. And then you got people like Hive Digital that is, going from 6 exahash up to 15. So over 120% increase in growth. So what kind of impact have? Like I said, that's about a 40% total network projected, so that puts you at 970 exahash. I'm going to be throwing a bunch of big numbers at you, but just to kind of put things in perspective, what does this look like? What does this mean? So like I said, public miners are looking to add over 100 exahash. Okay, what does that mean? Let's put some numbers behind it. So you need 2.1 gigawatts of power to power 100 exahash of mining equipment. That requires over 500,000 ASIC miners if we're talking about S21 Pro or better. So that is many 18-wheelers, many international flights, and a long road to deliver that kind of that capacity. That's also, talking 500,000 ASICs, that's a $2.5 billion investment. So lots happening over here. And so, okay, let's talk about what does that mean in terms of other power infrastructure? What does that mean in pad mount transformers? So to power 2.1 gigawatts of energy, you need over 750 pad mount transformers at 3,000 kVAs. That's about 10 tons of equipment. So we're talking about massive global logistics efforts to move this, massive capital investments, and it's a very difficult thing to do unless you're partnered with the right group of people. Another, potential challenge is the tug of war with AI. These hyperscalers have much deeper pockets than the Bitcoin miners, and the last thing you want to do is get into a tug of war match of infrastructure. So let's talk about challenges. That's challenges, lead time. So what do we do at Giga? So at Giga, we've talked about, we're power infrastructure providers, everything from high voltage to medium voltage. We can get you all the gear. And what we've done is take American engineering standards and we've paired it with Chinese manufacturing speed and brought them up to our quality standards. So we have over 20 employees full-time over in Shanghai, a lot of those American engineers that are working with our factories to be able to deliver at the scale that these miners are deploying capital and infrastructure. That brings us to our next slide. Like what is Giga doing here? We've created the easy button. So a big problem in our industry, if you look at this triangle, you usually get 2 out of 3 of these. So if you want quality items, you're going to need to pay a higher premium cost, and you're going to sacrifice your lead time, which is speed. Also, if you want speed and quality, you're going to have to pay a higher cost. So what we've done is integrated all 3 of these together: quality, service, cost, and speed. And we're able to do that because we have 3 manufacturing facilities across China, India, and Long Beach, California. We opened up a switchboard shop. We create UL 891 switchboards right there in the great state of California. We also have manufacturing facilities in China and India. So we're getting creative. We have a diversified supply chain to be able to deliver this at scales. It looks like I am running out of time here, so I'm going to wrap it up. But come see us at booth 349. We're right over here behind Micro BT. We have a 40-foot airbox. Come by. I'll give you a tour. We can check it out. Again, calling with Giga Energy. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Colin. We're going to keep things moving right along here. And we've got a 30-minute chat with Dennis Porter, Lawrence Lepard, and CJ Constantinos. And they're going to be talking about how to plan for the future. There's a lot of big changes here, especially with this new incoming administration. A lot of things coming down the pipeline, and they're going to be discussing all of that.
All right, I'm back. Hopefully you haven't gotten sick of me yet. Here, why don't you, CJ, sit over here so I can turn towards both of you when I'm talking. Go ahead right there. It's good, yeah. All right. I'm really looking forward to this chat, to be honest. Larry's a good friend of mine. He's written an incredible book called The Big Print, which you got to make sure and check out. Something that's going to be really handy for understanding where we are economically today. Why is Bitcoin the price it is today, and where is it going to go in the future, based off of just really larger macro trends that none of us can really truly predict or totally even understand at times. But the two gentlemen here, CJ and Lawrence Lepard, are going to talk a little bit about the macro environment that we are in today. And that's important for you as a Bitcoin miner and the folks that are in the mining industry, because you need to be able to plan for the future. Margins are tightening. It's more and more difficult to stay alive as a Bitcoin miner than ever before. It's a ruthless industry where there's constant needs for efficiency to make sure you're staying ahead of your competitors. But you also need to understand where we're going in the marketplace to help you plan better for the future as a Bitcoin miner. So I'll give you guys both a brief minute to introduce yourselves. Why don't you go ahead, CJ?
Hey, everybody. My name is CJ Constantinos, founder at People's Reserve. Been in Bitcoin since 2013. Learned a lot of lessons, mining, difficulty adjustment, halving. You guys know it better than most. It is a rough world out there. But once you understand those things, the light bulb goes off and you understand that there's a brighter future for us based on a new engineered money.
So I'm Larry Lepard. I wrote a book called The Big Print, which is designed to help orange pill normies. I've been an investment manager my entire career. Got into Bitcoin in 2013, 14. Was in gold before that because it was the only choice. And I keep an eagle eye on the macro developments, so I have some insights of what's going on right now. I think that might be of help. So
I'm going to jump to Larry here to start. You know, it's interesting because your story is you come from the gold world predominantly first, and you've fallen squarely into the Bitcoin world and become someone as a really very much, I hate to use the word thought leader, it's sort of thrown around a lot, but very much you're in that space of driving yourself. Very humble guy, by the way, so he would never say that about himself. But let's just jump right into this idea of where we are with liquidity concerns and this idea of a potential doom loop. I know there's other terms that are thrown around for this, but with many analysts warning of a looming doom loop and liquidity crunch, what key economic indicators do you watch that gauge the severity of this looming crisis that everybody thinks is coming, but is it really coming, or are we just making it up?
No, I think it really is coming. And that's, you know, eventually they're going to be forced into printing more money because the mathematics of the situation are that you can't continue to grow the debt at a faster rate than grow the GDP because the GDP supports the debt. So we know a big print's coming. We've already had two. We had one in 2008. We had one in 2000. We're going to have another one. And when it comes, Bitcoin's going to go to the moon, and you guys are all going to be really happy. We're going to be happy too because we own a lot of Bitcoin. But the trick is, how do we get from here to there? And so there are a lot of indicators to look at. And the biggest one, I focus on three things every morning. I look at the price of gold, the price of Bitcoin, and the price of the 10-year U.S. Treasury bond. And actually, I'm sorry, there's a fourth, the stock market. And this is the one that's sending off warning signals right now. The stock market is down 10% off its high, and we're starting to see a lot of indicators that what I perceive to be a bubble in stocks is rolling over. And I've lived through two of these bubbles. I was an investment manager in 2008. I was an investment manager in 2000. And here's one thing about bubbles. They don't deflate gradually. When they burst, they really burst, and it hurts people. And And so, and by the way, this is going to lead to some things you aren't going to want to hear, some bad news about Bitcoin. When in the first part of a bursting bubble, stock market's going to go down a lot. My prediction or belief is that in the next 6 months, it could go down 20, 30, 40%. And Bitcoin is still trading a little bit like a liquidity widget, or like it's the triple Qs. That's not right. Bitcoin is actually a safe haven. We all know that, but the market hasn't entirely figured it out this time, and they're going to figure it out on this cycle. So here's how kind of the order of operations as I see them. Stock market in the next month or two is going to continue. It's at or getting close to its 200-day moving average. It's going to break through it decisively, and we're going to see a significant downturn. And people are going to start to get scared. You're going to the tariffs, the things Trump are doing, et cetera, are going to cause people to really, cut back. We're already seeing some of that in airline bookings and so forth. It's going to get worse, and then at that point in time, the Federal Reserve is going to have the cover to come in and maybe not do the big print, but start leaning towards printing. And what they're going to do is they're going to print in some way. Powell just took the QT from 25 trillion billion down to 5. And there'll be more of that, maybe leaning towards QE, maybe leaning towards an interest rate cut. What that's going to do, they're hoping that's going to stop the stock market slide. In my opinion, it won't. But what it's going to do is it's going to light a fire under Bitcoin. So my prediction, and I know a lot of people right now are optimistic that we've seen the bottom in this correction of Bitcoin, 106 to the mid 80s or whatever. I don't think we have. I actually think we're going to see a 70K, 75K, 79K Bitcoin sometime, but it's not going to last long. It's going to be a brief spike down. We're all going to be incredibly bummed out. And then, like always, Bitcoin's going to surprise the shit out of us and go right to 140 by the end of the year. So what I'm kind of foreseeing is we've got a macro event coming that isn't going to be great for a few months, but in a backwards way, it is great because it's going to force the Fed's hand to loosen. And then when they loosen, everybody's going to know it, and gold and Bitcoin are going to soar. So that's kind of my roadmap for the next couple months.
CJ, anything to add there, or should we jump into this idea of like maybe Larry said something that was interesting. He said, people aren't viewing Bitcoin as a tool for surviving these sorts of environments, as a flight to safety. They still sort of view it as this like speculative asset, or at least the market does, right? All of us in this room understand that there's a lot more to Bitcoin, but maybe talk a little bit about that component and why Bitcoin really truly is the safe haven asset that we all truly believe it is.
Yeah, and Larry, I think you, as usual, you've nailed on the head here. And as Bitcoin miners, what you guys do is you secure the most valuable engineered money, pristine form of collateral in the world. And that is kind of like our escape route right now.
Right.
Like we have to print. There is no way that we don't end up printing. The math isn't there. If you don't print, then everything goes. And that goes against the mandate, right, of stability and employment. And the problem is that our zombie stock market is now turning and leaching into the economy. So we have a zombie stock market with a zombie economy. So you're going to need the big print.
What is a zombie economy? Explain that a little bit. Zombie companies.
Absolutely. And this is where Bitcoin comes into play its role, because the government borrows this money. It prints the money, it borrows the money, and it spends it back into the economy. And if that were successfully working, then our debt to GDP would be getting healthier, not worse. So we're taking these dollars, we're investing them into the economy. We're not getting back the dollar plus interest that we need to get back in order to become in a healthier position. So what do we need to do? We need to put Bitcoin on the balance sheet. We need to recognize Bitcoin is not a risk on tech stock. It is actually a pristine collateral. And just look no further than El Salvador. El Salvador has some of the best performing traditional bonds in the world. Why? Because they've added Bitcoin to their balance sheet. And that's what's making the banks increase their credit rating. So the United States of America needs to take the money it's borrowing and spend it better, spend it smarter. And you build wealth smarter with Bitcoin. So if we can put Bitcoin on the balance sheet, all of the sudden, those dollars that we're putting into the economy that are not returning more than $1 are going to return more than $1 in Bitcoin. And now we can start to strengthen our financial position, which ultimately makes the dollar a little bit more stronger, right? It gives it some more longevity so that we can really work our way out of the true problems, which are that we've become complacent and dependent upon printing instead of production.
Correct.
Talk a little bit about your prediction that you made, Larry. You said, I've heard these predictions. I've heard them from you. But what are some of the fundamental market shifts that you think need to take place in order for us to start seeing that jump to 140, and why would Bitcoin jump versus all the other assets out there?
Yeah. So what I think is what's evolving and what's changing in people's minds is we're going from an economy that was driven by debt and where adding debt worked to an economy where adding debt no longer works. And so when that takes place, people begin to realize the debt is bad. And so they don't want to hold it. And this goes to the doom loop comment you made earlier. And so, you know, people are going to start to reject the U.S. Treasury bond. The U.S. Treasury has to roll over $7 trillion of debt this year, and the U.S. debt balance is approaching $37 trillion. That's on balance sheet. There's another 220 of unfunded liabilities, which are basically hips and knees for seniors that need it in Medicare. And so the bottom line is people are beginning to realize the debt is no good. And when the debt is no good, you sell the debt. When you sell the debt, interest rates go up. When interest rates go up, the economy slows down. And so they're going to force the Federal Reserve to do the only thing the Federal Reserve really is good at and knows how to do, which is print money, which is basically just putting water in the beer. So the beer's no good anymore. So that's going to force us into a situation where, you know, Bitcoin is, I mean, there's no limit on how high Bitcoin can go. There's no limit on how high gold can go, because there's really no limit on how low the dollar can go.
I really want to see us chat a little bit further about the macro economy, and I want to come back to that here in a little bit. But this is a Bitcoin mining conference, so I want to talk a little bit about proof of work. CJ, what aspects of proof of work do you think are most misunderstood by policymakers and the public, and how can you explain its importance in ensuring Bitcoin's security and neutrality?
Yeah, I think the biggest misunderstanding is that, again, it's just this risk on tech stock. You know, there's no difference when you're borrowing against Tesla shares versus Bitcoin. But obviously there is, because there's a strategic design behind Bitcoin, and miners know it better than anybody. And that design, it's rooted in proof of work, but it really comes to life through the halving and the difficulty adjustment. Because as you know, as the hash rate goes up and blocks are mined at a faster than 10-minute pace, every 2016 blocks, you're going to get the increase in the difficulty adjustment. Well, that's not, but that doesn't make us happy as miners, right? That's going to cut into our profits. But what it does is it pushes up the cost of production of Bitcoin. And when you look at price discovery processes, the cost of production is always the point of access for the value proposition. So if the cost of production goes above the perceived value proposition from the network itself, then price must come down because there'll be no demand. And when there's no demand, the price comes down until there is demand. So Bitcoin leverages the natural laws of economics and commodity cycles and price discovery to drive value into the network. So as we add hash rate into the network and we push up difficulty, we're actually driving value into Bitcoin itself. And then the marketplace is accepting that value. It's saying, you know what? A truth ledger in a world of lies is worth this price.
Yeah. Proof of work is really nothing more than the biblical saying of you reap what you sow, right? You plant a seed and it grows, right? What central bankers kind of think and credit it to themselves is, oh no, we can just reap without sowing. You know, I mean, fiat is reaping without sowing, and it's destructive. It's basically eating the seed corn.
It's the proof of promise.
Yeah,
right. Proof of promise.
And eventually, maybe if you had a big enough inventory of seed corn that you can eat your way through, like you were the winner of World War II and you're the world's reserve currency, you could take advantage of that. But guess what? At some point, all the seed corn's gone, and you're effed.
That's my biggest concern, Dennis, is that the entire system is built on a foundation of proof of promise.
Right.
So literally, the whole thing hinges on debt. Our foundational layer is debt. We need to transition to an equity layer, like gold, like silver, like Bitcoin. So what we need to do over these coming years is continue to push hard on the political engine and the work that you guys are doing with Satoshi Action Fund to educate and to let these politicians who can make the decisions and legislate to come out and say, you know what? We need to integrate Bitcoin into our system. We need to recognize Bitcoin is not fighting the dollar. Bitcoin is not fighting these other things. It's actually the answer. It's the solution to the problem. It's not the problem itself.
It is the answer, but I'll take a little issue with it not fighting the dollar. I mean, if we go to a
Time for a debate.
If we go to a full Bitcoin stand, the dollar's toast, as it should be.
Both of you talk a little bit about that difference of opinion there. And, you know, I sort of sit in the middle on that sort of conversation. I think in the near term, bare minimum, we're going to still have to rely pretty heavily on the dollar. But what are some thoughts that you have with the lack of competition there, or working in tandem in the near term, CJ?
Yeah, I mean, I see that people really don't understand the difference between money and currency. These are two different tools. It's like the hammer and the nail. If you have the hammer without the nail, what can you build? So we can use these tools together. And then specifically, you know, what we do at People's Reserve is we find a way to empower ourselves to this reality, which is when you borrow inflating currency units that lose value over time against deflating engineered money that accrues value over time, you actually get what I call Bitcoin yield. So Bitcoin yield doesn't come from lending your Bitcoin to somebody else. It actually comes in the form of reduced burden of debt over time. And what is the problem that the United States of America faces today? The burden of debt. So we need a tool to help reduce the burden of debt so that we can figure out how to solve these problems in a sustainable way that's not printing.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
We talked a little bit about where we think Bitcoin is going to go. And again, this conversation is, I think, most important for miners to understand where Bitcoin is going to go. Larry mentioned you thought that the market could have a big drop soon, or at least probably not as big as the ones in the past, but you talked a little bit about there could be some short-term pain. And then I'd love for you to talk about that. And then CJ, also share your views on where you think price will go. I know price predictions are, obviously we all have one, but
yeah, I mean,
and only a few of us are correct.
Yeah,
but share your views there on that.
I said it before. I mean, I feel like right now we're in a very big period of transition. What Trump is trying to do is correct, but unlikely to work as well as everybody hopes it will work. Because, as I said earlier, it's very hard to gradually let the air out of a bubble, and the bond market and the stock market are bubbles. And so, and the history of deflation shows that when it occurs, you know, the correlation of all financial assets tends to go to 1, which means they all go down at once. If anyone was in Bitcoin in March of 2020, as you recall, when COVID hit and the stock market fell 30%, you know, gold got hammered, Bitcoin got hammered. And then, of course, you know, on one Monday morning, Jerome Powell came in and he did his best Mario Draghi and said, we're going to print until our eyes bleed. We're going to do whatever it takes to save this thing. And immediately, within a week, both Bitcoin and gold were on a tear. And so, you know, sadly, we've got this economy where, you know, and this financial system where, you know, what 12 unelected people in, you know, on the Fed board in DC say, you know, drives all of our lives and outcomes. It's absolutely broken and sick. I mean, it's terrible. And it makes it extremely hard for you guys as miners, for all of us to plan, because we don't know what they're going to do next. But we kind of, but I say that, but then I counter that with, but we kind of do know what they're going to do next, because we've seen it. The pattern gets repeated, right? They got one tool. They're not going to let the whole thing go down, because that would mean that we'd have a Great Depression and everyone would be out of work and people would be fighting in the streets. The ATMs wouldn't work. They're going to do one thing. They're going to print the goddamn money, right? we know they're going to do that. So what do we got to do? We just got to be ready and prepared and unlevered enough that if we go down and it goes down hard for a while, it's like, okay, that sucks, but I know what's coming next. You know, there's a buying opportunity. That's how I see it.
And I think as a miner, the best way to measure that buying opportunity. So you guys have an inside track that the rest of the world doesn't have. You understand what your cost of production is. And you're the only forced sellers. So people who just stack Bitcoin like us, we're not going to sell it. We know exactly what's going to happen. What's going to happen is what Larry said and what Larry wrote about. So we feel comfortable, but we don't have to pay costs. Miners have to pay costs. So what I would do is I would intrinsically understand what your cost of production is and make sure that when there is a premium to your cost, you are locking in a certain amount of profits. I think for miners, the HODL strategy, unless you have access to US capital markets and can raise unlimited funding to elongate your operation, you should be locking in profits when you have a premium to your cost. And what that does is when we get that moment that Larry's talking about where price comes below cost and it's a huge buying opportunity, you're not sitting on a treasury that only has Bitcoin. You also have some cash, and that cash can be used to mine Bitcoin, right? Because if you're a Bitcoin miner, you don't just mine with your hash rate, you also should be mining with your treasury. So if you're properly managing your treasury and price goes below cost, you start buying. You start buying. You are the buyer of last resort, just like the Fed is the lender of last resort.
Yeah.
So take advantage of the data and analytics that you have access to understand where price is relative to cost to make the right decisions as we go through these speed bumps.
Yeah, the Fed is the printer of last resort.
You mentioned it a little bit here, but I want to dive deeper into this idea of how they should be managing their balance sheet, how a Bitcoin miner should be managing their balance sheet moving forward. What are some other key, let's be very specific. What are some key things that miners can be doing to put themselves in a good position? Are we talking about, 6 months cash reserves? Are we saying, we need to sell every Bitcoin that comes through the door so we have all the cash we need all the time because we're an operator? Like what if you had to you're not a Bitcoin miner, but you definitely understand this stuff.
Yeah.
So, but if you had to tell a Bitcoin miner, what's the best way to make sure that they can survive and thrive far into the future?
Well, one, I'd want to have a line of credit for tough times to do what CJ's talked about. So that, two, I think something that's just it's a very simple tool that you can all use, and it was originally developed by Trace Meyer. It's called the Meyer multiple, which is you can always look at the price of Bitcoin as it's compared to the 200-day moving average. And what you can see, if you go back and you run that chart from the beginning of time, occasionally it gets very, very stretched above the 200-day moving average. And those would be times when maybe you'd be wanting to sell the coins you mined. But in turn, when it gets to be at the 200-day moving average or below it, and my understanding is right now it's kind of right around it, I think, isn't it? That I don't have a chart right in front of me, but
it's squeezing between the 200.
Yeah, if today you had the ability to draw on a line of credit versus selling the Bitcoin you're mining, I'd probably draw on a line of credit because it's kind of relatively cheap today. But if it continues at this level and gets even cheaper for the next 3 months, maybe that line of credit is going to run out and then you're going to have to sell some. I don't know. Everyone has to manage their own cash flow situation differently. And then in turn, I think if you've been doing that exact same calculation, in December when, I was on an airplane and in the middle of the night, I opened up my phone and looked and we were at $106,000. I mean, if I'd been a miner, I would have thought, okay, well, that's X percent above the 200-day moving average. That's the time when, all right, well, maybe this is a time to be selling what we're mining, because typically when it gets to be 20, 30, 40, 50% above, and don't get me wrong, there are times when it goes well above that, when it, and you get a big price spurt. So, but as a general rule, I'd probably be looking at the price of the coins compared to the 200-day moving average. I would try and be a seller when that's extended and not selling using lines of credit or other sources of cash when it's at or below the 200-day moving average, because it will return to that 200-day moving average throughout the cycle. We know that. We've seen it. We've seen it a bunch of times.
Absolutely. And I think that what makes it so hard is that every single mining operation, every single plant, every single site has a different cost basis. So there is no one universal answer. But I think if I were to give a universal answer, I would say exactly what you just said, because you're using long-term moving averages. But if you're a miner, why wouldn't you dive a little bit deeper into your data to understand where that point is for you? Because it might not match where the 200 is. So therefore, you could feel like you're making the right decision, but you could be making the wrong decision. And if you actually have integrated different types of forms of waste capture or heat capture into your operation, you might have an extra line of revenue that's being generated. So you could utilize that line of revenue to kind of help offset having to sell some of your Bitcoin, because ultimately the goal is I want to hold as much as this as I possibly can. And it's really hard as a miner to let go, especially when you see the big publicly traded companies with their HODL clauses, right? So you feel like, oh, if they're doing that, I should be doing that. But I tried that and I got knocked out of mining in 2016 after the halving. So it really does come down to your specific operation and understanding your data and your analytics, find the right tools for you, and then use that economic rule set of price above cost. I'm locking in profit. Price below cost in the most volatile asset in the world. It's going to happen. When it does, mine it with your hash rate and with your treasury. I promise you, you will outperform.
We've got a few minutes here. So this last question, try to keep it quick, even though it's probably hard to keep it quick. But how much of this marketplace that we're in right now is just a factor of tariffs and firing people in DC and also is the Trump administration and doing this intentionally to bring rates down? Like, there's a lot of floating conversations out there. I'd love to get your quick opinions.
Yeah. So, yes, it is a function of all those things. The market doesn't like uncertainty. He's been all over the place. You could even argue they're trying to tank the markets in order to the stock market in order to create a bid in the bond market. I've heard some people say that. It's not beyond the realm of possibility in my mind. I think they rather naively think, I mean, they're doing things they need to do, right? I mean, taking all the excess out of government, firing all these people. It's good. They should be doing that. Okay. The problem is, you know, it's like Jenga. You pull out one piece, and then all the other pieces get a little more uncertain. And so, you know, they're trying to do brain surgery. It's a really, really tough operation, and they're trying not to have the whole tower collapse. So, you know, the tariffs, I mean, it's a good thing. People have been trading unfairly with us for decades. We should be doing this stuff. But, you know, as Basant said, I want to land the plane gradually. Well, good luck, dude, because, you know, once you start messing around engineering the plane when you're up in the air, you know, you might not land it gradually. You might crash. And that's my fear. You know, I mean, I would hope that doesn't happen. I hope that they're able to do these things smoothly. We don't have a bursting bubble, and that the good impact of what they're doing kicks in soon enough to prevent everything from falling apart. But I have enough history in the markets, and I've seen stock markets like the market we're in today that are this overvalued. I've seen two of them specifically, and I know that in both of those cases, it didn't end well. You know, it just did not end well. And so, while you know, I'm super optimistic, and I'm glad Trump won. I just there's a lot of I think the psychology around it all is they're going to be able to solve this problem. It's going to be okay. And sadly, I don't feel that way. I think no, they're not going to be able to solve the problem. We're going to have a real crisis here, and that's going to lead to the printing, right?
They are not going to be able to solve this problem by only focusing on the liability side of the balance sheet.
Correct.
There is no mathematical way when you look at, Larry mentioned $220 trillion of unfunded liabilities, which is basically hips and knees, right?
Right.
So you're not getting rid of that cost. So you have to print. And what they're doing is it's almost like the Dave Ramsey thing, right? Like, let me just focus on my liabilities here. Let me get this debt paid off. Let me reduce my expenses, because the liability side of the balance sheet is outgrowing the asset side of the balance sheet.
Right.
We need a dual prong attack here. If we want to come out of this successful and maintain leadership in the world of finance, we need to focus on the asset side of the balance sheet as well as the liability side. So Elon and Doge need to cut liabilities, but Satoshi Action Fund, the Loomis, they need to step up and say, look, it's okay to cut liabilities. We need to do that. But if we don't put something on the asset side of our balance sheet that is going to create growth, there is no escape. There is literally no mathematical escape. Only the compounding annual growth rate of Bitcoin offers hope and opportunity to put us in a stronger financial position, which buys us more time to fix the real problems.
Any closing comments, Larry?
No, I would just say, Google Andrew Hones and Bitcoin bonds. I mean, there's a great proposal that actually would help defease the debt, and that would be to issue bonds with a low interest rate, but also a portion of the bond purchase would be used to buy Bitcoin, and then the gain on the Bitcoin would be shared between the government and the buyer of the bond. That's the kind of creative thinking that we need to get out from underneath this debt trap, and it's doable. I mean, America's not going to fail. You know, we're gonna work our way through this problem, but it's going to be. There's no way it's not going to be inflationary. And by the way, that's really good for all of you, because you know. And therefore, as a result of that inflationary, you know, backdrop, they're going to print, and we know that they're going to print. And, you know, I mean, the bad news is the next 3 to 4 months could be really, really rocky and bumpy. The good news is I'm pretty sure we're going to be at 140 by December. So, and I think at 140, most of you guys will be making pretty good money. So,
absolutely. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Georgina, representing from Go Shells. Today, we will talk about some topic. We will cover beyond minings, crypto payments, and self-custodies, and Web3 payments, Web3 solutions. Go Shell is part of Interchain's and Nasdaq list company leading the Alcoin mining space since 2017. We focus on projects like Dogecoins, Litecoins, Caspa, and Aleo, and so many more. As Bitcoin become crowded and expensive, Alcon offers smarter and more accessible opportunities. Our machines are designed to be efficient, quiet, and profitable, built for both industry and individuals. And our global operations are in the Singapore and China, and we can optimize production efficiencies and regulatory adaptability. Beyond minings, we not just building hardwares, we launched GoShell Pays and GoShell hardware wallets, bringing the crypto payments and secure self-custodies into everyday life. Our GoShell hardware wallets come with air-gap signings and unique security features, ensure the complete access controls. And what we believe is your assets, your controls, and your bedrock of your cryptos. And also, we want to talk about something about ZK knowledge. Privacy is the key for the futures, and our support of Aleos and zero knowledge proof reflects that our belief. We are not only producing miners, but also contributing to build the next generation of blockchain technology. One more thing we launched in this conference, which is our GoShell Bytes. I would like to show this as our miners, which is a very compact and quiet miners for everyone to access the mining ecosystems. For Bytes, we decide who want to be the earliest and seeking for the passive incomes. It is slick and quiet miners and transform small daily investment into compounding growth. It's very easy to set up and alpha maintains. Byte is not just a machine for that. It comes with two algorithm cards. These two cards will represent two algorithms, and we will definitely build more algorithms in the future. So the user does not have to change their device. They only have to buy a new card. Then they are able to involve the Alcon as early as possible. So whether you are at homes or in the office, we make it smart and quiet, so you are able to grow your wealth in a hidden ways and decide for your future wins. And also with its swappable cards, it will bring more opportunity in the future, positioning you and for the next Bitcoin, for the next Alcon search. And also, we have plans about expanding into the US with 5 million investment for 20 megawatts of mining capacities. We offer end-to-end solutions and welcome partnerships. And please contact us or scan the code to submit your collaboration inquiries. And at GoShell, we are not limiting ourselves into mining industry. We are also embrace and have ambitions to shaping what is the next in the cryptos. And we would like to invite you and to join us. Our booth is on number 15, right next to the stage, and we would like to discuss more opportunity to collaborate in the future. Yeah, thank you.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. It's pretty dang awesome.
Brought by WindChain.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm not very excited because there are less audience, to hear my presentation. This is like 6th time I present to Mining Disrupt, but this is first time I present my speech with my new role, founder and CEO of WinChain. It's hard decision, to found this company because before found the WinChain, I was a sales director of WhatsMiner, so I'm quite senior in mining industry. But last year I made a decision to move out from the role of sales director of WhatsMiner to found the WinChain because I have my own vision to bring values to mining industry. So the first value I want to bring from mining industry is recapture the heat, because I'm a fan of heat recapture. So the last thing I did in WhatsMiner is push them very hard, to develop a miner which is MX4 series miners can generate 80 centigrade hot water. Okay. So it make the mining system, be ready for heat recapture. So this is the last contribution I was working in WhatsMiner to make that things happen. So the heat from mining system can be used for heating the space, for drying the fruit, drying the glasses, and even to generate cold water or steam. So we have plenty of ways to reuse the heat from crypto mining. So this is the first value I want to bring, from mining industry to to other industry. And the second thing, okay, so I want to do is to repurpose the used chips from used miners to like a heater or boiler. So we are really happy to tell you, okay, so far we are having almost everything ready to make these things happen. So we tested the power supply unit. So we test control logic, and so we are bringing prototype of the machine heaters, which is 800 watt and 1.6 kilowatt. So in near future, you will see the heaters at your home or boilers at your home. So wire bring your heat to warm your house, and at the same time, it brings Bitcoin or Dogecoin or whatever POW coins to you, back to you, so that you can reduce the power cost. Okay, so which you use for heating purpose. So this is the second value I think we can bring to traditional business, or from the mining industry. And by doing that, actually the hash rates are decentralized from a centralized data center, which is maybe 10 megawatts, 100 megawatts, or 200 megawatts, to various homes. So, and decentralization is quite important for Bitcoin network, right? Everybody knows that. So the second value WinChain want to bring is, okay, reuse the chips, okay, to make those used miners hashing, continue hashing, and make the hash rates more decentralized. And so my friend, which know me well, so know, I only have two jobs. One job is in telecommunication industry, and another is in blockchain industry. So the third value I want to bring is, okay, to merge traditional business industry like with blockchain industry. So we will try to empower traditional industry with blockchain technology. So for example, I just take one example to you. So what I'm trying to do is, okay, I'm going to design a small model which may have Bitcoin or Dogecoin chips inside, and embed this to a broadband device, because the broadband device has network and the power 24 by 7 hours. So, and this one chip or two chips can generate like $14 or $20, depends on Dogecoin price, to from one device. So assume that the broadband services provider can have like 10 million or 1 million subscribers, so it can generate like 20 millions a year to them. It's a passive revenue for them. Okay, so it's like you have a cake and you get some cheese on it. So it's something. So they don't need to invest anything. Can achieve revenue easily. So this is the direction WinChain is working so hard. To either we bring value to crypto mining industry, or we use blockchain technology to empower traditional business. So hopefully, in this year, maybe in the month of May, when we attend the exhibition in Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas, so you will see, we bring prototype of such kind of device, heaters, boilers, and hopefully we can achieve our vision very soon. Okay, so that's all for my speech. Thank you.
Here's the clicker. This is how you go forward on slides. This one to the next slide. Yeah, next
I'd like to share you some interesting data. Last week, I did a big calculation based on the mining difficulty on Sunday and 100% lucky rate. Even if we take the latest Bitcoin miner, let's say 474 terahash, if it does solo mining, it may take like 32.9 years to get a block. That's crazy, right? We even don't know whether it's possible to sustain for that long time. So in other words, it may work for the whole life, you get nothing. So think about if we take money as a business, the loss. So is there a way to get stable earnings? Let's keep that in mind and find a solution. I'm Patrick Tsai, Chief Business Development Officer of VABDC Mining Pool. And my topic today is forging the future for mining together. About VABDC, we are a team of passionate believers in blockchain. We are focused on the online infrastructure and use our expertise to driven by the value, integrity, entrepreneurship, perfection, win-win to make the world a better place. Over the past 8 years, we have been deployed mining solutions to 21 types of coins and provided multiple language services to 1.7 million users across 150 countries. 1.7 million users for a mining pool. I can be very proud that to say it's an awesome number, especially for a mining pool. With the evolving of the mining equipment, especially since the ASIC equipment applied to the industry, the mining difficulty has been increased significantly. You can see from the picture. Today, the miners have to collaborate together to get stable earnings. So, comes the role of mining pools. Besides the stable and maximum money output and profit, the advantage, the money features and the tools are also enable miners to have easy and efficient management. So we can say mining pool matters. In VABDC, we are offering users hourly hourly money profit payouts instead of daily payouts, just because we have an embedded wallet inside each account and a sub account. So in other words, we're not only a mining pool, but also a mining pool with an all-in-one wallet. We're not even only a mining pool with an all-in-one wallet, but also a mining pool with a full-featured app to enable users to manage their money, to monitor their money status and manage their asset anywhere, anytime. And also, we have multi-layer protection to enable users' asset security. Here are the coins we supported in VABDC, especially we are top 3 Bitcoin mining pool and top 1 big Litecoin and Doge mining pool, and also other 5 merged manuscript mining pools. And in other words, in VABDC, you can mine 1 to get 7 in crypto mining. And we are also top 5 mining pools for all mainstream mining coins. Here are the coins, sorry. Here are the values we brought to users in 2024, especially Bitcoin, more than 30,000, worth of 2.7 billion USD, and actual earnings from merged mining. To empower users in future, VABDC focuses on providing timely service and multi-channel services, also detailed guides and user-friendly interface in web and app to lower newbies to enter this industry, lower the barriers, and to provide the stable and stable solution and asset security, we are consistently enhance our infrastructure. We also pay close attention to the market trend to make users need and keep growing with the industry. And if you'd like to know more about VABDC, or to know industry insights and trends or get technical support, we are also available on Telegram and X.com. Welcome to join our social medias. So I'm Papi Tsai. Thanks for your time.
So in 2019, we went and visited a crypto mining site. We looked around. I said to myself, there's got to be a better way. My name is Chuck Lecuyer, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product. At IntelliFlex, we're innovators. We design, build, deploy, and operate our system. At IntelliFlex, our motto is start to finish.
My name is Andy Wang, and I am the CEO of Hashville. I have been involved in Bitcoin mining since 2017. Over the past 8 years, I have been searching globally for affordable and reliable electricity sources. From my years of experience in building and operating mining farms, I have found that Bitcoin mining comes with a lot of challenges. These challenges include picking the right machines, handling logistics, and dealing with repairs. What's even more frustrating is dealing with heat and noise. With all these challenges, Bitcoin mining has become nearly impossible for regular people to participate. That's why we built Hashville to make Bitcoin mining accessible for everyone. Before we dive in, let me give you an overview. First, I'll introduce how Hashville's cloud mining works and the value it brings to the industry. Next, I'll walk you through electricity cost loan, which is a solution to keep mining running without selling your Bitcoin. Then I'll introduce Simple Earn, which is a way to stake multiple cryptocurrencies and earn up to 12% APR. Finally, we'll go over our referral reward system, where you can earn lifetime rewards by inviting friends to join Hashville. At Hashville, we offer flexible mining periods ranging from 30, 60, 90, and 180 days, or up to 1 year. Our pricing is simple and transparent. We only charge for hash rate and the electricity fees. Electricity fees can be paid every 10 days. Plus, we offer an income withholding option for electricity payments. You can use your Bitcoin earnings to directly offset your electricity fees. Our platform runs on cryptocurrency exchange infrastructure. Your daily mining rewards are directly reflected in your assets. No complicated transfers, no hidden steps. You can watch your earnings grow daily, directly in your wallet address. One of our most powerful features is electricity cost loan, a game changer for maximizing mining profitability. As you know, when Bitcoin prices are declining and you don't want to sell Bitcoin to cover your electricity costs, then you can apply an electricity cost loan. We cover your electricity costs upfront, and you can keep your Bitcoin until the price is ready to sell. That way, you can keep growing your Bitcoin rewards without any breaks. By adding liquidity to our electricity cost loan, Simple Earn offers a reliable and stable investment option with an APR between 6% and 12%, giving you a passive way to take part in Bitcoin mining. And we support multiple cryptocurrency investment. You can easily subscribe with just one click. At Hashville, we believe in building and growing together as a community. That's why we developed a referral reward system based on Bitcoin's fundamental principle of network expansion. When you refer your friend to Hashville, you not only receive one-time bonus, you earn lifetime rewards. These rewards are credited to your assets, and you can pay for electricity fees and hash rate fees or transfer them to your friends. Currently, each whale token is pegged to 1 USDT. In the future, we will list the whale token on exchanges. Hashville is more than just a platform. I built Hashville to overcome the challenges I faced. I built Hashville based on years of experience in Bitcoin mining. So whether you are a seasoned miner or new to the space, I invite you to join Hashville. Let's build the future of an accessible cloud mining ecosystem for everyone. Thank you.
The What's Miner hydro cooling miner guarantees an exceptionally stable and superior mining experience, regardless of extreme weather conditions. With an outlet water temperature reaching up to 70 degrees Celsius, which is significantly higher than the industry average, the What's Miner hydro cooling miner stands far ahead in the field and significantly reduces cooling costs compared to others.
Taking risk management. In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Ant Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure for Bitcoin eco-development. Taking risk management first, openness and transparency as its business philosophy. In the future, Ant Alpha Prime will continue to deepen its commitment to the Bitcoin ecosystem and contribute to the value of decentralized network technology, risk control, and subsequent innovation.
Let me introduce ourselves first. Winner Chain is established in 1998. We start with the motherboard and we have our own R&D team. We enter into the ASIC miner industry is via a GPU mining motherboard since 2015. It's already over 10 years till now. And we deeply cooperated with the factory like the Bitman, MicroBT, just till now. And over the past decade, our miners have been sold to many countries like around the world. And our professional sales and after sales service teams and logistics work in concert to bring the customers and excellent experiences. Our goal is create it together and win together. Now let's introduce our advantage. Our advantage is we do the factory direct sourcing and own the inventory to ensuring the most competitive market price, the fast shipping, and also supply the official warranty. The second is we support the one-stop mining service because we have some long-term cooperated mining farm and can supply the hosting service and also do the customized containers. We can also introduce our clients to some mining farm or introduce the mining farm to some of our clients just to share the resources. And for this time's point is we just focus on the 25 years outlook for the mining industry. As we know, the miners are now using less power and more people are turning to renewables like the solar and wind. That means the industry is slowly moving toward greener and more sustainable mining practices. And also another point is most governments are starting to store the Bitcoin and make laws. Institutions and politicians are getting involved too. That proves the crypto industry is finally becoming legitimate. That's really a wonderful news that we are really confidential about it, about this industry. So finally, let's focus on our aim, create together and win together. because we focus on sharing resources and teaming up on marketing and working together on new ideas. We are all about building long-term partnerships where everybody can win. So because we are as the distributors, that's what we are focused on and to do the long-term business. So here below is our contact information. And if there is any chance, can contact us for any more further cooperations. Thank you.
Is it ready now?
Welcome to TicTac, your gateway to the world of mining. As an official Bitmain distributor, TicTac is your premier choice for the full range of Antminer products. Backed by a $25 million deposit with Bitmain, we offer unparalleled trust and security to our investors. Over 10,000 miners are traded through TicTac every month. Feel free to stop by for a chat about anything related to the mining industry. We look forward to hearing from you. Think big, buy smart.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles, the CEO of Lee Miners. Today, my topic is a comparative analysis of self-mining and hosting. The crypto mining landscape offers two premium approach, self-mining and hosting. Each method has its own set of advantages and disadvantages, shaped by the factors such as cost, control, technical expertise, and market dynamic. So the first approach is self-mining. Self-mining involves individuals and organizations setting up and managing their own mining hardware and software. This method is often favored by those who seek for full control over their operations and are willing to invest time and resources into the process. There are some advantages of the self-mining. The first one is full control over the operations. Self-mining has complete autonomic over their mining setup, including the choice of hardware and software and mining pool. The second advantage is the potential for high profits. The third advantage is long-term assets ownership. There are also some disadvantages of self-mining. First is high initial capital investments. Setting up mining operations requires significant upfront costs for hardware, cooling systems, and infrastructure. The second one is the ongoing operation challenges. Self-mining must handle the maintain cooling and electricity costs, which can both expend the time and consuming. The third one is the technical expertise required. The second approach is the host mining. Hosting involves renting the mining hardware from a service providers who manage the infrastructure and maintains. There are also some advantages. The first one is low barrier to entry. Hosting eliminate the need of the significant upfront investment in hardware and infrastructure. The second is no maintenance hassles. The hosting provider handled all technical aspects, including hardware maintenance, cooling, and electricity management. The third advantage is scale and flexibility. The fourth advantage is reduce the risk. There are also some disadvantages of hosting. The first is limited control over the operations. The second is ongoing costs and fees and lower the profit margins. The third one is dependency on hosting providers. To conclude, the decision between the self-mining and hosting depends on an individual or organization's resources, technical appetite, and the risk tolerance. So at the end, I will introduce my companies. Miners Limited has been concentrating on blockchain industry since 2017 and is full service crypto mining solution providers dedicated to empower the client at every stage of their mining operations. With the mission of simplify and optimize the entire mining life cycle, we offer end-to-end services that compress initial ASIC miners sales and setup, ongoing miners upgrades, and responsible recycling and resales of the old equipments, ensuring maximum profitabilities and efficiency. With the operations across North America, Europe, Middle East, and Asia, Lean Miners has established the strategic partnerships with the client in more than over 100 countries, generating the consistent ROI for our clients through market cycle. We remain committed to driving innovation in our mining services while insist on helping our customers improve the profitabilities. This is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andy. Tina Zhao, the sales manager of ASL Miner, is going to be talking about mining with the Flu Miner L1 next. Tina. There's that clicker.
Okay. So hello guys, this is Tina from ASL Miner. I guess some of you might heard about our company before, but this is kind of the very first time we come to meet you guys offline in person, and it is my honor to speak up for my company. So please let me introduce our company a little bit first. So we started this business in 2015, and we have a 9 years experience in this industry. We used to sell our mining machines on Alibaba, and I would like to share some accomplishment we made before. We used to be the top 1 ranking suppliers on Alibaba, and we were being made $700 million sales in total, with all positive reviews in 2021. We do have corporates with all those well-known manufacturers such like Bitman, Ice River, Goshao, and etc. And for this year, we have a corporate with a new manufacturer called Flu Miner L1, and we are the first verified supplier of them. I guess some of you might mining at home, and I'm gonna introduce you the best home mining machine so far in the market, the Flu Miner L1. It is a script miner, and it can produce 5.3 gigahash and consumes 1200 watts. According to the data from SS Miner Value 2 weeks ago, we can see the Flu Miner L1 can produce like around $6 a day. It consumes only 1200 watts, so compared to the other scoop miner, it can save you a lot of electricity costs. The script miner is a perfect choice for home mining. If you want to make the same profits on the Bitcoin mining, you probably need a 3000 watt Bitcoin mining machine, and it kind of double the electricity cost. And as we all know that the script mining machine runs more quietly compared to the Bitcoin mining machine. And according to the data from Mining Now, The efficiency rate of the flow miner L1 would be 0.23 joule per megahash. Lower joule per megahash is better, which means the mining hardware is more efficiency. And this is our the YouTuber that we cooperate with. They are Red Panda Mining, Tech Hustler, and the Red Fox Mining. They make really great content on the YouTube. You guys can go to check it out. And there has a $100 coupon under the description box. So you guys can go to check it out. And because this is our first time to joining the conferences, so we have a special gift for you guys. You guys can go to booth 156 for more information. We have the Flow Miner L1 pre-order sale on our website right now. We were being selling the mining machine up to 70 countries, and we have rich experiences dealing with the custom. And we will ensure each package with delivery to our customers timely and safely. And this is our team member. If you have any questions, you can go to our website at www.aslminer for more information, or contact us if you have any question. Yeah, thank you for listening.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
Of No More Inflation, which is an incredible film put together by Shooter. He's a great guy. He's in the audience here. We're going to have him come up and talk about the film in a little bit, and then we're going to play it. One of the things that we're going to do is we're going to have free popcorn. There's going to be free pizza. It'll be like a full movie screening. We're going to turn this area into a movie theater. So we'll talk a little bit about that here in just a moment, but we're going to have the next speaker come up, so stick around for the screening coming up.
Yeah, definitely don't take off, because that movie is going to come up, and it's not just a trailer, it's the full movie. And before that, Shooter's going to be up here to talk about it a little bit. Next up, we have Wendy, the sales manager at Apexto, talking about why you should choose Apexto for your mining equipment needs. Wendy. Set your paper there.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here at the Mining Disrupt 2025, connecting with miners, innovators, and the industry leaders from around the world. I'm Wendy from Apexto, and today, my speak topic is why choose Apexto for your mining equipment needs. I want to address a crucial question. Sorry? Oh, sorry. What's the biggest challenge in mining today? For most miners, the answer is simple: cost and return on investment. Hardware prices, rising electricity costs, and market volatility all determine how fast you recover your investment. If you are here, you want smart mining strategies, cutting costs, maximizing efficiency, and boosting profits. That's exactly why we are here, to help you mine smarter and achieve ROI faster. So, who we are? Apexto Mining, your one-stop shop for mining. We started in 2007 as a Hong Kong-based company and stepped into the crypto space in 2017, bringing years of global trade experience. With warehouses in Hong Kong and Russia, we are all about fast and reliable delivery for our clients worldwide. Our solutions focus on 4 key areas. First,
We partner directly with top manufacturers, cutting out unnecessary markups and delays. This means you get the best price, priority access to the latest miners, and the faster delivery, so you can start mining sooner. Second, our advanced water cooling technology not only boosts mining efficiency, but also repurposes with heat. This helps you reduce cooling costs, extend hardware lifespan, and even generate extra revenue by using the recovered heat for industrial or residential purposes. Third, with electricity being one of the biggest costs in mining, our natural gas generator solutions dramatically lower energy expenses, making your operations more profitable and sustainable. From ASIC miners to cooling and energy power solutions, Apexo is the one-stop shop for everything you need to build a profitable and future-proof mining operation. Many of our clients have cut their ROI time by monthly just by switching to our hydro cooling and the natural gas solutions. This is real impact, real savings, and the real profits. We entered crypto industry since 2017. Apexo has built 8 years of expertise in global trade and a strong reputation in mining sector, earning the trust of miners worldwide. We successfully shipped mining hardware to key regions across the globe, including the US, Canada, Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. We are actively looking for more overseas warehouses partners and celebrations. Feel free to reach out to us. Our mission is simple: to help you reduce cost, increasing efficiency, and maximizing profitability. Every product and service we provide is designed to deliver faster ROI and long-term success. Our goal is simple: help you mine smarter, save more, and earn faster. Mining is a race against time. The faster you achieve ROI, the higher your long-term gains. If you are looking to upgrade your mining operations, cut costs, and see profits sooner, let's talk. We see Apexo at booth 300 to explore our latest miners, hydro cooling solutions, and the natural gas mining setups. Sorry. Let's build the future of mining together. Thank you, and welcome to the Apexo revolution.
Yeah, good job. Well done. Oh, yeah.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. Pretty dang awesome.
Product for ASICs called ASIC Assure. Joshua.
All right. Today I want to talk about not why you should choose ASIC Assure, but why you need it. So tell me if you've heard these before. It's been months since I sent my machine to get repaired, and I don't know where they're at in the process. Repairs are getting expensive, and I don't have $1,500 to replace a board. My warranty claim got denied, and they're going to charge me for the repairs. I sent an email regarding my OEM warranty repair, and I'm hoping they actually respond. Right now, this is happening because we do not have a financial commitment to the health, protection, and progress of our miners. When we do not commit financially, we end up with shoddy repairs, unacceptable turnaround times, and decreased access. This is a risk not only for the health of your miners, but also for your margins, as well as your profit, as well as your revenue. Because of this, we sought out to create a solution that wasn't just sellable, but usable. We did this with the backing of two very powerful insurance partners, we'll call that. One in CNA, one of the largest insurance providers in the company, as well as a very powerful insurance administrator in Remy. The reason why this works so well for miners is one, because all your repairs are covered. The hashboard, the fans, the control boards, as well as the PSUs. We also offer free shipping, so you don't have to worry about whether or not your claim's going to get accepted and whether or not you're going to have to pay to have that machine sent back to you. We also offer predictable finances. There's no guessing games as it pertains to your repair fleet, your OpEx for your infrastructure, as well as your repair solutions. And last but not least, we have a customer portal. One issue in this space is transparency. We need to be able to trust again. We need to have access and visibility to the things that are being done on these assets. By doing so, you have the ability to understand where your miners are at, where they're at in the process, and when they're coming back to you. Now, why does this benefit? First and foremost, because downtime is the enemy of your revenue and your profitability. For some reason, we don't understand that completely, and we tend to look for solutions that are a quick fix rather than making sure that your machine achieves its necessary ROI. The next thing we want to do is eliminate financial surprises. So when you pay for ASIC Assure, you know what you're getting. Provided that you stay within the policy conditions, you're getting your repairs, you're getting to the front of the line, and you're getting a world-class service from our repair affiliates and providers. This is the major thing that I also want to focus on. The idea that what you're paying for is allowing you the opportunity to realize many times over the financial benefits. When you protect your miner, you don't have to worry about those excessive costs. Now, this is an accessory that we all have. We find reasons to warranty this or insure it. Those machines out there that are in your farms, on your displays, that are in your repair centers, that's the beating heart of BTC. That's the way that you print your money. That's what allows you to be here today. Yet we don't find any reason whatsoever to cover them. We look for the opportunity to buy next generation machines, but we do not look for the opportunity to adopt next generation solutions. When you are ready, please visit asicassure.com and let us help you adopt next generation solutions.
Should I go? Should I go? Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Now we've got that movie coming up here pretty soon, so we will ask you here just shortly to step aside while we rearrange this whole section, but that's coming up next. Right now, we've got Grace Shivers, the Director of Global Sales at Unistar, talking about how you can unlock reliable solutions in the digital economy, especially for investors. There's the clicker for your slides.
Okay. Perfect. Hi, good afternoon. It's great pleasure to be here. My name is Grace Huang Chivers. I'm the Director of Global Sales of Unistar. And today I want to introduce you to a new Unistar. For those people who don't know us, we are an investment company and a trading firm. We specialize in investing in blockchain and crypto quantitative trading and also mining farms. But the mining hardware sector always be our key strategic investment focus for us. And now I want to start like who we are. Unistar is an We start from 2015 with GPU trading in Shenzhen. We built our first mining farm at Sichuan at 2015. Then we expand to hardware hardware trading around 2016. And today we have exported over 1 million machines, built and partner with 6 mining farms. And now we support more than 500 mining operations globally, from US to Europe and Southeast Asia and beyond. But we didn't stop there. As and here is our milestone. And as all of you know, the crypto mining industry is evolving, and we were thinking how we can adapt to this change. As all of you know, the mining landscape has evolved, and it's faster, more competitive, and driven by factors far beyond just hash rate and electricity. So from Bitcoin price volatility and the regulatory shifts to raising energy costs, the industry demands agility, precision, and above all, data-driven decision making. And at Union Star, we saw this shift at very early. At Union Star, we don't just see mining machines like hardware. We see it more as investment. Our approach combines deep market insight and real-time data analysis and strategic procurement to deliver the best value to our clients. And people wondering like how Unionstar offers the best price. Our way to deliver the best price, because we trade ASIC miners like a derivative. Our founder, our both two co-founder, they have a finance background, so we understand the ASIC miner influenced by BTC price, network difficulty, and electricity cost, and also including when is the next generation miner come out. And we have built our business around helping clients to navigate these variables with precision. In our system, we are the company pioneering data-driven procurement. We through track data across ASIC miner from Bitmain, Macrobit, Canon, and more. Our system check those trends, and also we check the historical pricing to make sure our clients see the market trend. And now also we see what's the market dynamic. For this market, we see the rising cost of the electricity and the declining fees, and also sometimes the regulatory pressure, especially with the geopolitical reason about tariff. But at Union Star, we support the DDP service and to ensure all clients has hassle-free hardware imports and amid these changing regulations. And in these crypto mining trends, we see advanced ASIC efficiency and the regulatory shaping the global mining landscape. We are pretty optimistic about this. And we also see a lot more and more institution adoptions in the more companies like BlackRock and Fidelity. They come to this mainstream adoption. And the key trend like cloud mining, and more stablecoin, altcoins, more diversification in this space, and also we see the technological advancement. So, also the hot topic regarding AI, how AI and blockchain, crypto all come together. We are particularly excited about how AI is transforming the mining strategy. At the Union Star, we take advantage of AI. Basically, we use AI model to forecast the pricing trends. And also we use AI model to help identify the most efficient deployment strategy. Also, we use that to do some smart allocation, like suggest the timing to maximize our client ROI, return of investment. And that most of it. And if you want to continue the conversation with me, please follow me. I'd love to talk with you guys. Thank you so much.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
Right about now. So let me just make sure they're ready to do that. Mike on the move. Mike, you got the couch. Mike, you got the couches coming? Yeah. All right. Couches are coming. So I sorry to be rude, but we're gonna have to have everybody stand up, move to the side, and we're gonna have all these chairs swapped out for couches here right now. But before we have the film start, we're here with the creator and the director of the film, Shooter, who put together the movie No More Inflation. Together, a little bit closer. And we are about to have that movie be screened right now. But I want to ask you a little bit about the film. Tell us about what the impetus was for it. What was your motivation for putting the film together?
Right. So anytime you're making a full-length film, it's going to take a year or two of your time. So really what I wanted to do was make the most impactful thing that I could possibly think of. And I knew it had to be Bitcoin related because that's what the world needs most right now. And to me, it seemed like the best segue into Bitcoin for the average person was inflation, because that's the problem that most people are feeling right now. So really making the most impactful thing possible to me was describing the problems of inflation, what it looks like around the world on different intensities, why it's happening, the different things in our lives that it's affecting, and what we could how we can solve it, which is with Bitcoin. So really the motivation was to produce the most impactful thing I think, that I could possibly do.
Absolutely. I love it. But tell us a little bit about your journey with Bitcoin as well. Like, how long have you been around? How long ago did you discover Bitcoin? And tell us a little bit about your thoughts on it as far as why that led to you putting this film together.
Right. So, fortunately, my brother was the one that turned me on to it. He was, ahead of the game in terms of Bitcoin, and really made it clear to me that it was the only one to really focus on in terms of all of the other coins. And so once I started going down the rabbit hole, listened to a lot of Max Kaiser, and, I really saw all the problems that money printing was causing in the world. And so for me as a young man trying to, raise a family one day and to be able to save for that for the future, it seemed like it was the only option for me. And so what I wanted to do was share my journey and the stories that I found along my Bitcoin journey that I knew helped me, and hopefully could help other people too, to realize that they could achieve that. If you want to have a family, if you want to own a house one day, Bitcoin is the way to do it. And there's no other real option out there based on all the inflation, how much more expensive everything is getting. So that was really my journey, was seeing inflation, seeing my time getting eroded from me, and seeing that Bitcoin was really the only option for me to meet the basic life goals of just raising a family.
I mean, it's becoming more and more difficult to be able to be in a position to save for the future using the current standard, using the current system. So absolutely, Bitcoin is a solution for that. Tell us a little bit about the film. What should people expect as we go through it from beginning to end? Like, where are we going to start, and where are you hoping people end up at the end of the film?
Right. So the first half of the film is like a horror movie, really. I mean, that's kind of the reality of the world is inflation just keeps getting worse. And in the US, if you think it's bad, it's really much worse around the world. So the film really goes through what life is like in the US and Western countries with single digit inflation, how it changes with double digit inflation, triple digit inflation, quadruple digit inflation, and how that inflation is impacting our health and foreign aid and all different types of things in our life. So really, the first half of the film is really dark. It's really, really dark, which I think is the reality for most people. But the second half of the film really goes into the solution of Bitcoin and how that actually is the way out of this big problem, and how a lot of the common misconceptions people have about Bitcoin, about mining is bad for the earth and it's only used by criminals and all of these things. So really, that's the progression of the film, is going through inflation, what it looks like as the intensity increases, why it's happening, the impact it's having on us individually, and how Bitcoin can really solve that. So that's the film. Yeah,
absolutely. So in just a moment too, by the way, after we get the couches out for this film, we're also going to have free pizza, free popcorn as you watch the film. This will be the first time we do something like this, so we hope it's a great experience for you, and that you, we would love to hear your feedback on it, and if this is something we should continue to do in the future. Going back to you, Shooter, tell us a little bit about your filmmaking background. Is this the first full-length film that you've done? Have you done some films before, short form, or tell us a little about like your journey is how you got to this point where you're like, I'm going to make a full-length film.
Right. So I've been making short films for businesses for the last 15 years, usually 2 to 5 minute films. I went to El Salvador with Max and Stacy the first time they went, and we filmed a few Kaiser reports, but I really got exposed to the country and the history of the country, and it inspired me to make a short film about the country, which was the longest I've ever made in history, which was a 10-minute film. And Nayib Bukele reposted it, and a lot of Bitcoiners, saw what I had made and encouraged me to really make a full-length film. And so yeah, that's how I got here. It's the first full-length film I've ever made. It was an absolute privilege spending 2 years of my life making it. I'm really proud of what I made. And I think after you guys see it, you'll see that it's a top-notch film that it's only a matter of time before it's on Netflix or Joe Rogan or something like that, because inflation isn't going anywhere. Bitcoin isn't going anywhere. And this is a generational story that, billions of people are feeling right now. The name of the film is No More Inflation. And so that's what Bitcoin gives us, is no more inflation. And so, yeah, that's kind of my history of it. Really all short films before, and this was a real privilege that Bitcoin made it possible for me to make a full-length film. I can't imagine myself making a full-length film without Bitcoin. So as an artist, it was an absolute blessing, and I hope that you guys appreciate the work that I did. And for any other artists out there, I hope you see it as a way for you to also achieve your creative peak, if you could have 2 years to make what you wanted to make, Bitcoin did that for me. And I think Bitcoin can do that for you guys too.
So is this going to be something that we should expect to see global stories? Or are you going to go and zoom in on individual stories? Like tell us a little bit about kind of like a couple scenes we might be seeing in the film.
Right. So it is definitely global stories, all from regular people just getting by, living with inflation. There's double-digit inflation in Jamaica, triple-digit inflation in Argentina, quadruple-digit inflation in Venezuela. So you're going to see and hear from people that have lived through all of those things and how life changes, because inflation doesn't stop. Every money that has been printed in human history and the way that our dollar has been printed has died. So we will experience these things that these other people are experiencing. So yeah, it covers the gamut. It's a global story that I covered here. I traveled to 9 to 10 different countries over the course of 2 years. And really what you see from these people is what we're going to see here. There is no avoiding it. The dollar will collapse. No fiat currency has survived, and there is no exception to the dollar in this case.
So you said the first half is a little bit of a nightmare. Obviously, you're going to paint that picture very clearly about the various types of inflation that is occurring all over the world. Some of it mild, some of it extreme. But what about the back half of the film? I imagine there's got to be a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and you probably tend to go from talking about inflation to focusing on Bitcoin.
Right. So the real key of the film is that inflation is mostly due to money printing. And so if you have a money that can't be printed, then you can avoid inflation. And so it goes into that, but also goes into the common misconceptions. There's no point in going into Bitcoin unless you address the common misconceptions that people have in their brain about Bitcoin. Mining is bad for the earth. Only criminals use it. You know, it's too slow. There's other cryptos. So the second half of the film really goes into Bitcoin as a solution to inflation, but also covering some of those misconceptions that people have so that they can break through that and actually maybe be inspired to learn a little bit more about Bitcoin and see it as a real possible solution to this massive problem that we have with inflation.
When you were making the film and when you're talking about putting it together, what were some of the areas where you felt like was the most important to overcome, the most important obstacles that people have with Bitcoin? When you're talking to folks, when you're trying to go through, what's the FUD that was really holding people back?
Right. So I think the energy aspect of it was a lot. Like, you know, Bitcoin uses a lot of energy. It's bad for the earth. So part of the film, you'll see mining in North Dakota where they're actually reducing, you know, the pollution that's coming out of the flare mining, the flare gas that's happening there. Same thing in Kenya where they're actually spreading electricity. So it's a huge positive for people. And this mining thing isn't a bad thing. And then, of course, you know, the whole criminal aspect. People think Bitcoin is just for criminals. But when you see, you know, how people are using it for humanitarian issues, for activist issues, you know, I think those were some of the most common issues that people have with Bitcoin that really get covered in the film. So those are some of the most impactful things that I did.
Should we expect to see any cameos, any folks that we all really know in the space? What are some of the top tier Bitcoiners that you expect to show in this film?
Right. So in terms of Bitcoiners, you got Tour de Meester, you've got Hodl Tarantula, you've got Alex Gladstein, Rockstar Dev. But outside of that, also in my film is Graham Hancock. He has a series on Netflix, Ancient Apocalypse. He's more of a, you know, ancient civilization type of guy. But in '89, he wrote a book about foreign aid that Alex Gladstein actually takes a lot of inspiration from. So Graham Hancock's in the film, more of a household name. Robert Malone's in the film, the creator of the mRNA technology. He talks about Weimar and hyperinflation. So there's going to be lots and lots of Bitcoiners that you know in the film, but there's also going to be a couple of household names that you don't typically associate with Bitcoin, but do have some aspects, you know, some stories to tell that do relate to inflation and everything. So lots of people you're going to recognize in terms of Bitcoiners in the film, 100%.
On the screening component, you're screening it here. How long have you been screening it? How much longer do you expect to do that? And what can people do to help support you?
Right. So the film came out November 21st, 2024. It's available online at nomoreinflation.com. This is really the first event that it's being screened at. Oh, wow. So it's really exciting. And then, again, I think it's only a matter of time before it's on Netflix or Joe Rogan or something like that. Graham Hancock's a very good friend of Joe Rogan. Robert Malone's been on Joe Rogan. Inflation is only going to keep going up. Bitcoin's only going to keep going up. So if anything, I think the film's a little bit ahead of its time. And that as the world starts to grapple with this problem of inflation, you know, if Trump and Elon can't get inflation under control, I think the average person is going to think, well, who can do it? And if nobody can do it, what am I going to do about it? So anyway, first time being screened here. I'm sure you guys are going to see it, you know, go far and wide after this. So yeah, really excited for it.
The global premiere of No More Inflation. A couple more questions for you. We're just getting these couches set up, by the way. We are having the chairs moved out, the couches put in so you can actually be comfortable when you're screening the film. Again, there will be free popcorn, free pizza available for this. But going back to the film, going back to your thoughts on putting it together, when you were thinking about putting together No More Inflation, who was the target audience you really thought that you were seeing? In your mind, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to put together a Bitcoin documentary, No More Inflation. Is this something for lawmakers? Is this something for the average individual? Or did you feel like it was really meant for a totally broad audience?
Yeah, it's definitely made for the average individual. You know, it comes from my perspective as a young man trying to raise a family and seeing the difficulty in that with inflation. So really, the language is very simple. All the stories are human stories, regular people all around the world that anybody can relate with to see, you know, I'm experiencing that. Whether you're in single digit inflation or you're a double digit inflation or a triple digit inflation country, you're going to be able to connect with these people that I interviewed. So really, what I wanted to do was make a film that reached outside of the Bitcoin bubble and reached to the average person and say, hey, look, imagine no more inflation. Imagine if prices of things didn't get more expensive, not to mention blow their minds with making things less expensive, right?
Absolutely.
But if things didn't get more expensive, does that sound good? Does that sound good to you? Yeah, okay. That's what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is a world with no more inflation. So really, that's what I wanted to make it for. I wanted to make it for the billions of people around the world who want no more inflation.
What do you think? So you're talking about the potential for a future where there's no more inflation. How long do you expect it could take us to get there? Did you think about this as you're going through this process? Because you're like, this is the promised land, but how do we get there and how long will it take?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like predicting a price. You know, who knows how long it's going to take? But in my opinion, inflation only happens faster and faster. People in America don't really understand why it's happening, but they understand that their groceries are getting more expensive. They understand that they're making more money, but they're living worse lives. And so, you know, I think the more they print and the more confidence that people lose in the government, the faster it's going to happen. Like in Argentina, right? People don't hold on to the pesos for more than 1 or 2 days before they want dollars. And I think the same thing eventually is going to happen with the US dollar, where over the average month, Bitcoin is going to go up in terms of dollars. And people will look at their dollars and say, I don't want to hold these dollars for more than a month. I want to have Bitcoin that's going to appreciate faster. So I think the timing of it all depends on how fast we print money.
Yeah.
And how many more mistakes the government makes, because those are the two things that really drive inflation: number of dollars that are in existence and the confidence that people have in it. So if it happened in 5 years where things were getting really crazy, to be honest, I wouldn't be that surprised. Some people say, I don't expect to see it in my lifetime. I think you will see it in your lifetime. I think inflation is happening really fast right now, and it's only going to happen faster. So I think in the next 10 years, I don't see any reason why every business will not be accepting Bitcoin. It's stronger, it's faster, it's cheaper, and the dollar is becoming worth less and less. So I think no one is really bullish enough. I think the dollar is going to collapse faster than you think, and therefore Bitcoin will rise in dominance faster than you think.
Yeah, absolutely. And in a moment, I want you to tell a little bit of a story. You kind of talked about how you, as a man growing, trying to expand your wealth, trying to get that first house. I want you to talk about that in a little bit and the feeling that generated inside of you. But just as a quick reminder to folks, couches are being deployed, and we have the free pizza over here on my left, your right. Also popcorn, and there is a bar over here, so you can drink and eat pizza and have a great time watching this film. But going back to you, Shooter, tell us a little bit about that feeling. And I'm sure you've had these conversations with a lot of folks that your age as well. This crushing inflation, and we don't even have that bad of inflation here in the United States compared to some parts of the world. But talk about the impact that has as a man in society, trying to provide for your family and trying to grow your wealth and get that first house.
Right. I think you don't even think about growing your wealth. You just want to be able to have enough money to support a child or two. And I think even most people in the US, they get maxed out at 2 children and they think they can't afford a third one. And they're probably right. And that's a sad thing. I'm a family of 5. I have 4 siblings. It was beautiful growing up with 5 siblings, 4 siblings, 5 kids. And to see people not do that strictly because of financial reasons is a sad thing. So for me, I'm fortunate that I understand Bitcoin, and it's something that I can save my money in, so that I know in 5 years or 10 years, I'm not going to be stressed that I can't afford to feed my child. I can't afford to feed multiple children. I want to have as many children as possible, So again, if I didn't know about Bitcoin, but I knew about all the problems that money had, honestly, I don't even know if I'd want to live. I mean, you want to raise children to bring them into a better world than you have. And if you have the understanding that you're working harder than your father and he worked harder than your grandfather, you must think about your children, your grandchildren. Why bring them into a world where they're barely going to be able to sustain themselves? So Bitcoin was really that light at the end of the tunnel for me to say, I can do this. And actually, I can be like looking forward to the future that I bring my children into. Why do I want to have children if they're going to have a harder life? So again, for me, it's the only thing that makes me feel like it was possible for me to do it. And the only thing that makes me feel like that my children actually have a better life. And I really do believe they will have a better life. Even if I don't leave any Bitcoin for my children, at least they'll live in a world where they have Bitcoin, where they can save in money. They can save in something for their own future and not just be stuck investing in real estate or stocks that can be swept out from underneath them, So for me, it was an absolute lifeline. If Bitcoin doesn't exist, I probably would not want to have children. And honestly, I would be very pessimistic about the future. If you don't have hope for the future, why do you even want to live? Just get in a box in Canada and let them euthanize you. That's fucking dark. Excuse me. But I mean, really, if there's no hope for the future, why do you want to live? So Bitcoin really gave me that hope. And I thank God that I understood the problems of the fiat world and money printing at the same time that I understood Bitcoin. Because if I just understood the problems, man, I would feel so pessimistic about the future.
Yeah, I mean, same for me, right? When I discovered Bitcoin in 2017, there was much more of a nihilism like in my brain than there was more of an optimism in my brain. And when I discovered Bitcoin, my hope has only grown. My optimism for the future has grown. But there's people all across this world that still haven't experienced that hope and that optimism that Bitcoin can provide. There's a rampant nihilism all over the place. There's a lot. I mean, as you brought up, I mean, you said it was a little dark, but suicide rates are out of control. People really feel like the future is going to get worse and worse and worse. For the first time in many generations, families feel that the next generation's lives are not going to be as good as the ones that brought them into this world. The parents are worried about the future that the kids have in front of them. And we had that conversation with Lawrence Lepard and CJ before, and it's just because we just have to keep printing. We have to keep debasing everything that around us. And if you don't have something like Bitcoin, then you are stuck on a system where you're constantly fighting against, you're like swimming against the current, essentially.
And the current keeps getting stronger and stronger. And yeah, kudos to Lawrence Lepard. I feel like him and I are tugging on the same string, just from different ages. You know what I mean? I'm coming at it from a young man. He's coming at it from a retired man. And so, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And that's why I made this film. I hope to reach the average person and to bring them really what billions of people want around the world, which is no more inflation.
Do you have, we're almost done here setting up the couches. Make sure you guys get a spot. They're filling up fast. Got free pizza, free popcorn. We're about to get the screening going here in just a moment. So thank you for your patience. A couple last questions, though, for you, Shooter. You know, this is the world premiere of the screening of No More Inflation. Did you have any private screenings? Did you show it to your family? What was the immediate response from anybody that's seen some clips or even the full thing?
Yeah, there have been people that have seen it. The feedback has been incredibly positive, which I expect from Bitcoiners, and I'm sure all of you guys here are really going to appreciate it. But my job is really to reach outside of the bubble. My job is done when all of you guys have your friends and family that you've been talking to about Bitcoin for however long saying, I saw this film, No More Inflation, and this Bitcoin thing is really starting to make sense to me. And I really want you to tell me more about Bitcoin because I didn't take it very seriously before, but I'm taking it seriously now. So my job is done when I bring people to your door. You're going to appreciate it because you're Bitcoiners and you know the impact that it could possibly have. But it's only a matter of time before this reaches far and wide. You'll see it is top-notch quality. It is Netflix quality. Inflation isn't going anywhere. Bitcoin isn't going anywhere. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before you really see it impact your loved ones out there that you've been trying to get into Bitcoin.
So when someone watches this film and they feel great coming away, as you said, it's going to be a high quality production, Netflix quality production. They come away from it feeling great. Who are the types of people that you think that they should be sharing it with? And also, when will people be able to do that? When will we be able to share it far and wide?
Right. So the film is available at nomoreinflation.com. You pay $10 to rent it for a week. That's how it is right now. We'll see in the future, it'll probably be made public. Again, like I said, Graham Hancock's in the film. He's very well connected with Joe Rogan. So if there's an opportunity that comes up where I'm going to be on Joe Rogan, it's probably just going to be available publicly so as many people as possible can see it, because that was really the goal when I first made this. I wanted to make an impact in the world. I don't need to make a bunch of money making this thing, you know? I want to help the world selfishly, because the more people that have Bitcoin and the more strong people there are out there, the more stable my life is going to be in the future, and my kids' life is going to be in the future, you know? So anyway, nomoreinflation.com is where you can see it. If you like it today, you can send that link to anyone else, you know, that you have in the world. But I think it's really just a matter of time before you're going to see it on Netflix or you're going to see it on Joe Rogan promoted publicly or something like that. So yeah, just a matter of time.
You'd mentioned that Bitcoin was a part of why you were actually able to make the film, and you're saying you don't want to. You're not in it for the money. I assume there was maybe some financial benefit from being in Bitcoin, being able to make a film and not worry so much about the money. Or how were you able to be put in a position where you could spend 2 years of your life and you're not worried about getting a profit, which is pretty much what every movie producer is concerned about.
Right. So Bitcoin really enabled all of this. Most of the funding came from private individuals that believed in me and saw my previous work and believe that I can actually make an impact with this film. And so they really funded it. I could have done the work that I normally do, and I would have much more Bitcoin today, you know, than I had before. But I really do not trade it for anything else because it gave me an opportunity to express myself to the fullest. What you're about to see is the best that I could possibly do. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I cannot make anything better than what I just made, but I'm happy with it. And without Bitcoin, there's no way I could have pulled the money together to do it. And so in that way, I feel like it's my sacrifice to the network. And again, if I don't make any money with this, but millions of people get enlightened to Bitcoin, I'm going to benefit. I'm going to benefit by a smoother transition into a better monetary system. My children are going to benefit. My grandchildren are going to benefit. So yeah, Bitcoin is the only reason why I could make this. And without Bitcoin, I wouldn't have the inspiration to actually make a full-length film. I would never do this. Without Bitcoin, this would never exist. It's given me so much already. And I'm eternally grateful to Bitcoin and everybody that has helped push along. The miners, man, I mean, they're what's securing the network. Those guys are literally have battle scars. I know people that have almost died because they got cut or they had accidents on the mining fields, you know? So I'm eternally grateful to all you people here too. I mean, you guys are going to sit here and watch my film for an hour. I appreciate your time. It is the most valuable thing you have. So I'm so grateful to Bitcoin. I'm so grateful to you guys. It's an absolute honor. I am humbled. I really, truly appreciate everyone that's ever been involved and everyone that's really here. Man, you have no idea how much I appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming up with us here today to chat. And I know we just sort of did this ad hoc. This conversation was not planned at all. So I'm glad I also came up with some good questions, but you made it easy on me. Very excited for this film. Again, couches are all finally all deployed out. We got them all finished up. Pizza, popcorn, and bar, cash bar over here on my left. If you guys want to sit and enjoy the film, I hope you all enjoy it. Any last comments, Shooter?
Nope. I hope you guys enjoy it. And again, thank you for your time. I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry,